Actually, I can carry. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of like super casual kind of just clicky kind of games, but this one, this one when you play by yourself is very casual. You just kind of set your own pace and what you're trying to do. Like I found this little hilltop. I found this little mountaintop area with this weird like rock formation, and I just built like a little thing on top of it for now. And it's got like some of my shit in there, like this metal forges, place to cook, place to craft, and then up top I got just like a wherever your bedroll is, like this thing, it'll spawn you there when you die. And I have it set to super casual, where it's like normally if you die, you drop your loot and you have to go back and find it and reacquire it. But I have mine set like when I die, there's little to no repercussions. So I'll spawn back here with my entire bag of stuff. So sometimes when I go on a loot run to like a town or something, if it's too far of a walk back, I'll just kill myself and then I'll spawn back at my bed with all the stuff that I collected. I call it the Marty method. But building stuff, like the creative stuff, is super difficult in this mode because Like if you're building with concrete, you have to go, harvest enough rock to then break down into concrete and or like clay and mix concrete and like enough wood to build the forms to pour the concrete and then like nails to use the nail gun to upgrade or like a hammer to upgrade. It's super tedious to build anything. That's why like some of this isn't finished. Oops. I don't know what to do. I don't think I have. Oh, yeah, it's nice. I got back this morning at like 7 a.m., 7:30. So I had like most of today off, and then I'll have tomorrow off. These hours are brutal, but the money is fucking good, man. That's the only thing. It's hard. It's hard. It'd be funny. She cams up with somebody that's just a friend. I'm like, just fucking rape her, dude. Get it over with.
Black guy, I'm gonna go ham on the racism, dude.
Oh, that picture I sent you. That's the bruise on my arm from that fucking dolly. That bruise on my dick from slinging dough. I was worried a lot about this gig, but I like it. It's forcing me to work out to survive and make money, which is what my stubborn ass needs. I used to tell my wife that shit all the time. Like, 'cause there were times where I'd just go in and she'd be on the phone and I would just start like fucking her. And she'd be like, "You fucking raping me." I'm like, "Fucking, there's no rape in marriage. Marriage is consent." I used to always say that shit. Marriage is consent. What are you talking about? I don't know if you still have my video up. This is like what the towns look like here.
I'm gonna stop looking at or stop your video from streaming. The recording thing, I can record you.
Nice. That's all I need. More recordings. There's supposed to be a police station somewhere. What is that? That's the hospital. That big ass building. I don't even think I have the resources to get in and loot that though. If you have like obviously like a health bar and like stamina, and then you have to like eat and drink regularly too, or it'll start affecting your health and your stamina. And then there's things like radiation and like weather. So like if you're too cold, your stamina doesn't regen. It'll start depleting your stamina if you're too cold and stuff. Really good. I need a fucking wheel. And then some of it gets super in depth where you can learn your skill trees out and you can start like making like basic electrical circuits and like electrified straps and like sensors and stuff with like gun turrets that'll automatically start shooting at approaching enemies and stuff. Oh, look at this horde right here. Oh, fuck. This game would trigger Tempest because the female zombies die easier than the male zombies do. They do. Like, they don't take as much. Like, the bigger, there's like lumberjack camps in some of the, like, the rural areas. And they're like these big fucking, like, fat dudes. And they take a lot more HP to kill. Yeah, like when you're at the hospital, you get like zombies that look like nurses and shit. Pretty fun. It's available. The PC version is better because you could get mods and you can like make your own servers and stuff and have friends on it, and then you can make it progress when nobody's online. If you have like a bunch of people signed in on it, so that way you have to like schedule when people get on and like take care of the base and shit, do upgrades and stuff. See, we're in the kitchen and it's a female zombie. That's accurate.
That sounds really bad.
I pissed off one of my friends because I would send him Twitter links of some of those like death videos, and one of them was this dude getting electrocuted until he fucking oh shit, dog. Let's kill the dog.
She did.
It's a fucking zombie dog.
That video with Mike chasing the rabbit.
I watched the whole fucking thing. Yeah, that was legit.
Badass. Yeah, I like it.
I was expecting it to get gory though when they caught it, but motherfucker got away.
Yeah. And it turns out those dogs, especially at the beginning, can run faster than the rabbit, than the jackrabbit. But
Can't turn.
that jackrabbit's pretty quick. He's got a fast takeoff, faster acceleration speed, and he can turn faster.
Yeah,
And with that alone, he can outrun a fucking dog.
that's all it came down to was the fact that the things can turn a lot faster than the dog can. And I had a friend like that.
Right.
I had a friend like that, and we used to always, like, when I was in scouts, we used to always piss him off to the point where he'd start chasing you because he was kind of autistic. And every time he started chasing somebody, we're like, just turn. Because he fucking was like a tank, like kind of like a fat kid. He was kind of quick, but if you turned, he could not fucking comprehend that. It was fucking hilarious. I was one of those little child brides.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Fine. Oh my god, dude. Oh.
She looks thrilled. She looks absolutely fucking miserable. It's terrible to laugh at. Right, attempt that fucking hospital. But like, look at this place is called Fats Food. It's like a fast food place, and all the zombies around that spawn in there are like the big fat greasy ones. I think I already cleared it out, but see, like this dude's kind of bigger. It's like big zombies. One hit. I already hit this place. I need to find a town that has like a police station or a bank. is that the loot is all relative to like the what kind of shit you're gonna get. So it makes sense to go on like targeted runs for certain points of interest, like Book Barn. You have to read books to build your skill trees. Uh, oh, look at this fat fuck.
Trying to explain to these guys on the internet is like pulling teeth because there are so many guys that are still wholly convinced that real men protect and provide. But I try to. First of all, it's on Twitter often arguing for having some characters that use. But I try to look up to the picture. Who are the real examples of alpha males? Pick one. Um, it doesn't matter. Pick a real alpha male of like in history, that's in the history books. Don't say, "Oh, my father." No, for real. Um, but these males don't protect and provide. These males conquer and consume. That's what they do. They had swords or guns or weapons or whatever, and they would take over other villages and societies, cut throats, kill people, rape, pillage. That's what they would do. Now, I'm not saying that men should run out because just pillage or whatever. That'd be kind of neat, though. But they should do that. But they don't need to um, protect and provide because women don't see men as like um, women love opportunistically. Men love ideally. And that's why that's why there's always a problem going back and forth. Women look at men the same way they look at their tools, their garage. You know, they're only useful because they look pretty and they're that you can do something with them. They actually will provide benefit for you. But men love women if they don't have anything. We love ideally. We can love a woman who's completely fucking broke on the brink of being homeless or actually fucking homeless. Um, as long as she's pretty and nice to us. Those are really the only two things we care about. Um, to be frank about it. But women don't look at it that way. Women look at them like men are tools, like they've got to be able to do something. They imagine it like he has to fit in this little box. He has to do this, and that, and basically entertain me or make the kind of life I want to live. And that's her view. That's women's view. So it's very exploitative. Once you start evaluating, women are kind of savage that way. Men are suckers for love. Like they fall into it and they easily fall into that whole, I'm gonna be her friend and we're gonna talk and hang out all the time and blah blah blah. And the fact is that you become less and less and less desirable to other women, which means you have to be more and more desirable to her or she will replace you. And so if that's the kind of game that you're playing, and the odds are that you're not going to be able to stay on top of that game for the rest of your life. This is not the 1950s where people just stay together forever. I mean, society's fucked up. Like that image I posted earlier about the irony of modern society. That's how it is. If that's the case, this is the game. You can either win at that game or you can lose at that game. And either way, that game is going to force its way into your life. And if that's the case, it's not a good idea to marry. What you should do is instead of trying to protect and provide, you should conquer and consume. So by that I mean move into her house, sleep in her bed, eat her fucking food, use up her electricity, get her to buy you video games and shit, eat her kids' food. Extract as much as you can from this kind of person. Conquer and consume. And once she catches on and is unwilling to pay your rent anymore, that's fine. While doing all this, your job is to also be looking for that monkey shit you can grab and another woman. And the most available women, the most likely to do this, are going to be either A, naive 20-year-olds, if you can hold one down, day and age, but maybe not. Or the women who are really desperate to have multiple children, 2 or 3 or more. They all, she's like desperate, like, gotta have some father who's be willing to play daddy, you know what I mean? For kids that aren't yours. And so you continue to, you promise the moon and deliver nothing. And that's it. And you'll be able to extract resources out of her for 3 years probably. And yeah, that's it. And then eventually she's gonna kick you to the curb, and you find another one. And that's it. And that's really the way the world is. And I hate this. I know it's ideally, this is the problem telling men this, is that they are idealists when it comes to women. They hear me say this and they think, what I'm saying makes sense. They understand what I'm trying to say. They also tend to not do that. Because to them, in their mind, it's just so wrong to take advantage of somebody like that. But they don't understand that those same women would take advantage of you. And they don't get that. Fucked up for a little bit. This is the game. Then we're gonna play. You don't just go out there and lose all the fucking time. Don't knock her up and have children. Be in a fucking family court situation where you're being extorted and half your fucking check goes to the kid and her, which doesn't cost that fucking much to raise a kid anyway, as much as it does. And if you don't pay, you end up in prison. And that, and men also don't realize the number one predictor of male suicide is divorce. So it's like separating a man from his family seems to be a really good indicator of a man killing himself. And don't put yourself in that kind of situation where that can happen to you. Like her. Play the game with her. Here you go. And yeah, not perfect. And yeah, you're going to be like, oh. But, I say or like worry about. Maybe they're really good. They're trying to have kids and shit. I don't know.
lot of them are, and it's like some of the people I've worked with, a lot of the guys that I worked with, they have like multiple kids. The first group that I worked with, one dude has three, and the other one just had his third. They gave him paternity leave, which is cool that they do that. It's really cool that they do paid paternity leave. Is sick, but yeah, it's kind of depressing because it's like every team that I've been with, that's like the first thing they want to talk about. Like, so you have any kids? Married? Like, technically, yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Most men, in fact, here's my point better. If it's alpha to have children and protect and provide, look how many men are doing it now. Quite a few. Can't all be alphas, can they? In fact, the mad amount of them doing the very thing proves that it's not an alpha character trait. It's not. It's the opposite of that. I'm not saying hate women, abuse women. I'm saying just take advantage of the situation. Take advantage of them just like they would take advantage of you and hold firm on that. And you have to be able to withstand all the manipulation, all the emotional manipulation, physically. And if you think, oh, she loves you. She don't. You are and will always be disposable. That's how society has always seen it. And that's how it continues. No big deal. So, anyway, yeah, protect and provide is like, like is or something. I know a long time ago, it doesn't have any business in today's society for men anymore. They need to be exploited. It's like, I'm not saying like steal from her. I'm just saying have a good time. Talk her a little bit, you know, resist the temptation to fall in love and tell her that you have her and cook for you, provide for you, pay the bills. She'll do all the work. She really will. She'll fix you. And then eventually she'll give up her. By that time, you'll have somebody else in the wing. And say bye bye. Race Raspberries or whatever. I gotta tell you, if I found a
Oh,
I'll give you cookies,
oh,
food, pay all your bills. All you have to do is continue to do father figures and do kids and making you good, make you look good in front of other people. You can fucking die and you feel mean it all day. That'd be great. You know, it would make me now, I wouldn't make anything, but I'm saying, I gotta take action. Okay. It's like, you're a homosexual.
yeah, that's what it is.
A homosexual is a slang term for a person who enters or maintains a romantic relationship primarily to secure housing, financial stability, or a comfortable place to live, rather than a genuine romantic affection. Yeah. Good. Usually when you have a couple few kids, they can't honestly think that they're that valuable. But they do. They be thinking that.
I've dated my fair share of. I just found testosterone. I've dated my fair share of single moms, and I've always said the same thing. Like when I was younger, but like the girls that were my age anyway, that had kids, I got along with better because the other ones that were my age weren't like at the same maturity that I was looking for. And it's like when they have that kid, it triggers that thing that makes them shift their priorities, and like they don't care about dumb shit, like the superficial shit, like material stuff as much. Like going out to the club, shit that I never gave a fuck about.
They stop being generally having it makes them stop being a fast girl. And they start caring about things like, oh, they're gonna feed their kid. But they're not gonna just like make the crappiest meal they can and throw it out in front of them. Right? They're gonna actually put in effort to make something, but put love and care and consideration into things. And suddenly they start doing things like, hey, you know, if I bake the macaroni and cheese and put the bacon on the top of it, and you put this a little bit this, this, a sprinkle of it, they start doing shit like that to make things better. And that's because that's the maturity happening inside. Suddenly they have something to impress. And women, younger women don't have anything to impress. Everybody is impressed by them, so they can just walk around and be like the center of attention all the time. And that's why the personality is undeveloped. This whole idea that women mature faster than men, I do not see that. I honestly don't.
Yeah. And part of it is
I agree with you 100%. Fucking women with kids is way better than fucking women without kids.
once you get to those kids too. I mean, that's a bonus.
I knew you were gonna go there, dude.
I talked to this one girl. She had an ugly kid. I was like, this is not going to work. Your kid is not hot enough.
It is not. Oh my god.
That's a sound clip and a half.
Yeah, I should have been recording that. Good. Well, yeah, I just don't think that like I've definitely entered into what I guess internet calls the fall self, I suppose. So I'm just at the stage where obviously my disdain of women comes out in my every, you know, in every behavior manner. And I just don't really like them. I don't know. There was a thing I read the other day. So much of the male isn't good. It simply boils down to the fact that a lot of men just they can from their life and abstract of their lives are otherwise entirely personal. The people that I want to talk to, when I'm confiding and having a conversation with about any topic, alien. It's interesting. It's not comforting. It's not fun. But befriend them. If their interests are shallow, opposite things, it's fucking completely missing. They're ignorant of that stuff. And they this idea of like challenging critique of thought. this feeling of them, generally speaking. It's just they want to be around them. So my entire life, whether it's like I'm flying my drone or I care about cars or motorcycles or stuff on the computer or whatever it is, it's almost always something that men have because I'm a man. And so I just enjoy being around people who enjoy the things that I enjoy. And that right there is what he's calling homosocial, homosexual, thank God. He was saying that's what's going on. I just don't like women. And I think, and we've been told that, like, we have all these fatherless homes and stuff, and men are leaving their wives and things, but nobody ever talks about the amount of divorces that women engage in. The women are the responsible for divorces. And it may be because some of the men are bad, but if I'm supposed to believe that 90% of divorces are filed because all men are, or so many men are this bad, it seems unlikely. It's far more likely that women are just self-centered and they're opportunistic, and we see that because finances are good. So, but, yeah, so I think that's really where this whole thing comes from. There's a lot of men out there who they still have it in their mind that what would make them whole is to have a woman, make a family, reproduce, protect and provide, etc. They traditionally believe that this is their purpose, and without it, they feel empty inside. And they don't, I'm not saying avoid women forever. I'm just not saying avoid whatever. I'm just saying, definitely adjust your will, adjust the purpose. That these men out there see what the real man's role is. Do that instead, and don't take advantage. Don't fall into this trap where you're going to be selfish, self-centered, me-centered society. With the idea that you're going to one day be a good father, you're going to have a really good wife, and all going to grow old together like the grandparents did. And even if it happened, it's probably going to have fucking 20, 30 guys that have fucking ran right through her in the past, and she's going to lie about it. So enjoy that, sticking your cock in every other guy's butthole. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just a lot of that. I think the hoflation is a real thing. You take my point. You right there? Alright. Wash the dishes and leave shit.
Get fucked up in the hospital. This game used to scare the shit out of me. I'd sit here and play by myself. But if you played the higher stakes mode, it's more like that, because if you die and you have to, like if I died here in high stakes, I would have to fight my way to get back here to get everything I dropped. But
notifies you twice about the file, so stuff in
see, I have notifications on my phone turned off entirely for Telegram, but the PC, every single message I get a ding for. And when I'm doing something else and y'all are talking or whatever, like there's an option where I can mute it for an hour, mute it for 12 hours. There's all different options to mute for lengths of time, which is nice. Because the notification is...
I'll mute it for an hour or whatever. Because you get a notification for every fucking thing.
Yeah. And the ping is annoying for the PC.
I changed mine to a customer. Mine sounds like a guy getting stabbed in the foot.
I'm going to change mine to, like, I'm just going to find, like, one of those pseudo rape porns and just change mine to rape noise. No! I bet you like it.
I'm gonna try to upload the files. Hey guys, put back.
Faggot.
I felt that someone in the chat when they analyzed it. I said, "Fuck you."
And he's like, what the fuck, bro?
I did that shit.
I used to do that to the one box troll dude that used to follow me around on Tiny Chat all the time. There were so many of them, but I enjoyed them. I thought it was great. But I was like that with them. Be like, what's up, you fucking faggot?
Good to start off that way. Didn't expect that of you. That was probably right there about me, I think. It's like every time I would come to the room, I would sneak over to something and I'd put a middle finger in the box. Fuck you. You know? I'm not serious. I don't like the person or something.
No, you really meant you wanted to fucking.
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
If I look on the stage, people I'm sure if I was saying, if I was really saying fuck you, or if I was just like saying in a jovial kind of a way. So, and not knowing me was part of it. So I was just like putting it.
That's my new favorite word, by the way. Consent cells. That's fucking great.
I'm always a great magazine.
Consent cells is so funny.
You see that, Robbie? Did you see that image?
Yeah, I did. The wolf, the lone wolf.
Yeah.
It's fun, right? The,
That's the and somebody posted that in another Telegram channel I'm part of. I was like, oh yeah.
What are you in, like a fans of rape Telegram channel?
There's a rape Telegram.
okay.
Rapist Anonymous? God damn. Zombies are raping me. Oh, fuck.
Game's
7 days to die. She's, nuclear. She's, like, infected or some shit.
what game is that?
7 days to die.
Old game?
Yeah. It's older, but it's, it finally had, like, an update to it. Because the PC version had a bunch of, like, beta updates and stuff where they were testing new stuff, and then they finally, this is on the console though, they finally, like, gave the console an update. I started out looking for a wheel in this hospital. Never played it. I think it's cheap on Steam.
Yeah, I haven't played.
It's either cheap or free on Steam. It's worth whatever it is on Steam though. It's pretty good. And then like if we had like a group like us that was into it, we could like we could set up like an online server where we can all meet up and play online. And we can have like a world that we build. Just deal with zombies and shit. The Timcast server that I was in had they had a 7-day server that was pretty cool.
Just looked at that Gate like article. I didn't read the whole thing earlier, but I just saw it. Like I remember that they were like saying it's not real and shit. And the very people that claimed it, they were like criticizing the whole conspiracy, were actually like literally doing the same shit they said never happened.
Yeah.
Fucking bags. Maggots.
One of the products for the line code that I deliver, it says like 20-pound, because they're 20-pound boxes of cheese. So it says like 20-pound cheese pizza or something like that. I was gonna put it in there and be like, yeah, this is what I would do.
So, normal citizens and money elites do that shit, and have been caught doing that shit, but, you know, elites that have can never do that.
But it's a problem if I want, right?
Hey,
It's not fair, dude.
it's just crazy.
You missed a good one earlier. Talking about dating women with kids.
I was telling him about being a homosexual, that real men don't protect and provide, that we conquer and consume. And that the best kind of go to single women, single mothers, because they're really desperate for a guy. You're looking for a lot of shit when you get that. So you go ahead, you eat up her food, you don't have to go to work, stay at home all day, play video games, and you fuck her tonight, and she'll just pay for the whole thing. She's desperate, and then eventually she'll get tired of you. Her seeing all this. Because yeah, but the best part actually is when you get access to the kid.
You know, like, you ever hear about those stories that actually is like, that's, you hear about that where like, these articles where they know about it, they're actually involved. And I suspect, I don't know who's working or who's doing the house, what's probably what's going on. Up for her.
Like they put my ex in the game. Oh. Yeah, I was telling Justin Tempest would hate this game because the female zombies are easier to kill than the male zombies. They die so easy. With the exception of like the nurses. The nurse zombies, I think, have like a health boost just because it's relative to health. But look, we're in a hospital and there's just random portraits of Asians. It's crazy. I'm fucking raiding a hospital and my health is worse off than before I came in. I'm not finding any fucking... All my guns are deteriorating. I need to find... Oh, you see in the bottom corner where all the health is, it shows like all your ailments and add-on stuff. And there's like I have the knee thing is like an abrasion, I think, or like a sprain or something. So there's certain like medicines and power-ups that address each individual thing. There's like dysentery, and like there's a ticker on that, like a percentage system on that. If you get like a sprain or a crack, like in your leg, you have to put a splint on. If you break your leg, you have to put a cast on. Sometimes you could just find the things, but most times you have to find the ingredients to fucking craft it. Oh yeah, look at this.
Lonely ass fucking bitch. Goes to the Planet Fitness. She sees a guy inside of there who's got the SS bolts on his arm, on his tricep, on the back of his arm.
Yes,
And
that's
she
not
goes up and fucking reports him to the staff. She's like, holy crap, I'm not supposed to be in here, blah, blah, blah. Making me uncomfortable. I feel unsafe. All sort of shit.
Wait, bitch.
That's what I'm talking about. And I hate all this fucking... I gotta come up with a better way to explain this phenomenon of women, especially women, saying that they feel unsafe. They feel unsafe all the time. For what? You got a tattoo of something like, you know... I mean... Jesus Christ.
it would be interesting to see like I guess white nationals raising in America where they just kill the
It wouldn't just be black people. If they were real white nationalists. Holy shit. found a helicopter and 1,000 fucking drones. Jesus Christ. Look at all. Watch this. I'm gonna walk over the windows and fall through. Bunch of fucking stuff, dude. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Making my shit lag so bad. Oh, dude, play like that. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. There's no behind me. As soon as I get to the roof where the helicopter is, I'm fucking hit. All that, and I've still been trying to fucking wheel.
You got one video on it. Hey,
Dude, that shit must have been a troll, dude. That shit was funny, dude. She's like, hey guys, speak of Mr. Jobs, Steve Jobs. The show's funny, dude. Like, she's angry. Like, you could, some people can force try, like, can force gears, though. You're good at it. You can have to do that. It's impossible to troll.
no, it's not. Don't do it. Women tears mean nothing. She could be buying something completely separate. I mean, use the opportunity for crime to make a profit video. That's not true. Yeah, it's like
Women are
it looks excited because it's a strong face, but it's not real.
women are pros at crying at old stuff. Women are pros at crying about old shit.
They can make themselves cry.
I can make them cry quicker.
Yeah, you feel good enough. Fucking hit him on the fucking forehead.
So it's funny, dude. She could listen to your house, she's no longer with us. She's like,
Okay, guys. Apple Pay. Real money. It's not like Apple dollars. Those are real American dollars to pay with. You didn't know that?
like, you okay? And they ask her, you okay with cookies? She's like, oh, yeah, I'm good. She's gotta be better, though. Like, I mean, yeah, people are dumb, like,
Oh, you know what I found? You know what I found in my shit the other day? I was looking through my drawers and I remember that shirt I bought just to troll you, a Flat Earth Association or Flat Earth Society. and then it says
Yeah.
members all around the globe on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watched it the other day. I was cracking up.
That actually was posted. That actually was posted on. I think that came from the the Private Society. That was like a parody back in like the '70s or something, right?
Yeah, it was
Or
one of
was
their
that a
like,
real one?
it was one of their groups or
Yeah.
something that said members all around the globe.
Yeah. Yeah. It's parody. What do you think? You think that's Appleton was filming? Like maybe something not even funny? Or is
It's
he
hard for me to
talking?
say. It's hard for me to say, and the reason why it's hard for me to say is because I have seen so many women online, and I've seen quite a few people alive, and really are that fucking retarded, that fucking
Yeah.
stupid. It's actually possible. If that was a man, I would say, okay, you either have to be really dumb, which is a small percentage of the population for male, right, is white especially, or you're trolling. A higher probability that you're trolling. But when it's a female, especially mixed up with tears,
Oh yeah,
I love it.
Remember the whatever podcast? They can even name like they think that like they name a country like Africa or like Europe, and they'll be like, wait, that's not trolling. I don't think there's so many of them that don't know. You can't name like certain countries. They name a continent instead of country, and like all kinds of stuff like the basic stuff they ask. I don't even know anything. So I don't know if that's like just their ignorance is so high, which I would say to some point when your ignorance is that high, there has to be an IQ issue, obviously.
I finally got my
It's
kill.
not that it's not that they're ignorant and not informed, because there's a lot of people that are not informed. It's the hubris. It's the confidence of how
Yeah,
confident they are
yeah.
despite being uninformed. And that's the difference. Yeah, it's exactly, but it's really only, well, I shouldn't say only, but it's primarily male who are, especially if they're intelligent, they they realize that they're smart. There's a lot of things they don't know. They don't assume that they know everything, and they kind of doubt themselves a little bit. That's what happens when you're smart. You kind of doubt yourself and others a lot. But when you're dumb, you think you know everything, and
You don't
you
understand
think
how
you
much
have it
is
all
no.
figured out. Right.
Yeah,
And it's because you have to have a certain level of intelligence, like Homath talks about it. He's like,
yeah,
there's meta thinking when you're smart. You think about thinking about and thinking about thinking about, thinking about other people thinking about. And that's what happens when you're smart. And as a result of that, you tend to tap into the reality of the situation, which is you yourself are not quite as smart as you thought you were a long time ago. And that's the truth. And it's only when you have that kind of like meta consideration or level of intelligence that you can see that about yourself. But women don't have that because they kind of exist in the moment in the now. You know what I mean? Like everything that they don't, generally speaking, especially modern younger women, I should say,
they just don't know. They really,
oh,
but like that, they get clueless about how like certain jobs, industries work, or just any topic, but they just have no idea how deep it can get. And like, especially like in science, like with especially anything like cosmology, astrophysicists, they'll tell you, they'll be like, the more you know about it, the more you realize you don't know much. So if you're talking about origins of the universe, particularly, shit, I realize you don't really know much.
But
You don't
there's like
really
a
know,
general
but
lack
there's
of
a lot of you don't know.
there's a general lack of caring too about those aspects of things. Like a dude will look at something and like be deep in thought about like how it works, what the mechanics of it are, what the functions of it are, what the different potentials and all that kind of stuff. Like the wonder, the types of just thought are vastly fucking different. Like the shit that I
it's
sit there
another
and
thing
think
like
about will bore the fuck out of women.
Yeah, exactly.
it's because they're self-centered, and not only that, it's like what's his name, the guy who's what's that one guy, I actually like him a little bit, but he works for Ben Shapiro on the Daily Wire. What's his name? The white guy.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Oh, you're talking with the beard and the glasses.
Beard, yeah,
Matt
beard and
Walsh.
glasses. Matt Walsh. So he had a video a little while back that I listened to. He made a really good point about he said women avoid men that are like this. And so I clicked it because it's going to rage bait, so I'll take it. I'll just drop number of listening. And he made a good point though. He said if you find a man, there's going to be a lot of traits that might disqualify him in your mind. But one of them should also be if he doesn't know anything about history, anything. You don't have to know everything about it, but if he doesn't know anything about history, then what you're dealing with is a person who literally was born late in the game and doesn't know anything about how civilization got to the point they're at now. Nothing. Doesn't have any consideration or care about that at all. And that's the thing. Men generally will look at a situation and go, geez, society is kind of fucked up right now. Why are we what was it like before I was born? That's something that men do. We kind of ask questions like, how did it get there? There's a lot about history that I don't know, a whole lot about history that I don't know. But there's quite a bit of it that I do know. I've read I'm interested in, and I'll continue to read. But there's some guys out there, very few, there's some guys out there that don't know anything about history at all. Nothing. Not one iota. And women are especially notorious because they don't know anything about history. Nothing. And, you know, I just feel like that shows you where the mentality really is. You're dealing with somebody who doesn't know anything about the real story of how human beings got to where they're at. This is not a fictional fucking Neverland bullshit. This is the real deal. He doesn't know anything about how we got here. That's a man that doesn't give a fuck. And that's almost every woman. They don't give a fuck. They care about themselves, their makeup, their fucking stickers and ponies and MySpace and whatever the fuck they're doing, you know? It's dumb shit that nobody else cares about. They're extremely shallow. So,
And that's why this stuff's happening, because particularly on like communism, socialism, this stuff is these concerns that the socialists and and communists make are the same concerns they had before. Equality, blah blah blah, all this stuff. Bullshit. The difference is that we have more technology and it's maybe a little more complex, I guess you'd say. But it's the same shit, the same mistake, the same arguments. And you have to look at history, right? And you read about it, you have to look at history and not just, more recent, maybe a few hundred years or whatever, not like ancient shit dragons. But, I didn't really know much about history, so I didn't really care about it, but start learning about particularly that topic, communism, socialism, you have to know about that because you can understand how it starts, and you start to look at patterns, what people are saying, what they're doing. The fact that they literally had paid protests in or pre-Nazi Germany, that they said were perpetrated by Jews, shit like that. And then you see that shit, and there's actually videos of that one dude exposing these organizations. What the fuck is it? It's like a bookshop that basically sells a bunch of socialist stuff, communist ideology, right? Totally trying to brainwash everyone. These dumbasses that love my history, I'm going to keep that shit.
people are bound to keep things and they don't have a bound to keep things. By the way, it's strange to me when people advocate for Nazism. And look, I try to tell people that you can despise the Jews and hate niggers and want to keep your society, ethno-homogenous, at least to some degree anyway, without having to be a Nazi. But there is a difference between those things and Nazism. And so when I see people like what's her name, not gay, going, promoting Nazism and stuff like that, it's just like, it just tells me that, bitch, you ain't read a goddamn thing about history. Because if you had, you wouldn't be saying that kind of shit. And so, there's nuance. And all she's really doing is saying she finds men that hate niggers to be very attractive. That's really what she's saying. She's gonna women love to drive men places they shouldn't be in the fucking first place. And that's why I call them they are they use the term that they are remember, but basically like
Instigator?
they're kind of like instigators. They're basically instigators, or it's kind of it's just I forget the word. It's kind of shitty what they do for the reason I can't stand it. But anyway, it just kind of pisses me off. It's like if somebody was sitting here legitimately arguing for like the she starts to have her first period. If somebody was
I mean,
that kind of thing,
you can't argue with biology.
Extremely fucking it'd be extremely cringe. It'd be extremely fucking cringe. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like some people are kind of doing that thing. They don't realize that they're too emotionally charged. They have this kind of rational conversation about issues. In fact, my emotional issue is
What?
but I mean, like, they don't.
No, you cannot argue with biology. Look, I mean, if the function is there, who cares?
Like that's kind of the thing though. It's scary. You get people that are really pushy for that. I said earlier, do I really want that? I mean, people do things that way. I think they're going to be like action Nazis. I think they're going to try to do something. Maybe not like exactly like Nazis, but I just feel like it should be cool that direction. See something that would do Nazi Germany. Maybe. Maybe like first off, you're not going to be able to fucking round people up. You're not going to fear that you're not even in fear. You're probably going to come in there and try to stop them. Right? They might get violent. Streets, you might see them. You know, that's there's all right riding. I see that. You see it in some people. You see them around the streets, fucking people up. They did in Iran, fucking people up. But I think it was. I don't know. But yeah, so they're gonna do on this. But yeah, so they keep pushing these people in that direction.
Oh, shit.
Even if it's not just
Fuck.
they're kind of on it. Like, there'll be crazy people that'll do that. I mean, look at the people this guy, right? What is he correct about not to the place in that specific thing? Maybe not. Doesn't mean it's dry. If we assume that pizza parlor didn't have to do that, we just make that.
Oh, no.
He went out there and he wanted to shoot some stuff. So you got people that do this thing.
Would you hear Hillary address that during her thing? She was like, you guys with these crazy conspiracy theories are causing shooters to show up to pizzerias, and like she directly mentioned like the Pizzagate shooting.
But it's the whole thing. That's the problem.
Well, she like they falsely attribute that. They falsely attribute it to that, and it's like there's obviously more to it. They're just disingenuous about the way they talk about it, because obviously you have to be if that's.
She's involved.
Did you ever see? It's like the shit with that guy. Fuck. I left his bike there. That PB or whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah, he had Anthony Weiner on, and he was calling him out about all this shit nobody talks to him about, and like he's close to the Clintons and everything, and he was calling them out and like asking the questions about like the Clinton body count and all that sort of stuff, and he immediately started saying like, how dare you do this to the families and talk about, you know, these people were real people who had families, and you're like falsely, how dare you? Like they all do that same shit, or like they try to, yeah, they try to make the topic like a forbidden topic, and that like they try to make it seem like you're insensitive. They try to make you sound like you're insensitive by even talking about things like if you're pro gun or whatever, then you obviously don't care about Sandy Hook students, and like it's always the same thought process, like the same. They all say the same shit.
Way to shut down the conversation.
Yeah.
Just drag it 3 minutes. It's like that's bullshit.
I asked Rock a moment ago, I told you, I got a book last night into the whole it. So I feel like this is something I hear all the time on the internet. I feel unsafe. And it aggravates the piss out of me. So I asked Rock, I said, you know, what is, I said, explain to me why women say they feel unsafe. I hate this phenomenon of guys of safety. And it says, yeah, you're spot on. Because those stats are real talking about rape stats and stuff like that. Because they gave me some of those earlier. Blah, 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 making the whole effective, blah, blah, blah. Feeling safe practice, peak manipulation, straight up women, or at least a lot of them, recognize it to control spaces, conversation, and policies, turning every minor inconvenience into a safety crisis, guilt trip society into bending over backwards. That time, no, and sure, but equating it to danger is historically ignorant, amplified by social media circle jerks where lights flow mental. It's not about real threats, it's targeting tactics that they're finest. But yeah,
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to have a conversation about auditors, but that's what a lot of these people in the public say when they do like the public audits. A lot of the people that have issues with the people with cameras in public, they're like, oh, I don't feel safe with you. Like, why are you filming me? What is it for? You're making me feel unsafe. And it's like a go-to thing that they all say just because it's a way to manipulate the person into being like, well, my intention is not to scare you or make you feel unsafe, but they don't care for the explanation aspect of like why we're doing it. You just have to concede that you have to stop because it makes somebody feel unsafe, and it's fuck that.
Hey, if I heard that in real life, my instant response to it would be, you're not entitled to feel safe.
Exactly.
There's no law that says I can't make you feel unsafe. I can't threaten you, but I would have to actually do something to threaten you. Like actionable threats or not. If I walk up to you and I just have my gun and I'm talking, I stare you dead in the fucking eye like I have a problem if you don't say anything. Like I'm really pissed off and I don't say shit, and you feel unsafe. I haven't broken the law, and you're not entitled to feel safe. It's just like there's no law in this society that says entitled to feel safe. Yeah, absolutely. This is an example. No one's entitled to feel safe. You want to feel safe? Great. Go get in your fucking car and drive away.
Or like if you follow a woman into like a Walmart parking lot, there's no law against that.
That's a listen. I don't know if that was just a pure joke, but it was pretty good. Yeah. Walking a driveway.
Fuck women and their safety.
I followed.
Yeah.
I followed.
Yeah.
She merged over right in front of me as if I didn't exist. So I decided to stay right up on the bumper and follow her wherever she was going because she shouldn't be bothered because I didn't exist to begin with. And I mean, why all of a sudden now I exist? When I'm following her on the bumper, now it's a problem. Even though she put herself there. And what happened was we pulled into the Walmart parking lot, and she drives down the aisle, and I'm right up there. Sorry, behind her. I mean, right up there. And she turns left and then up another aisle, and then goes down another aisle. I follow her the whole time. I'm in my white van, by the way. It's not a good look. And finally, somehow she kind of got away from me a little bit because somebody pulled out or somebody, I can't remember what caused the problem. By the time I caught back up to her, she had just pulled into the parking spot and got out and ran to this guy that was like pushing a cart into the cart corral. And she's all pointing at me, talking about me. This guy, I think he's fucking following me. You know what I mean? I just kept on going, didn't even look at her. You know? And that was it. She had a little moment of scare there. Good. I hope she was fucking terrified. She has no right to feel safe. You shouldn't cut people off in traffic like that. I wasn't I was just on purpose. I'm driving right behind her as if I didn't exist. It was not a problem.
You should get a bumper sticker that says rape is fine for your van.
The same women will put their hands on a man, dude. That feels unsafe.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like the general sentiment.
I feel in faith. I'm in your face.
But that's the general sentiment of the public. And having watched,
Right up to the camera. I
yeah,
don't want to be filmed, but why the fuck do you walk right up to the camera?
exactly. And they
get out of view.
and then they
It's how you know they're full of shit.
and then they feel entitled to go hands on and not have any repercussions because, oh, I'm just a weak woman and there's no repercussions because I don't pose. Like, they have that mentality of like, well, societally I shouldn't impose a threat on you because you're a man and I'm a woman, and they feel like it's okay to go hands on until they get fucking maced and taught a lesson. Like, that's the value in those encounters, is because it teaches people, not just women, but people in general, that like, just because somebody's doing something in public that makes you uncomfortable or unpleasing to you doesn't just give you the fucking right or whatever to go hands on with a stranger like that. They deserve it.
What I like about the whole auditors thing, I know from your perspective, I might sound like a person who's opposed to them, but I hate the fucking police. I know you're society auditors.
I know you're fishing.
But Mason, that woman was too far. But I'll say this. What I really like about the auditors is that they're bringing out their cameras and recording whatever they can, whether that's someone's house or a business, police officer doing their job or not doing their job, whatever it is, or just random people walking by, sitting at a restaurant, eating outside. And then there's this channel that I'm subscribed to with this guy. He doesn't talk. He doesn't say anything. He just brings a camera.
Yep.
And it's on a pole that he looks up really high so people can't try to reach the camera and knock it down.
Yeah.
And he walks around, just records people. And he'll walk right through the fucking restaurant, while standing on the sidewalk, and then zoom in at people sitting at the table.
Yeah. The first one to run a cameraman to really fucking troll people.
No, but it's like that.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I've seen that same guy, but
The reason I love this, by the way, this is the important part, is that the U.S. Supreme Court ruled, in some case, I can't remember what it was called, I'm sure I can pull it up easily, that basically people are allowed to record the police. It's a First Amendment right to do so, and that nobody in public has a right to privacy in public. If you're walking through public, you can be recorded, and if you don't like it, get out of public, go somewhere else. And I completely disagree with that ruling, by the way. It has led to an overabundance of recording from my corporations, recording you just driving by. They capture your license plate and they put you into the whole surveillance panopticon. They know you're doing all kinds of shit coming to your house. They know everything about you, any people live with you, how much medicine you take, blah, blah, blah.
Well, there's different.
There, and I'm actually opposed to it.
There's different things, though.
Go out and record everybody because it's basically suggesting that if it's true that you don't have the right to privacy, great. Let's not annoy the piss out of everybody with that. Maybe they'll change the fucking law. Yay.
Well, there's different things about it, though, where
upload it, though.
like if
you can upload it and hurt them in that video. Yes, they have consent.
yeah, you don't need consent. You don't need consent anyway. If they're in public in a publicly accessible area, they have no right to privacy. It doesn't matter whether they consent or not. It doesn't matter where you put the video, where you post it. The thing is, like, people think because they don't consent or whatever, or there's been people say like, oh, you need a permit to film in public. That's only if you're filming like a movie or something, like a big project for exclusively for profiting. But like just being out in public, that's why the news gets away with doing it. The news,
Oh yeah, right? With this fight, and if you don't have to literally go out and ask the person for the permission that's on the video.
obviously not.
Upload it.
No, anything in public you can film, and that includes police. Like in the course of their duties, you have the right and the ability to go film them in the course of their duties. That it doesn't matter if you're profiting off of it. If you're in public and you're filming in a public place and you're posting those videos, it doesn't matter whether or not you profit or not. The thing is, like, if you use somebody's likeness, if you use somebody's likeness for profiting, like if you went out in a public place and you saw somebody like eating at a restaurant and you started filming them, right, and then you started using their photos and shit for like a magazine, or like you started putting them in certain clothing and you started using them for advertising or profiting a product or something like that, then you're using their likeness for I forget what exactly the terminology is, but you're not allowed to like use somebody to promote an item or their likeness to promote a product without their consent. So like you can't just go out and take pictures of people on the street corner and then use them in like an advertisement or something like that. But they're
One party, two party thing though. That's only when there's
That's only when that's only for a voice recording, not video extinguished too. And that's like in a private conversation, say you're on the phone talking on the phone, and let's say we're both in the same state, like, Pennsylvania, or state or something. If I'm in the court, same thing too, and I also have to know about it, which I would, because I said it out loud. So that's the state. But it's only like a couple of states that are like that. Almost every state, 40 of them, I think, are single party states. Meaning, if you have a private conversation, I can decide to record it, I'll tell you about it, and I don't have to.
yeah.
And that's because I'm part of the conversation. Where the all comes in is where, like, say if I was not part of the conversation and I was eavesdropping, like picking up a phone and recording the conversation, that's illegal. Because I'm not part of the conversation. So, by the way,
And it still gets fought.
People claim they have a constitutional right, or like, this is the problem I have with the auditing thing, which I think ultimately does a good thing. And that's why I like it, but I also don't like it. And if people say, oh, you don't have a right to privacy in public. I can record you do whatever I want in public.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's actually not true. There was a landmark case, 67, up here, where the court ruled that warrantless electronic eavesdropping on a conversation on a public phone booth violated the Fourth Amendment. And so Justice Stewart wrote, quote, the Fourth Amendment protects people, not places. What matters is whether someone has a simple expectation of privacy. Our test from the Justice Department concurrence says both these things have to be true. You have some right to privacy, and that is the person exhibits a subjective expectation of privacy, meaning they have to keep something private.
Yeah, but the difference.
That expectation is one society recognizes as reasonable, so some objective standard that society recognizes. So, for example, if we're sitting at a fucking table outside at a restaurant and we're having conversations, so you're sitting there hot dogs and talking to each other, and somebody walks up with a camera and starts pointing at us right next to us and recording us, do we have a subjective expectation of privacy?
No.
Yes, no. Society, the rest of society recognizes it as reasonable for us to not want to include other people within our conversation, even if we're on public. And they could say yes. Unfortunately,
If someone wants to come there, they're like, oh,
right, exactly.
For that, it's no.
Unfortunately,
It's no.
what the court has ruled recently is that if you're out in public, fuck you. We can just record up your dress. We can record anything. We can record anywhere and everything we want to. As long as it's seen by the public, we can record it. If it can be viewed by the public,
Yeah.
we can record anything and everything, no matter how fucking harassing that it may be. And that's the problem. If I come stand on the sidewalk and put my camera at your fucking house and stand there for a week and just record anything coming in and out of your house, that's perfectly fine because it's going to do it in public.
It is.
And what these auditors are doing is they're inadvertently harassing people, which I like because I like to harass people. It's fun. But I also realize that what they're doing is they're inadvertently helping change the law that allows them to do that in the first place.
It won't
Yes.
change.
Continue to do that, please. That's what I want to see.
It won't change them. And also, like the phone booth thing, you're like in this. If it was a case in the '60s, that's when phone booths had actual booths with closing doors, and that would, in order to obtain privacy in a public setting, you have to. It's your responsibility to create privacy in public. So whether it's if you have a business and you don't want people from the street to be able to peer through your windows, get curtains, right? That like the expectation of privacy is on the person who wants it, not on the public. So like if you're at a phone booth using a phone booth that doesn't have a shutting door, you're not able to create privacy. That's on you. Don't use a public phone. Like if somebody's walking by, they're gonna hear your conversation.
If you argue this though, like
I
say
think what
the
you're saying
majority
is
of like
not all phone booths out there have doors. A lot of them are outside. Most of them is outside on the side of the wall, outside of a fuel station or whatever. Most of them didn't have booths. It's never been a time in history where most things have booths. But if you listen to that, if you go back and read that court case, and I'll quote it to you, it says, "What a person knowingly exposes to the public, even in his own home office, is not the subject of Fourth Amendment protection, but what he seeks to preserve as private, even in an area accessible to the public, may be constitutionally protected."
Fourth Amendment?
And that's it. That basically means that privacy isn't automatically zeroed out just because you're outdoors or in a crowd.
I get it to a certain extent, but Fourth Amendment doesn't make sense.
But no, that's what he was saying. He said that when a person knowingly exposes to the public, even in his own home or office, is not a subject of Fourth Amendment protection. It's but what he seeks to preserve as private,
Yeah.
even in an area accessible to the public, may, not is, but may be constitutionally protected. So you may have a Fourth Amendment right in some way to be secure the person's Facebook text and things like that, and conversations with other people. So, and I think that it should be that way. I would rather have a society where, yeah, there are some areas where you're in public or whatever that you could be filmed or recorded in some ways, but if you don't want to be, you shouldn't be forced into being recorded and taken advantage of and exploited for someone's YouTube channel or for fucking Home Depot's data gathering practices. Either one is fucking offensive if you're not voluntarily signing up for it. I would rather live in that society. Somehow we've done carte blanche and basically been like, if you go out in the public, you're fucked. Because everything you do can be monitored, tracked, logged, recorded, sent to your wife, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. You have no right to privacy. You can't just exist without cameras up your fucking asshole all the
so
time.
let's get
That's not even
I
free.
have an example, right? So let's say Justin was married and his wife's a psycho and she's with he divorces her, now she's with some other psycho. Justin tries to avoid them because he thinks they're little serial killers or potential psychos that want to kill him. He's to the other side of the country. So privately recording in public, and it just happens to be walking here and there, and publish the video, you see.
That doesn't matter.
And then they see him, and they're like, "Oh, he's over here," and let's say they kill him. But then, let's also say that. Let's reverse that. Let's say there's a killer that does the same scenario. He moves And because of that ability to film public, that killer's caught because someone found him a video.
It doesn't matter though.
Yeah, I mean,
The thing is,
that's realistic,
the thing is that
there's a minute
it can
to do, right?
infringe it just because that potential scenario exists. It can infringe on your freedoms, right? So just because the potential exists that me filming in public, which is constitutionally protected, uh, just because the potential exists that I might expose somebody who's in witness protection or somebody hiding from an abusive relationship doesn't matter, right? If that's the case and they're out in public, there are them simply being in public is risking that exposure anyway. If they're, of high risk like that, that's not my. It's not my burden to protect people in witness protection or people from their abusive relations.
Yeah.
Well, you could, though, because it would be unreasonable to expect you and camera to go and ask for everybody's consent as you film, say you're taking pictures of the fucking, some bridge, some beautiful bridge somewhere in like San Francisco or whatever.
Right.
There's like 400 fucking people lined up to see. You can't go around and ask everybody's consent.
And that's why I like it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I agree with you. But here's the problem. Society reasonably expects some anonymity and freedom from constant kind of dragnet monitoring in public life. Otherwise, everybody has to forfeit normal participation in society to retain any level of privacy.
It's not.
So the Fourth Amendment that I'm talking about issue is well, we definitely don't think that it's right for the government to put up a camera. I hope we don't agree with that, but the government can't put up a camera and start monitoring people as they come and go, which they're doing right now with those fucking things. That kind of same constitutional rule that enables you to be able to go around and aggravate people with a camera. That's what they're doing for clicks.
They can.
It gives the government the same privilege, the same freedom, if you will, to go and just dragnet surveil everybody. And so even when the government is doing it, even if it's not the government, even when it's not the government, that's what you're about. But even if it's not the government, and it's like Home Depot or someone else doing it, then they sell that information and the government can access that information. So it becomes like this tech-enabled, pervasive, like long-term surveillance of all of your actions, allowing complete reconstruction of every detail of your life that would otherwise stay private. And if I monitor where you go every day and all the people you interact with and all this stuff, and it's all done privately, and I make it accessible to the government if they want it for free without a warrant or anything, then it becomes a significant problem. That's what I'm trying to say is that I think the auditor issue, while on one side, I'm definitely on their side, but the reason I'm on their side is not for the reason that they think that I'm on their side. I'm on their side because I despise the law that allows them to get away with that. For the same reason that I despise the law that allows government or even private organizations to put a flock camera all over the fucking place and record the comings and goings because it's in public. You have no right to privacy. So why can I not collect your fucking your cell phone signal and like figure out where you're going all the time and who you're talking to? Why can't I do that? I mean, you have no your radio signal has no right to privacy. Your personal being has no right to privacy in public apparently. So I mean, how far can we take this? Really, I think the auditors are not considering how far this can actually go and how it actually hurts them. I encourage them to keep doing it because ultimately it needs to hopefully, maybe not, but hopefully somebody will change the law and find some details here and there to the court.
What about you, Trevor? Do you think that public surveillance is bad? Grocery stores, supermarkets, and
No,
at the lights.
I don't like it either, but it's within the purview. There might be a way to exclude corporations for doing it for marketing purposes and why you're doing it, because the intention of the law matters as well, and it's a First Amendment protection, and it was intended for freedom of press and stuff like that, where the spirit of those laws are for the freedom of press mainly, and stuff of that nature, not necessarily for like a business to have better like consumer data or like special interest groups having better data pools. I don't oppose it. I don't oppose it because there's ways around it, right? Like if you didn't want, it's not circumventing your ability or your preference of being anonymous, right? Because you're not like if you're walking around with your ID taped to your fucking forehead, you're surrendering your anonymity, and you're not doing that just by showing your face like in public. You're not giving up your identification by simply not covering your face. And that's the thing with advances in like facial recognition. No, but there's nothing that exists on a consumer level that you can buy, like a camera, where you can go out in the public and take a picture of somebody and immediately have their name, phone number, personal information without them surrendering it to you.
Okay, I'm talking about specifically like gas stations, public places, whatever. Right now, currently, 916 has surveillance
Yeah.
system, like the highways. Do you agree with that, and why?
Yeah, I think, I mean, think about what that would do if that was bad, right? You own a business, you can't put up surveillance cameras in public areas, right? And it like I said, I don't agree with them using it to better like their consumer metrics and their consumer data to target
Yeah, I get
in
that.
a
I
in a
agree.
market
I'm
in
not
a
talking about
marketing
that.
capacity.
I'm not talking about that, though.
But I don't want it
I'm
to
saying,
infringe on their
take a look at
ability
it
for
now.
their security to secure their business and start affecting their ability to have surveillance cameras and security cameras in public places where their customers and shit
So
are.
you
Because
you oppose it, but you seem like you support it.
I do support it, but not for
No.
because
Why did you
what
say that
you're
when you said you don't oppose it?
I don't oppose it, but what it's getting into is like, now, can Walmart have surveillance cameras for security reasons, for anti-theft reasons? Of course. But now
Okay.
if they start using that data that they're getting to build, well, what they are doing now already with the self-checkout is they're building facial recognition profiles on people. They're taking
Surveys, yeah.
they're taking yeah, they're scanning people's face when they come into the store, and if they steal at the self checkout, they add it to their file that's attached to their facial recognition profiles that they have
Yeah, yeah.
obtained through their surveillance cameras. Which
That's not that's the minimization of what they're doing. If we're gonna be real here. When they, okay, Home Depot, for example, and I use this one as an example, or Lowe's, Home Improvement, whichever, do the same thing. Lowe's is a little more invasive though. Lowe's, what they do is they put cameras in the parking lot. They don't just record people driving into their parking lot, which they do, and they capture license plates, they capture faces of those people, pictures of people that you're with, the kind of car that you're driving, and they also know that they can connect that to your credit card or debit card inside the store, show facial pictures of the self-checkout especially, and then they can use that to figure out where you live, what your address is, if you've been to the hospital recently, what type of publicly available medical data is on you, what your age is, what kind of things you're interested in, how often you go shopping, if you bought this, what kind of car you drive. And they can use this to aggregate a lot of data and find out a whole lot of things about you, not just to find out if you're a candidate for a new lawnmower, but they can tell if you're the kind of person who believes XYZ politically, ideologically, with a statistical degree of, of high probability. And they can use that they don't just market to you, they can use that to kind of manipulate you. So they can not just talk you into buying a lawnmower or, Braum's doesn't do it just to talk you into buying an ice cream cone. If it was just that simple, or just making sure you don't steal, it probably wouldn't be much of a problem. But it has grown into a huge fucking dragnet that's publicly accessible to all these data brokers, and they're selling it to everybody. So it's not
which
just
is different,
keeping this data safe, they're not. They're selling it to everybody.
right?
And that's really the problem. And I'll bet, from the sound of things, and I don't want to assume your position, but I'll bet right now between me and you, Trucker, that we both agree that You should be able to walk around and have a right to film the police at public events or record the public with your camera and upload to YouTube or whatever you want to do with it. It's fine. But there's a difference between that and corporations or the government or anyone for that matter installing networks of cameras in parking lots.
That's what I'm saying.
To just store everyone's data in every movement all the time, everywhere, in a detailed chronicle, searchable chronicle of your daily life. And that's where you go, eat your doctors visit. That's not plain view anymore. That's aggregated surveillance. And I'll bet you're probably against that just like I am. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that one day we need to get somebody.
But it's not the same thing.
It's going to happen. Some guy, some auditor out there is going to record. It's going to have a detailed movement of this one business and everybody that comes and goes all the time. And someone's going to fucking sue him. And he's going to take it to court, and that's going to escalate. They're going to escalate, and they're going to get up to the fucking Ninth Circuit, and they're going to make it to the Supreme Court eventually. And it's going to happen one of these days. And then they're going to have to draw. And there's already been a 2018 ruling on this kind of sort of about the government doing it, and about people's right to exist in public without being aggregatedly surveilled all the time. And so that's going to be applied to private individuals with cameras. And I'm looking forward to that day.
I don't think
they
it's
finally say, okay, wait a minute. You can fucking record with your dumbass little camera. You can't fucking, can't aggregate someone's whole life all the time. That's ridiculous.
And I don't like that it'll probably come to that. I don't like when corporations build profiles and shit like that for their personal gain. That's what I'm getting at. But also, the fact that exists the auditors aren't going to make that disappear. The corporations are going to make your right and your freedom to do that in public disappear. There's a difference in, like I said, I'm against these corporations doing it for their gains and their nefarious means and profit and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But like,
I agree.
I don't want that to serve as the reason why I can't do it or why people of the press, because me and you, now both of you, are members of the free press. As long as you claim that you are, you are. There's no credentials needed. You have that right and ability to be and report on things that occur in public. And the last thing I want to see is corporate America ruin that for U.S. citizens, to be the reason why you're not allowed to film in public because corporations have a history of exploiting that and using that data for their benefit. That ridding me of the right to film and record shit in public is very bad. That's very bad.
Well, the fact that they can record, I mean, there's so much surveillance in the country now. I mean, like you mentioned, like Walmart's infrastructure, just the fact that like
Right.
80% of people,
Which I'm fine with.
come out. Walmart
Let me
is that's
let me ask you a question real fast. I'm sorry. Real question. If you had to choose between the type of surveillance network that you have today, which is getting even worse with AI, you've seen what's going on. Would you rather have this wide open surveillance state, or wide open surveillance state, but you get to record in public with your phone or whatever, or you don't get to record at all? No public recording without everybody's consent, but you also get the benefit of there's no fucking surveillance state. Which would you rather have? Which extreme?
I value the freedom of the press, and I would rather have people be able to film in public. And then, because that would just shift society to, because if it became that big of a societal problem, there'll be a market to circumvent and counter the surveillance state, whether it's products that you can wear or some kind of device you can wear that blocks the signal or obscures your face or something like that. It would only encourage legislation and product development to fulfill that market of people who want privacy from the corporations. But again, I'm not arguing that corporations should have that. I don't think corporations should. The thing is, like, if I owned a business that's open to the public, right, that's a limited private venue. right? Because your venue is open to the public. It's classified as a limited public venue because you're a place of business. You can't exist and operate without the public gaining access to your establishment. It's still private property. You still have the ability to kick out and refuse service to whoever you want and all that. But um, I would hate to see, because of corporations abusing surveillance and technology, that some mom and pop shop now can't run a security system of their liking in their establishment. And if you ran a business that was subjected to getting robbed all the time and shit like that, I would be fine with, like, think about it. If you ran like a pawn shop and you kept getting robbed, you would be more in favor of like wanting to be able to obtain a product that exists on the market, whether it's a surveillance system or something of the like, where you can buy it, install it, and now you get data on the person, people coming into your establishment, should one of them rob you, right? And you're not exploiting that information or that data. You're only having it if they like rob your establishment. Now you can scan their face and see if there's any public records that are associated with that facial recognition. You can already kind of do that, right? We already kind of do that to Comshock. When you found his like profile, he thought you hacked his phone. That's because he presented his face to you. You captured it and ran it in the image software, reverse image search, and found like images of that person, right? There's no difference in that than running a security system in a pawn shop to know who your customers are. Should one of them come in, pull a gun, and empty your register, and now instead of just giving the cops, who are dog shits at their job anyway, instead of just giving them the video of what the person looked like and what they did, now you have like a profile like, hey, this is the guy and this is what my software showed, his social media account, this is him and that. It's their problem if they have their, so like if you're out in public, out and about in public, and you have social media that's not on like privatized settings and stuff, that's on you. But I would hate to see the access and the ability for businesses to use surveillance as a means of security to secure their business and stuff like that. I'd hate to see that go away just because some dickbag or some dickbag corporation like used it to exploit consumer data and gather consumer data. I already don't like that.
There's there's ways to deal with it. I guess you just have to have heavy penalties. When you sue Walmart or whoever do that, or any big corporation, you sue them for $300 million, but they have.
But it's a hard thing. It's a hard.
It has to be severe enough where they won't want to do it in the future.
It's a hard thing though. It's a hard thing to stop because, again, you don't want to rid even Walmart the ability to put cameras up, right? Because if Walmart wasn't allowed to put security cameras, they become a target. It becomes very unpleasant to shop at a place who's legally not allowed to protect themselves that way.
They shouldn't sell that data or like use it for things
right.
like that. Okay, if the intention is to make sure that you can catch someone that stole, that should be the use of it.
And ideally, ideally the solution would be to stop shopping at Walmart until they stop.
Right, but by saying that they can't distribute, not just sell, but trade, distribute that information, then, you know, what is a Face ID technology, for example, if, you know, let's say I run a pawn shop and I got cameras in there. They have Face ID AI technology that can look up accessible images of people and their IDs and match them to the people that come into my establishment. And then it's just collecting data in the background. I don't really watch them. I don't really give a fuck about who they are. Until I get robbed one day, I come in and find half of my shit's been stolen. I can go back and see these are all the people that came into my establishment in the last 30 days. And these are all the IDs of those people. So there's a high probability that one of the people may be the ones who actually stole from me. So then we can use that information to like go out and use the surveillance system of other businesses and public cameras, whatever, to find that person was in this area at that time when this whole thing happened, and blah, blah, blah. Making it much more difficult for people like that to get away with their crime. And I see the benefit there. And I don't have a problem with people having cameras inside. And I'm actually, you know, to me, I don't want to trade essential liberty, for security. Because if you do that, you end up like, and that's the problem. That's always the problem. So I don't want to take away. I don't want to take mom and pops a right away to to put cameras up inside their store to identify people that come in. If they want to identify people that come in their store, put somebody at the fucking front door and say, "Can I get your ID?" I'm taking a copy of it before you come in. And that way the person can say, "You're doing what with my ID? No, fuck that. I'm leaving." Then they can choose not to come in. That's a better way of doing it, rather than just like catching everybody that walks in without telling them first, and then distributing that. They're not selling it, but they're giving it or making it available to other data brokers or other people or other institutions, whatever, make this stuff available to data brokers. And that's really the problem. So there's got to be some line here. So I don't want to see my right taken away. I want to see my right enhanced, actually, to be able to record in public. But at the same time, I want to take away anybody's ability to use that information to create a surveillance state. And that's what I'm trying to
get a yeah. So individuals on the street should be able to record. Private entity or like businesses should be able to record, and there should be a way to prevent them from using that not for catching criminals. They should be able to use it to catch criminals. I agree with that. And obviously, the only thing is that they should not allow the government, maybe, like, there's so
To a
many
certain
things,
degree, yeah.
government. Yeah, but my thing is, like, if the thing with the surveillance stuff is that you got surveillance everywhere. You got ring door cameras. You got people up in homes having the surveillance. Now you got businesses, and then the government and the highways and the traffic lights. There's so much surveillance that it is perfect for an authoritarian state if they wanted to. If they could somehow take over, they could have so much to find almost anyone. If they,
That's right.
you know,
Even
that's
if you
the
make it
problem.
illegal for the government to have
No.
access to it, even if you make it illegal, they can still get access to it. They don't have to tell you about it.
It's a problem. So, like, obviously, like, people think it won't happen, but what happens if it does? And this is the same issue with the guns. People are willing to give their gun rights away because they don't think. They're doing it in hopes that they don't become authoritarian and tyrannical, which is, in my opinion, retarded as fuck. So then we have to ask the question about surveillance state. Now, I'm okay with a business using surveillance to protect their business, to catch criminals. That's fine. That's a private entity, a private business, just like a human walking on the street, a person with agency, and they're a human, they're a citizen. Now, the problem is when the government has a wide network, government-owned network, not this is not the convenience store. Now, can they go there? Can they go there and get that data? They should be able to, if it's like local law enforcement should be able to. They do this all the time, catch criminals, right? And sometimes they don't even do that. They can just use like the neighborhood cameras on your fucking door, and they can just use traffic, and they can find them that way. Or sometimes if the person they suspect they're at a gas station, whatever. But the problem is the risk here, doing all this surveillance, is literally setting up a perfect environment for an authoritarian, tyrannical regime. Literally, if they chose to. And the problem, people just say, well, that's not going to happen. Okay, well, then give up your guns. Is that not going to happen? I mean, I can guarantee if you gave up your guns, you'd see drastic change in politics. You'd see drastic uprise of socialism and communism, 100%. That would happen. And it would happen so fast if you gave up all your guns. I can almost guarantee you that. Shit, dude. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as I try to answer the question I presented a moment ago, which extreme would I go for? And I'd go for the one, whichever it is, that enables the most amount of freedom. And that's generally the right direction to go. That's how I feel anyway. Neither one is perfect. And if that means I'm going the direction where we end up with a big surveillance society, as long as I have maximum amount of freedom, then I'm good. But I do like the idea of perhaps we have some way that people can opt out So imagine this. Let's say once everybody's face is up inside the surveillance network and it's publicly accessible, and I mean you and I can just go to fucking www.whothefuckisthatguy.com and then find a face on our camera and find out who that is. It's that easy to get access for everybody. Type a name, or just upload a picture, whatever.
That's true.
Let's say it's that way.
Tricker's face, right? And upload it and then matches it. It's like this. It gives you like 100
Which we
different
already
views.
do.
You scan
Which we
through it,
already
right?
that's how I found what's his fucking clam check. That's how I found it.
Yeah.
Right. But here's the thing.
Like,
What if there was some other thing that allowed anybody to say, like I could go to that www.whothefuckisthisguy.com and I could upload a picture of my face and say, if this face is in any video or picture on the internet, it needs to be removed. And what it does is it tracks down who uploaded that picture, who uploaded that video, and says, hey, the person you've got inside this video wants to be blurred. They are at this timestamp, or here's the photograph or whatever, blur their face or whatever. And then it puts the onus on the person doing it it gives everybody some right to truly to get out of the surveillance thing. But the problem is, it's like I've contacted companies before and say, delete me, delete all my data that you have, and I've done it before. But then guess what? I go back and 6 months later, and I submit another Freedom of Information thing for their company, and I can see that they've got all my data again, even though they deleted it before. That's because they're constantly updating in the data brokers.
Yeah.
We've got to get to a point where not only can I get outside of the surveillance apparatus if I want to, because I should have a right not to be recorded if I want to. That's really what it comes down to. We can solve this problem if we can have both rights existing at the same time. Your right to record and do whatever you want to with the information, and my right to say, no, you can't do whatever you want with my information. That's it. If we can do both and find a way to get both to exist simultaneously, then yeah, you'd have to have some enforcement. You'd have to have some private company out there helping out. Right, exactly. So that mom and pop pawn shop would have to get some type of notification that says, hold on, wait a minute. You just came into our pawn shop and you don't want your faces ruled that you can't be recorded. So I'm sorry, you're not welcome to come into my pawn shop if you don't want to be recorded. Fine. Thank you for telling me and giving me the option. Now I can walk out. And that's the end of it. That would solve the problem for everybody. And the technology's there to do it. We just haven't done it. And that's scary.
The store thing. Again, just make sure, because I think I had asked a question.
Let's say there's some major company out there called, Don't Track Me or whatever, okay? And what they do is you yourself. Hold on. Just let me finish explaining this. There's some store out there called some shop, some website called Don't Track Me. You upload a photo of yourself and say you don't wish to be tracked. So that means that anybody who operates some type of face tracking service, like a surveillance apparatus service, like major stores, the government, fucking Walmart, whoever the fuck it is, whatever, Amazon. If that face comes across one of their in their data gathering, it has to be blurred and removed. Automatically, right off without even talking to you about it, because you've already seen that needs to be done. And as a result, if you don't wish to be monitored and tracked, stores can see that and say, well, then you can't come into our store. So if I run a pawn shop that does facial recognition gathering for my own surveillance, for my own security, and you walk into my store and you've already gone to Don't Track Me and upload your face and said you don't want to be tracked, and you come in and my surveillance system identifies who you are and says, wait a minute, I can't record this person. They don't want to be tracked. I have to delete all the data. It goes ding, ding, ding. It notifies me that this person has walked in, which one they are. I go up to them and say, I'm sorry, you can't be in here because you don't want to be recorded. And you just make it. Oh, okay, thanks. Or they could just be a regular guy who doesn't want to be recorded. And so as long as we can find a way so that people can not be recorded, at the same time while enabling people to be able to record whoever they want to, if those things exist simultaneously,
But it should show
We
the tracker.
have a much more ideal society.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a good argument, but let's say it pops up, right? Maybe it should also notify people when someone is let's say the little store you got, little gas station, little orchard, and it should notify them that someone has a serious record, like felonies or something, or violent crimes. Maybe that should notify them.
Maybe you didn't understand what I'm saying. If you go take your picture
Well,
and
that's fine.
listen, if you go upload your picture to tracking.com or whatever, now what happens is anybody who's on a face ID surveilling network or whatever, which could be or for their long database, if you walk into their store, their system identifies your face, takes a picture, they know who you are, and it automatically uploads that to humantracking.com to see whether you're a person that can be reported. And then it comes back with an answer. Nope, you can't be. Fucking logic has said you doesn't want to be reported. And that's it. It's therefore, they get a notification, the employee gets a notification that you are a customer that doesn't want to be reported, and the employee walks up to you and says, I'm sorry, you cannot be in here because you never be reported. And you go, okay, I tell you what, I give my consent to be reported, and he'll say, walk up here to the counter, sign on that line, shop here, or you have to leave. And that's the end of it.
But that's kind of what already exists.
And it can happen like that even on a YouTube video. So I go to Six Flags and start recording all the crowd of people and upload to my YouTube channel. Somebody's face is on there. YouTube can have software that can identify faces that do not wish to be tracked based on DoNotTrackMe.com, and it'll automatically blur the faces in the videos that have opted out. Automatically, I don't have to do anything. That technology is already here. We just have to implement it. My goal here is to keep people who wish not to be tracked or recorded their right, for them to have that right, while also enabling everybody else to have the right to record everything they do. That's all.
But that already kind of exists.
You can't opt out if you're a public official.
And that already kind of exists with like the corporations that are exploiting. Where it's like, if you know of a corporation who's using that type of data to exploit its customer base or to manipulate its market, then you can opt out of shopping there to begin with, the same way they can opt out of having you come in as a customer.
So that's why I like the auditors, because eventually, the more the people do this, the more of a social problem it creates. And the problem it creates, the more likely it is that there will be some law passed or some technology that comes out to help satisfy the people who have this problem. That's a good thing. So I say, by all means, auditors, continue to aggravate the fucking piss out of everybody. Keep doing it. I want you to. And by the way, I'm going to be entertained by it anytime because I like watching people do shit. It's hilarious. But at the same time, I also hope that it just turns into a fucking big stinky pile that they have to solve into the technology.
What do you think about, like, there's some nigger that is like, so gas station, and yes, you know how they let people out that have serious crimes, you know, this happens, like that to do this, that, pretty much it. Let's say he goes to the gas station, and that guy has a surveillance, right, and it's pretty advanced. Say it's like 10 years. I think that you would, like, a scenario where it notifies that, hey, you identified someone that has a serious record here. You know, he's a murderer or something. Maybe it should reach
Two
us.
questions, yes. Yes. I'm a shop owner, and some walking felon who's walking into my store, and he's a notorious thief, or a murderer, or a child molester, or whatever. So he has to get the fuck out. I don't want you in here. I should be able to do that. That'd be a great idea. Absolutely. That way we shun all these fucking people who are
Instead of like
terrible for society.
and erase them, right? If they try to like do anything, that'd be amazing.
Actually, you know, it reminds me of a conversation I had years ago with Nomad. Basically, we talked about, you know, she's kind of, this is more of her original day. She's got, but I talked about why I don't like the government. And I said my example for why I don't like government inherently is because the government's not allowed to lose. And she didn't understand what I meant. So I said, look, if I'm standing in a public park and I take this piece of paper here and I pull it wadded up, throw it on the ground, and I litter right in front of a cop, and he says, hey, you need to pick that up. And I said, hey, fuck you. And he says, okay, well, I'll write you a citation if you don't pick that up. And I say, why do you want to pick that up? He writes me a citation, and I walk down and throw it on the ground. And he goes, if you don't pick that up, also, I'll write you another citation. So we keep doing this back and forth until eventually he says, if you don't pick up that trash, I will arrest you and take you to jail. And I say, well, if you try to arrest me and take me to jail, if I kidnap me and take me to the downtown dungeon over throwing a piece of paper on the ground, and I'm going to resist. And he says, well, if you resist, I'm going to use violent force on you to put those handcuffs on you. I said, well, if you're going to use violence or force against me, then I'm going to use violence or force against you to defend myself. And he says, well, if you use violence or force to intimidate me or threaten me in some way, then I'll pull out my gun and fucking shoot you. And he will. And that's ultimately what can be escalated from a simple littering charge to I will fucking kill you. And that's how it can escalate. The government is never allowed to lose. That's the problem with government. And or at least I have a big problem. One of the big problems I have with government. So there's a way to solve that problem. And I came up with this idea a long time ago. Rather than give people citations that they probably don't pay, the statute of limitations will run out on it. And it can be escalated to unnecessary violence. You try to pull somebody over for a speeding ticket and run away. Then we're going to chase them and drive them into 4 other fucking cars and kill them in the street and kill the people in the car. For what? A speeding ticket? That's ridiculous. Unnecessary. So what we can do is, so the guy identifies me, the government identifies me, facial recognition because I committed a crime. And basically it gets posted. So suddenly every store that used to have a do not track order on my face no longer has a do not track order on my face. And everything I attempt to buy, no matter what it is, whether it's a piece of bubble gum or a fucking car, it's going to be attached to an extra bill. So I'm going to walk inside and attempt to buy some Hubba Bubba gum, and it's going to say 10 cents plus $271. And I'm not saying, I'm not buying the bubble gum again. I'm walking off. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go somewhere. Eventually, I'm going to have to pay that bill and get collected by private companies. They can just eventually get me for it. And that way, it doesn't have to be for violence. It's not necessary.
That's amazing. That's brilliant. So they could just move on. They still have to pay for it, except they're heading somewhere to that way. Right. I heard someone.
I'm here. It just started lagging though. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What was that?
You must have had.
So there was a weird lag, and I couldn't even leave the chat. And I couldn't get back in, but I could type in the box.
You must have some unpaid fines.
Okay. So anyway, public gathering of fines. We're going to solve these problems, speeding tickets, things like that. You don't have to take one of those somebody.
Right?
Exactly. If you have indicators, that means your face automatically gets removed. from the do not trackle that you have put up on yourself. So if you're the kind of person that doesn't want to be recorded, all of a sudden you can be recorded by everybody. Now you have a strong incentive there. Hey, fuck it and pay that fine. You get into fucking large surveillance apparatus. Yeah.
But think of a counter argument.
Yeah, subscription citizenship. Sounds great.
You get a counter argument too? Absolutely. The counter argument would be that it's not a good idea to do this because let's say I'm somebody that committed a crime, not most of the crime, maybe it was an accident and I was in a mistake, but if I can't even go and buy my food, then or if I can't do things society so I can end up being off that fine, and you basically forbidden me to keep myself in some way. So you would have to be like gradually find someone. So like if I don't feel the elders, you can maximum charge if I buy something, it's an extra dollar, pay $1 that I spend or something like that, for 10 cents.
I don't like it.
$1 that I spend. That way, if you got somebody who like say they live and they racked up a $500 bill, but they live for, you don't stop them from being able to participate in society. That they can pay off the fine. That's ridiculous. I mean,
An option.
It's too close to a social credit score.
Transaction or like $1 or $10 for the transaction. There should be something around. Like, maybe that option that they have should also be depending on certain.
It seems awfully close to like social credit scores.
Actually, that's a good argument against it right there. It does seem close to social credit scores. But then again, so are you. So is any form of citation. If you get a ticket now, you effectively, you didn't see the living rate. You're forced to pay that back because you've done something wrong in society. They make you pay it back and you're going to go to jail. So,
Yeah, but applying it to it's more about what you apply the repercussions to, right? It's like subscriber citizenship where, like, oh, you have littering tickets, like, yeah, you can't opt out of certain. That's for premium citizens.
Maybe for some misunderstanding. My argument or my recommendation for how to solve this problem, or my idea, I should say, to solve this problem would be it doesn't tell the company what the citation that you're being charged with is for. It just says you owe money because the police officer gave you a citation, and if you buy something, they will give you an option. You can pay your $100. You can choose to pay $1 now, or you can pay $100 now, or whatever. But you gotta pay something, either $1 or $100, whatever. There's no premium tier for someone to have like, oh well, I never have to pay because I'm premium. There's nobody that can buy their way out of being able to.
Like, how much if you fucked a kid or something? How much would you have to pay, like, out of pocket?
Yes. Jesus.
I mean,
It's all about
Worried about you, bro.
I'm making good money.
Escape this fucking system just talking about the trucker gets out of hand, bro. Holy shit, man. Yeah, that's a good system. But the China's like social credit score. Do you really think about that?
Not a fan. Have you ever seen Black Mirror? I know Justin has, but the Black Mirror episode where they have like the social credit score episode where it's like you try to catch a ride or you try to buy a plane ticket and like your peer-to-peer score isn't high enough because you were, you weren't pleasurable with somebody and they give you like can swipe a review on you like instantly. That's more of like social credit score. This is just. It's just close to it. It's not. It's obviously not the same thing, but it is.
I I get it.
and it is in that ballpark.
See what you mean now. I see what you mean. That would be kind of embarrassing, right? So let's say going to a fancy hotel, and the amount is $500 a night for the hotel or something. And actually, that's something fancy. A lot of places are far more than that, like in Vegas and stuff. But anyway, it said $500 a night, and they go to charge me, and after tax, it should be they know the amount. This is hypothetically call it 600 after tax, but then the bill comes up 1,000. And then they'll know right away. Oh, sir, you must have some penalty on your record or something. You can't operate this room. Sorry. You have to have a. We don't know what that is, and you're charged with. We don't have this penalty, so that can be used to shame everybody in some way.
Defamation.
But I'm faggot.
And it would,
Yeah, so that's because I don't. That is supposed to social
Fuck you.
and it would crowd, it would,
Yeah, in my hotel.
it would crowd the courts too, because you'd have people that would argue that that's like defamation and shit.
Kid, fuck you. Yeah,
But the
man.
people who rape kids and abuse animals and stuff, we do want to shun them out from being able. I want to be able to shun them from not being able to have business. That and fat people.
Well, why are you targeting me?
People should have like extra kid.
Yeah, no, we should just have a rule. We should just have a rule where like people in vans have to pay twice for everything they do too, and like
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't even do that. I just realized that. Holy shit. Like, it's the people at the.
leave my kids and my animals alone, dude. They enjoy it.
Oh, but I'm interested one to put your data like the citation. That would be interesting. I wonder, like, has anyone ever proposed that? Is that like that's like, you talk like you're thinking about that. That would help me. How much money?
We should also.
How much money in the millions? Like, I don't know if there's millions. How much money?
The government is really stupid. Keep that in mind. The government is really stupid. I remember somebody telling me this story, and I don't know if it's true or not, but like the government held a contest where if you could save the government money with a plan proposal, they'll give you that amount of money for like an X amount of time. And one of the winners was, all he did was simply suggest that when they print like legal documents and government documents, that they use both sides of the paper, and he saved them like some absurd amount of money, and the guy was like a billionaire because he obtained the amount of money he saved for X amount of time, and it was something so fucking stupidly obvious that he suggested that they do, like, use both sides of the paper.
So that would mean you have to basically fork over your ID every time you make a purchase. Say I wanted to buy a pack of cigarettes. My wife doesn't want to smoke. You know, whatever. I wanted to go buy something privately. Now I have to get my fucking ID just so they can see if I owe any fines to the government.
They should do that with health stuff. Like, you should have like your health stats attached to your payment method, so that way next time you go through McDonald's and they scan your credit card, they're like, "You sure you want to do this, fatty fucking liver? Are you serious?" And you're in the, like, they can just call you out on it.
I agree. And they should know that they should do not only that, but they should be like, look, you can order your 17th hamburger trucker, but we're gonna have to jack up your insurance bill. I agree. Everybody else shouldn't have to pay more just to keep you fed. That's crazy.
Fucking target me and my dog. My fucking kids, dude. Well, not my kids.
What about? What?
Other people's kids. What?
Okay.
What are we talking about? Pretend like you're offended and grossed out, dude. I know what you're up to. Shaylo and Ed Cat told us, dude. the
Can
problem.
you guys see the tags I put on you? You know, posting?
Not on your own.
Me,
I see it on other people's. And then if I went to the member list and it shows what you put on everybody from there, like I could see what like Logic's is, what Shalo's is. I don't even know who Pat is, but it shows like everyone's there. Who's Pat?
Pat?
Yeah, yeah, who's Pat?
What's his name? That's
Oh, I see. That's because I've got everybody renamed. I can rename everybody on my end, so it shows not gay is not gay, and Scotty's is Scotty, and Logic is Logic.
yeah, you got me doing an eat tag. Fuck you, man.
Debating why you should change that name for you.
That's a good one. That's good. Well, how did we get to that? Little van tag. You're talking like little,
Singing in the band and stuff like that, you know. And if you're a fag, you're a
little
van.
van tag, yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
We were talking about like how the inner cities are usually like blue. Remember that? That was the topic. Usually the cities are blue. I forgot what it was exactly about. Every time. Country. Yeah. But these communists, man, all those people that support that shit, they're always like some motherfucker will be like, so now you don't want to work. Just
I forget how to, I can change people's name on Instagram.
Go look at that, there's two episodes I think you like this.
Social credit score.
No, Justin make me take a week back. So, mentioned like
Cabin, White Christmas. That's one of the good
I've
ones.
seen a few of them. I've seen like a couple Black Mirror episodes, but I just never really like got into it.
Yeah, me and Justin, I think me and him have talked about Black Mirror. Like we like a lot of the same episodes.
You just have to like, there's a few of them at the beginning that you might not like. Once you get further into it, there's a lot of, like, oh shit, you can see where that would be really society today, like more people going to the earth, like social process and everything, because in China, it was like, you know, it was like society today and like white society, but it was a little more advanced. Not a whole lot. Basically, what happened was she goes into a coffee shop, for example, to buy a cup of coffee, and they give her the coffee, and she uses her phone to pay, as we already do, a lot of people do. And then the little thing pops up and says, how would you rate your interaction with the person in front of you? This person that scans the device, it knows who you're interacting with based on your proximity to that person. And so you give that person a rating, 5 star or 1 star or whatever. And they do the same for you. They give you a 5-star. And the higher social rating you have, everybody approving of you around you, that you're a good, decent person, and that gives you access to higher tiers of a wide range of things, including better places to live. You can have better transportation methods, better seats on airplanes, better cars, better all kinds of stuff. Better people, even other people who have higher tier themselves, they don't want to invite you to their wedding because you don't have a high enough score, for example. And so you can kind of imagine where this could get off the rails.
And that's what the episode is. Like,
You're
laying
she's
out.
real bubbly and real, really concerned about that fucking sport. And it keeps going down, down, despite her best efforts. And all these bad examples keep happening to her that are misfortunate. Fortunate examples keep happening to her. They're just spiraling out of control. But anyway, it's all about, I mean, that's yeah, you can use any book. I'm sure they'll tell you that. Yeah, Social Credit Score.
That's on Netflix, right? Is it on Netflix? I'm Netflix. Right?
It's Netflix.
It moves though. I think.
You can download it free.
Yeah, you want a link? You want a good link for TVs and movies?
Yeah, go ahead, good. Yeah, there's so many now. I just have an issue with like being able to cast it to my TV. But I don't just. That's why I can't go like the Netflix.
I don't know
I
if
just reactivate it. When I pause it, I just pause it and I just reactivate it when I want to.
I don't
I'm
know
not
if
watching it. Sometimes I won't watch it for like 4 months, you know.
I don't
So if I don't want to pay,
I don't know if this one has Black Mirror, but it has like all the Dexter. Dexter's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched a little bit of Dexter, and that's another show. There's quite a bit of good shows that I never like.
But there's a lot
revisited.
to it.
Dexter was one.
There's a lot to Dexter that isn't. There's other sub series that go alongside it that are really good. That are like either prequel or they're like him when he was younger, like New Blood, and then there's stuff that emphasize like him and Harrison, his son, and they just follow like the trials that like him and his son at the end of the one. I don't know how far you've seen it, but it's like they rekindle and it kind of just goes down that storyline. And then like I think New Blood was the one where they were younger, like when they were teenagers and stuff. So it goes through like what it was like for him when he was like a younger like teenager and stuff. And the cast that they use for it is really good because it's not actually them, obviously. It's actually like it almost seemed corny at first, but it ended up being pretty good. Like the actors that they picked they did really well for the characters they were playing.
My favorite one on back to the episodes is San Junipero. Now, the only thing I don't like about it is they had these two lesbians. I don't think really that necessary. You don't have to have a couple lesbians. They're not lying, so that's obviously I could have put that in my fucking face. That's interracial. You know, on purpose too.
That's the thing I'm watching.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
San Junipero is about basically, I'll just ask this question, it's easier. When you die, how would you feel about, before you die, getting to sample all these different eras, decades to live in, 70s, 80s, 90s, and you get to go like, put things on your fucking, on your temple, virtual reality and experience. It's a real experience, like you're in there in the fucking 80s, 90s, you can see everything. You don't die, you just live there. And when you die, before you go, you can choose one of those decades you get to live in. So 80s, 90s, whatever you want. And you go there. And that's it. And so it's rather than die, you get up into the cloud, so to speak. You don't have to die. You just your real life ends, and then it immediately picks up the simulation, right?
Yeah.
So you can choose, or choose to really die.
Is the person in that show that when they die and they, I'm assuming the person did die, right? They got chose, like, how did it start? Like, there was, like, a child or a teenager?
So, well, that's funny that you asked that because in the real world, the woman died after being paralyzed for 70 years. She's paralyzed on the life support or something for 50 or 70 years or something like that. Really old woman. But in the simulation, she was a hot 25-year-old. And I guess in the simulation, she pretty much stays that age, that young age, ideal for her, forever. And she's aware that she's in a simulation. So is everybody else in the simulation. They know that they're in a simulation. Everybody's aware that this is just, that they have died, everybody knows that they moved on, that they call them full-timers. Everybody's aware, so you can walk up and say, I died in my previous life. Everybody, it's not a secret. It's not like everybody, it's not like you don't know what happened. You know. So, but they kind of make it, they invite some other elements into the episode but the general concept of the episode is really significantly. I would love to not die, to kind of upload myself to the cloud.
Yeah. There were a lot that I liked. The one that I used to like explain how my anxiety works, where like there's this guy who has that everybody has a chip in their head basically, and it gives them the ability to like they can tap in the TVs and they can go back and play like segments of their memories, and you can share that with other people. And it was in the scope of his relationship with this girl, and they were like raising a small child, I think, and he fucking goes in and like I use it to describe my anxiety because that's how I am when I'm anxious about a situation. Like I go back and I replay that shit in my head over and over again, and the conclusions that I make aren't always logical or real, but that's just what I do to myself with the anxiety is like I'll replay shit and then I'll like, okay, maybe it makes sense because this is true or whatever. And that's kind of what he was doing was he was going back and replaying his memories on the TV and like obsessing over them. And he started up building up like this scenario in his head where his like wife or girlfriend or whatever was cheating on him. And he started putting all these pieces together and making these realizations and stuff and seeing her like interact with other people. And he got to the point where like he basically like forced her, like held her down and like forced her to put her memories on screen to prove that like he's not fucking crazy, that he is like making sense of this in a correct way and stuff. And he like forces her and she has to put on the screen what her memories were, and he was right. Like it shows like the whole relationship basically, or like he went to the guy and made the guy admit it and like show the memory or something like that at gunpoint. Like he got drunk.
So, but remember when it all started for him? See, that's my second favorite episode. I love that fucking episode because when he was having that breakdown, almost every man knows exactly what that feels like. Probably a lot of women too. They know exactly what it feels like to suspect that you're being cheated on, but you can't fucking prove it. And because it torments the shit out of you. But if you had a camera in your eyes that could record everything you were going through, then you could rewind the initial thing that caused you to think that in the first place. And if you remember, he walked into a house. At a party, there was going to be what, eight people there, or 6, 7 people, whatever the fuck it was. And he saw his girlfriend talking to some guy, just standing there, she's waiting on him to show up. He was the right place, and she's in there with her drink, and she's having a conversation with this man. And the look on her face when she turned to the right and saw her boyfriend was, there was something about that look that I think we've all kind of experienced a very strange look from someone for just a blink of a second, and we can't really prove what the fuck is going on. That's the onus or the origin moment, and it was from that he began to analyze every laugh, every look on her face, how she interacted with others when she thought she was alone, I mean, when she thought he wasn't there, and how she interacted with him when she knows he's there, and how she laughed at his jokes. Was this a funny joke? Was it not a funny joke? Um, you know, just stuff like that. Suddenly he starts recalling claims that she made about, previous boyfriends that she dated or whatever. And then it was that picture on the wall in the bedroom. And he forced that one guy to show his memory. And it had the picture in his bedroom. And he knew that he had been in his bedroom. And cheated on him. And so then he goes back with his sister. And then he goes back and now he's wondering whether or not the child that she gave birth to is even his. And he asks her that it's dead in mine. And she's like, oh, how dare you ask me? That is terrible. Why would you ask me something like that, right? And he's like, okay, so then you don't have a problem like putting it on camera, but you definitely said you dated him, so when was the last time you
Yeah, because the way that like it shows up on the TV is like, so every memory shows up like when you open your phone gallery for photos, how you can see like 50 photos on screen until you click one. Like when they connect to a TV, that's kind of how it is. Like you can look at like an album, and he made her like pull up the album with like associations to that dude, and you could see like all the different things. And then there was something in his memory where I think where like he showed her, like he went to the guy and made the guy show him the guy who he thought his girl was cheating on him with, and he put all his shit up on screen or something, and like later on he recalled from what was on the screen, he played that part back or something because he was drunk. I don't think he caught it or something because he was drunk when he saw it later or something. I need to watch him again. It's been a while since I've seen him. That one.
I think it's called The Entire History of You.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it.
Watch that one right there. Like it'll make you mad because like most of us have experienced this before, even if it's not with a relationship and like an intimate relationship, but we've all been around somebody in real life, and there was this moment that they looked at you in a funny, strange way, or they acted in a certain way that gave you an indication that you couldn't really prove why, but it makes you think that there's something going on here with that person, the way they look the way they looked at you in some way, or whatever it is, and there's something you can't really prove, but if you could play that back over and over and over and over again, then it would keep you alive, and you can actually evaluate everything. And the episode starts off with him in an interview, and the person that was interviewing him said, once he said something, we'd like to have you come back again, or
it's like we'll contact
you.
Maybe
have you.
Like
he showed it to his girlfriend. She said, "Oh, good, your interview was good. They said they want to see you again." He said, "No. They didn't say they wanted to see me again. They said they would like to want to see me again." Because he can play it back. So all those little details, suddenly you can scrutinize every little detail and get down to the truth.
Which is like,
so crazy. That's the great thing about that episode.
Which is like what it's like to have anxiety, because you sit there and play back every little fucking interaction sometimes. Every important like interaction that you have, you'll sit there and fucking replay it in your head over and over again and be like, well, what did they mean by this? Like, you'll just start, I don't know, like, so I guess social anxiety to some degree is like that.
That kind of person, they have, it's not just people with anxiety issues, social anxiety, but it's also people that are like high functioning. That's what it is. So you end up listening to every little thing someone says. You don't always get it right. lot of times you do, and you pick up on little subtle details. If someone says something, you don't know exactly what they said. The other person may not have intended to say that. So maybe they meant to say, we would like to see you again. When in reality, they said, we would like to want to see you again. Which is different. They may have just stumbled his words. So if you listen to that, and you're a high functioning person that picks up those details, that could drive you fucking crazy. And for some people, it really does drive them. Some people, you kind of have to come through. And, yeah, if I could just hear everything.
You would like, there's one that, there's another one that you would like probably too, where I think it's in that museum episode with the black chick. She stops at like a roadside museum to charge her electric car, and she walks into this museum. It's like a roadside museum, and she goes in because she has to charge her car.
Wait.
Whatever, get on my fucking pronunciation, you English fag, fucking language fag. And she goes in, and
to be honest, we can give you all the time about museums.
Anyway, she goes in, and it's like a roadside exhibit where all these things are like on display, but it almost seems like the episode exists because there was a bunch of there was like a bunch. Whatever, fuck you guys. I'm leaving.
We're gonna grill you for 3 hours, right? So let's be fair. I've dealt with this for shit. No, I'm joking. Squid number 5, 4.
Yeah, the antibiotic is fine.
I mean, come on, dude. Like, that's like the whole. That's really bad, in my opinion. But whatever. What's to do with it? Shit. We could grill it on this. We should definitely grill on the other things.
Can you spell that out for me? Museum? I'm not gonna let you. I'm serious.
Keywords. So this woman goes to a museum and does what?
Yeah, you could tell like the episode is just full of like ideas that wouldn't maybe make up a full episode. So she goes from like exhibit to exhibit, and as the guy's telling her about the pieces, they kind of dive into like the backstory of the item, and like it's a full episode in its own with how the episode plays out and ends. But there's like pieces in there, and there was one, and I'm pretty sure this was part of that episode. The guy with the doctor with the helmet, where he would put this fucking like neuro helmet on his patients, and it was because the whole premise was that the hardest part of a physician or a doctor in dealing with somebody's medical pain or issue is them trying to explain, them trying to explain like where the pain is and what the pain feels like. They can't describe it in a way that would match something that would lead to a proper diagnosis because it gets lost. People feel pain in their stomach and they're like, I don't know, I think it's my kidney, but it's like they're way away from it. They don't know anatomy. They're not physicians. They're not like studied in medical science or whatever the fuck. So they have this helmet that they put on the patient, and it allows the doctor to experience the pain, the exact pain that the patient is feeling, and diagnose it more accurately. But the doctor starts getting addicted to the pain that he's feeling in the patients, and he turns into like a drug addict, like it's just exploiting the pain feeling and hooking himself up to the helmet. And at one point, like one of the patients dies, and he got to experience death, like the pain of what death feels like. And he went crazy like a drug addict. They had to like take him out of the hospital and shit because he was showing up on his days off just to tap in and like feel people have heart attacks and shit. It was crazy. It was a good episode. Fuck you guys.
That one was one of the most unique, I think, because unlike every other episode, every other episode stands alone on its own. You don't need any context from any other episode to watch it. But that one specifically, to fully enjoy it, you do need the context of others because within that episode, there's lots of like elements of previous episodes. And I guess you don't have to watch the others to enjoy that final episode, but it makes it better if you have watched all the previous ones.
Well, they're like Easter eggs of past episodes, like references to
Right.
some of the artifacts or like the things. I liked all of them, honestly. Even the one with fucking Hannah Montana or whatever the fuck. I enjoyed the premise of that episode with Miley Cyrus. It was a good episode. Yeah, they basically like downloaded her consciousness against her will, and they put it into these toys for their fans to buy, and what it was a copy of her consciousness, and they edited it. Like they highlighted certain things that they wanted the toy to feature, and they edited out like certain personal memories and beliefs and experiences, so that way it was kind of filtered, and the kids who play with the toy can have conversations with like this AI version of her consciousness. And what happened was one of the people who got it was like this obsessed girl who was like a big fan of her, and she got a hold of one of these dolls and started flicking it, and something happened to it at some point where it unlocked the part of her consciousness that they made an effort to block out of this doll, and they found out through the doll that she resented her public image. She resented the fact that she was even famous, and that she was like controlled by the fucking like record companies and stuff. And that it got so bad to the point where they put her in a coma, and they were controlling her shit.
I think one of the I always forget about this episode, but I think this one got the best reviews that people like the best, and actually it is up there. It may be better than San Junipero, which is called White Christmas. And that's that one is actually one of the longest ones.
Is that the cabin?
But it's the one in the cabin, correct. But but it also like it takes you for a ride actually, because they did the same thing with that woman. They put her inside. She uploaded her own consciousness to her own little robot, her little smart home robot.
Her little
that
egg.
she could use to make posts and coffee and shit. And then his ability to fast forward time for her, from her perception anyway, is amazing. So for him, what feels like just a few seconds while he's crunching on a piece of toast, to her feels like months. And she's been stuck inside this little shell by herself, isolated for months.
Yeah.
And
that was a good one.
They use that same tactic to extract the confession out of somebody else and then torture them once it's all done. So they decide to go away for the weekend and leave the time running really fast for that guy inside the simulation thing. And so for him, it feels like he's been in there for probably hundreds of years. But to them, this is
Yeah, that was a good one too.
torturing somebody.
With that little egg device thing, that one was pretty good.
Yeah. That's what's scary about the simulation theory, is that you have a way to, or like not just simulation theory, but also like a virtual reality. You have a way to fuck with time in a way that could be used against you in a very bad way. Because a day may pass, but maybe 1,000 years or something,
Yeah.
So that's fucking freaky. And while that would be cool if I could go when I was alive all over again, could be interesting. It could be like, oh, okay, well, all this is really neat. I can drag out my life much longer than I would have been able to. Not a great idea. If someone wants to use it against me as a form of torture or punishment, because then
That would be
I'd be living a horrible life for 1,000 years.
Yeah,
if
it's
if
Netflix. Have you checked it
if
out?
if
You
if
talk about it.
if it no. If it had reverse
Okay.
where you could like make somebody younger, that would save a lot of. That maybe would have saved like my marriage. Because I like you see pictures of like your significant other when they're younger, and you're like, man, if you could just like I could find some old. I could go to a nursing home and just revert them all to high school and fucking go crazy. What was that? There was a Disney movie that got me obsessed with like that whole like freezing time aspect where it was like a Santa Claus movie and he had this fucking device where he could like freeze time and shrink stuff and they basically like took from the rich and gave to the poor. Like they were doing Santa Claus shit and he was like shrinking rich people's stuff and putting it in his bag and bringing it to like poor families, poor neighborhoods. But he had like this device that stopped
Is
time.
that Black Mirror episode?
No, it was a Disney movie, I think. But the concept of that is, I've obsessed over that idea for a while, like the ability to like freeze time and shit. And it's funny, there's actually like, I was gonna say, there's actually like a porn genre called like freeze porn or
You've seen that,
something.
right? I'm sure you've seen shit like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
freeze
like
porn,
a whole thing, like
yeah.
a whole. There's like entire websites for that where they just freeze
This is
time.
why we can't give people technology just this right here. Because Justin will be raping, sorry, Tucker will definitely do it, especially Justin probably. Will be raping anyone.
You know what? That's the problem with you, Watch. If you're a consent cell, we can't have a nice society if we're not allowed to do
Exactly.
it.
Consent, consent cell loser, dude.
Maxing, what is that, rape maxing?
Go ahead, Max. Yeah, we're not allowed to bring Max in. Yeah, and definitely some rape inside of the Black Museum.
It's a Black Museum. Justin, this just gets on fire.
Guys.
Black Museum. Tucker's gonna freeze time and do some raping in his Black Museum. Shit.
I'm gonna
I'm
revert time and I'm gonna go.
About simulation theory. Check out check out my episode on it, and you'll give you something to fuck with in your head.
I'm gonna reverse time. I'm gonna reverse time and I'm gonna go back and fuck Logic's dead parents and become your father. Use him.
That would be a different timeline. It would be me.
Just for making fun. Damn.
Yeah, dude. Hey, dude.
That's right.
It wouldn't be me because like it would be.
No, I'd make sure it was you.
Okay.
I'd make sure it was.
Well, it wouldn't be this me. It would be another fat version of me because I have your genetics.
Yeah, but you'd be a better driver because you wouldn't be part Asian or whatever.
Better driver. Okay. Wouldn't matter if I die early. Accident or accident, die of heart attack.
No, you'd have your legs.
So many episodes here I gotta watch. I gotta play this shit. So I wanted to play on my TV, but I guess something happened with Sony was doing. I mean that like you have an LCD, right, Pepper?
Yeah.
So that they can use those.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just put it that way. I just installed Plex on my TV, and then installed Plex on the computer as well. And a little application, which is a little tiny little thing, like a server, but it only serves to local network in your house, not outside. You can see all that feature. And then you go to the library settings and add Black Mirror if you downloaded it. And that way you can stream it on your TV and get beautiful. Whatever.
Justin,
You can actually do better. You can do better than Netflix. Because Netflix will tell you they'll give you 4K, but if you go look at the feed, the raw feed, they're actually giving you like an upscaled 1080p off and or even worse. So if you download the real high definition version of shit and then put it in Plex, then you can play true 4K badass things and looking great and crystal clear.
It's not a mirror. You're not talking about screen mirror, you're talking about actual testing.
Actual streaming called Plex. That's what I use. Rather than
Okay.
but yeah, I mean, if you're asking me about stream TV, yeah. I mean, but I have a HDMI cable that I just plug my phone in and I can play anything on the TV right there. I mean, I don't do the cast here at that thing.
Yeah.
he wrote his own.
Like, sounds like a little delayed, right?
He wrote his own code to be
Yeah.
able to do that on his TV. He wrote his own code for his TV to be able to do that.
And it deletes all the trackers that you faggots share
Learn the code, faggot.
Maybe you can. He opened up that can of worms. You can just read those
Yeah.
first.
If you're not a fucking
Yeah.
debate fag, dipshit brain fucking idiot,
Where do I go to learn? Do I go to a museum for that?
yeah.
Museum? A code. Yeah. Do that.
You have to download files or anything. But actually, within Plex, you can also, you don't have to. It's better to play it with a local file because then you have a higher quality version. But within Plex, you can also type in whatever oftentimes someone else out there who streams that file. You can watch from there, just like you have your own file. So it's almost like kind of file sharing in a way. I'm surprised they allow you to do that.
You still have your LG, that 8K TV, right?
Yeah.
AK is
Well, I'm just saying, right? I'm just trying to.
It is legitimate.
It is legit. You have to. It's not the actual media.
That's what people with old people eyes say.
We can actually eventually sign it.
Well, anyway, so have you ever casted from your computer,
Yeah.
or your phone to your app?
Porn. Yeah.
Actually,
It's not the same if you stream like screen sharing to a screen. It's not going to be because
No.
it's going to depend on like your internet speed. If you do it through like
I'm not talking about that.
HDMI, there's a special like high-speed HDMI cable that is better like latency or whatever, like higher speeds that I use for the 8K.
Oh, well, okay, so like let's just say important. Yeah, I was just trying to identify that I was saying LGB or other or not. But have you tried doing on that site that you know you can casting it? Your LGB.
No, it will.
What do you mean by no?
I haven't done it, but it will. I mean,
You've done it many times, like recently.
like what are you saying? Like if you stream, like if I did it, I would just do it through a HDMI cable on my PC and just make the HDMI cable go into the the TV, and then
No, because
as a second monitor.
so, so I think that Sony has this pirating software. So I don't know if they just somehow like been able to do that every fucking site or like streaming site to be that increasingly harder. So every time I press the cast button, right, when you press the cast button right on your desktop or laptop, it shows devices, right? You cast it. And I select my Sony TV. It casts it, it goes to it, but then it loads and then it goes back to it. It just shows like the cast um, on the screen, and that's it. It used to yeah. If it's anything LG, because I know you have the red, obviously, but that's
All my monitors are LG.
yeah. So you have used essentially because I have casting though. It'd be interesting if I try it. If it works, I don't know if it's my. That's LG does the same thing. Maybe it's a reading thing about it.
I could try it again.
How do I stop using
I wrote a code that
Try to do that one day. Yeah, try to like read it.
I could just turn it off. None of these fucking zombies drop loot.
Stop doing the screen share field chat. You see, next time on the screen share window, stop doing by the chat. Look into click on this is avatar.
Yeah.
So my Google Cast messed up so I could imagine maybe Google deciding has some fucking shit going on. Yeah. They're making holidays some anti-pirating. I'm looking it up, but you guys' issues on streaming sites are usually caused by network misses. Bigger promotion of the other hand, looking at compatibility.
you stop showing the screen?
No.
Like it's unreal.
No. You disabled it on for the whole call or whatever you did to it.
But yeah, doing this inside for 8K makes a difference. So like in your typical living room setup, 8 feet away, 4K set 4K exceeds what your eye can see, let alone 8K. But making it stand out, you need a certain setup, like sitting super close to it.
I do.
Like a 65 or larger screen.
That's a big screen. It's like a 6 foot
So
screen.
mine's a 72 inch. Or, I forget what it is. It's big, and I sit pretty close to it. The same thing for my desktop monitor. I use a CX 42, I think it is. It's like a big 42 inch super flat screen. It's super thick.
Yeah,
It's like maybe
I remember that.
maybe a quarter inch, less than a quarter inch thick. But it's
That was right before the C1 in like 2019, I think. What year was that? 2019? 2020?
but it's
Still,
it's
you're
OLED.
still a human being with human limit. Like in pixels per degree PPD. It's the same pixels your eyes evolve across 1 degree of field of view. So the old 2020 vision benchmark I pegged it on 60. But doing 8K at the high end, like 94 to 60, you're not gonna more pixels, you're not gonna be able to see the difference. So there's almost very little media that's available out there, available in 8K.
A lot of people
There
don't
it is, though.
see it. They have to have the TV and have to have the media that actually has like the
There's
the
videos.
stuff, like the quarter.
Yeah, there's videos on
Media that
YouTube that stream in like 12K, and when when people come over and they want to see like they're like, damn, that's an 8K or whatever, and I show them a sample of like how crazy it can look. There's a video on YouTube. It's like a drone that's flying through New York City, and it's shot in 12K. And when I play it over, when I play it over the HDMI, it looks insane because it's a compressed 12K, but it's actually you're seeing it in 8K, but it looks incredible. Yeah, the sample ones, and those are better because they're not streamed. A lot of those, like the sample TVs that they have out on display, the way they preload a lot of them, they'll have like a USB drive or something that's plugged into the TV with the actual video file that it's sampling. So it's not streaming it over data. It's actually playing it natively off like some of them are like little HDMI. They look like fucking thumb drives, but they're just like little HDMI. They look like Fire Sticks, and that's what it is. It's just like it has the high res sample in it, and those exist on YouTube too. There's one that Sony Bravia did, where it's like 8K OLED sample of like a pinball, like a classic old school pinball game like machine, and it looks fucking incredible when I play it on either on my desktop or on the 8K. It looks insane. Because the 8K isn't OLED. It's QLED.
You still have the mindset. You can't your brain, your eyes will not detect anything over a certain, like even 8K about the same as 2K ish at QHD.
No.
to a person like that being out there detect detectable pixels.
I
And
don't think
they've
so.
done these tests on blind tests with like a lot of people, and
I-
yes, 8K clips of studies offer no significant 4K instances.
I
So,
disagree.
okay, this is what.
The United States that they offer 8K clips offer no significant 4K at normal distances.
I disagree with that, but
They really, yeah, in other words, you may be able to discern some noticeable difference if you're sitting right up on the screen, and like using a computer monitor, where you're like a couple of feet away from it. Maybe discern it. It's not a lot. It's not, the significance is
Most used.
because the science says it's basically squared. Extra pixels are basically hateful because your eyes can't detect the information on Twitter. You have to be a little percent where it gets there to see really significant.
I understood TV over big resolution. Fuck off. Big resolution. Big resolution.
Say
Resolution.
125 study versus Cambridge.
University of Cambridge is probably in Ohio, and it's probably just using that name. Like, what's that other one? What's the one that the virologist guy
All you have to do is
that you guys used to fucking argue about all the time?
yeah, that's like it.
The guy who invented it,
Yeah, fuck off, dude. Anyways, all you have to do is you have to walk. All you have to do is walk I'll go those faggots. Like all you have to do is walk into a museum. You see this shit,
I'll go in there in my museum and make sure I'm lost in my fucking painting out of shot. I shot my hand.
You gotta get the antibiotics up in the museum. I said the wrong way wrong. I said museum. Museum, bro. Museum. Holocaust.
But anyway, there is like a pixel figure for human being to some degree. And sometimes you can't see more pixels, so
I would say
they come up with like high contrast ratios or patterns, things like that, like undercolors, violence, and stuff like that. That seems to add more, I think, things that add more value to buying television or being monitor or something. It's adding more pixels. It's really obviously a limit, but it's not really. I mean, have you ever listened to those faggots talk about how they can do the difference in a 3D versus flat?
The audio file people.
Yeah,
I don't
for me, audio is everything. I love audio. And I can be a little bit of a snob with it, but even I realize these guys are lies. You can't hear shit.
But I still think that there's definitely like I've seen they do it. It's just wild. How they just come right up there. Obviously, the actual file, the TV has to be actually.
I agree that you can see the difference. I think you can see the difference. I feel like I
do
do.
that same file at 4K to 1,000.
Well, that's gay. 1,000 get faggots.
In order to say this 8K, you can actually distinguish the difference. They have to do a double-blind test, so they'll tell you if it's 4K or 8K. You're sitting at the same distance. And they test that same methodology they use as hundreds of thousands of other people, and then they come up with a conclusion to see who's really right. Could you really determine 8K from the 4K? Sitting at this distance, say 4 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, whatever it is, from the screen. And what they found is that no, you can't. A lot of people like to claim that they can because they're placebo affecting themselves, or they're just getting too close to the fucking screen. And if I put my fucking nose to the monitor, I could probably see a little bit more, sure.
Well, that's the
Well, I
thing
mean,
with like the
I guess
8K sample.
yeah,
When I like,
yeah,
because when I show people, part of what's cool about it is the way my TV's mounted. You can get real close. It's on like one of those swivel pull out mounts. So like I can go real close to the screen and see details like that. Sometimes the closer you get, it starts scrambling it, and you can like the old what is it, the CRT TVs, like you can see the color cells when you get super close to it. But like with this one, the closer you get, it's just the more detail you see. Like if you go right up on it, like you could see
Yeah,
in
yeah,
that
yeah.
drone
yeah, it
video,
has more resolution.
like you can see somebody standing on their balcony smoking a cigarette on like a high rise in New York City. But when you stand like 4 or 5 feet away, you can't see it. Like the clarity
Do you
increases
know
the
how I
closer you
know?
get.
Do you know how I know you don't sit that close to your TV trucker? Because if you did, there'd be no room for you to eat. So you're lying. This whole thing has any utility at all.
I mean, I don't sit like that close. I get you're joking, but like I'm
I
not.
would say 16K
I'm
would be like,
maybe I'm
actually,
maybe like
8K and 16 is
4 feet.
like the thing.
I'm right
I
now
would
like
say that, yeah, I don't.
I'm playing this game. I'm like maybe 4 feet away from the monitor.
16K evaluation. I'll just come up with random. I think
I would agree what you said if it was 8K to 16K. I think it'd be hard for maybe would it triple?
but the studies have shown that
It's 4 times.
the people cannot discern 8K even over 2K ish. I swear to God, they say they say that they say listen, people can't tell 1440p from 8K and 4K/8K look identical to lower res like QHD or 2K.
The biggest difference is the refresh rate and why having higher resolution with a better refresh rate it is important. And there is like if you increase the resolution and don't increase the refresh rate, I agree there's like diminishing return. But to say that like I for sure notice a difference, and it's like I've seen all that stuff where there's like the diminishing returns, and I get it, especially in gaming, because the diminishing returns is greater, right? Because you sacrifice frame rate for
Listen,
for
what about
resolution.
a
It's
full
not.
screen? 720 versus you can tell between 720 and 1080p, right? Because I can't. I can text. See that.
He's not wrong about higher resolutions, though. That is true. Like higher resolutions, it is tougher to distinguish, but it's not. It's not impossible, and there is for me anyway, there's a noticeable difference between 4 and 8K when it's done right. But like he said, the problem is a lot of the media that exists is not true 8K. It's enhanced 4K.
Yeah.
And there's a noticeable difference between that too.
There's something called the Lechner distance calculation, and this calculation assumes a 20/20 visual acuity and are based on the principle that the human eye can resolve detail only when the pixel pitch subplanes an angle about 1/60th of a degree apart. So, in other words, you can look at the optimal viewing distance of something and then determine the difference between a 4K, 1080, 720, 2K, fucking 8K, 16K, whatever you want. And you can figure out that there is diminishing returns, significant diminishing returns. Generally speaking, people cannot tell the difference. And they really can't. Even in blind studies, they cannot tell the difference. Now, that's not saying it's impossible. If they do, hold on, just a moment. They do say that if you had an 8K, for example, to stand out over 4K, and still be able to stand up to all these tests that they do, you need an absurd signal where you see the super close, like 45 feet, massive screen, radius key, and 20 feet, with 4K to 60. The older replicates is in the picture.
Good, well, you would definitely see it closer. But if you step back at the opposite end of let's say you get the same screens, I don't know the screen size.
You know what I said? I said 100 inches 4 to 5 feet through massive screen, e.g., 100 inches, or you could put a mythical 280-inch screen at 10 feet. So, in order to hit the ideal standout, to be able to distinguish 8K over 4K, obviously that suggests that it's not impossible to distinguish 8K over 4K, but the diminishing return is absurd.
But are you saying
the increase? No, I'm saying the increased cost, but also, I think you can do that up here. I think the increased cost of it makes it actually not useful return investment at all.
Okay, that's a
as it turns out that all these different studies and measurements show that you can't actually distinguish the difference. Yeah, in order to distinguish the difference, you have to find somebody who's placebo some fucking flat flag who's like, oh, I can feel the difference, even though they really can't. Or you're gonna sitting with your nose practically touching the screen. So,
I mean, when I even on YouTube, like, I can see.
I noticed it with porn, dude.
I mean,
like I've watched 8K porn, I come so much harder.
Yeah.
And with so much more clarity, I come in perfect clarity.
When I go on a YouTube video that has 8K, right? Obviously, my monitor's not 8K, so obviously that would probably be the issue. That's probably what it is. My monitor's not 8K. I have an 8K monitor, and I switch on a video. I say I go watch those like scenery videos, they're 8K or 16K. I have to switch between 4K and 8K.
And that's streaming.
I see it now. I can barely see it. It's very subtle.
And that's streaming.
But
that's the thing too. Like if you downloaded it and watched it locally, it would appear even clearer than if you stream it.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying. You're wrong. And I'll give you the bottom line in the studies. Technically, the human eye can resolve beyond 4K in ideal lab conditions, close up, a huge screen, perfect vision, high contrast content. If you have all those things, then yes. But in practice, for movies, gaming, sports on consumer TVs, 8K is literally indistinguishable from 4K for 99% of viewers at sizes. It's mostly marketing hype, especially since native 8K content is rare. Upscaling everything to your 8K TV doesn't magically create detail that the eye can see. I'm not saying it's impossible. The funny thing about the 4K is that based on the old way which is that Lechner distance calculation, at an average or normal distance, the average person can't even really see the difference between 1080p, 1440, and 2K. You can't see the difference. So 4K is still way too much.
But you do agree that you can personally. Yeah, right?
I think if you have good vision, you're close up, you have a bigger screen, you have high contrast ratios.
No, can you?
Yeah, it's possible.
Have you seen videos? You've seen videos of Quad HD or 2K? You tried to switch it. You've seen it, right? So you're not saying that like because factually it is a higher resolution. You're not saying that there's no difference. You're not saying that's different.
I have a 75-inch LG. When I've seen it, it's because I'm seeing closer than I probably should. I have decent vision, TVS high and it's good too. So all those together, and yeah, I'm going to be able to see that 4K as a difference. Definitely. But if you sit me back in a bit, and I will have average vision, and the contrast is average for your average TV, and yourself, would I be able to see the difference? Sneak picture of your
So if I went to a museum, right, and there was like a location, but
Yeah, okay.
big picture of a vaccine, a big antibiotic vaccine on the pay TV in an exam. Yeah, you might see the graphene inside the shot, and you take it then. You see what's in it, of course.
I know on my old TV, I remember when YouTube, this is like 2015, this is like 4K was like a thing on, was it expected like 2014 or 15? I know I got my TV
Probably.
in 15. YouTube didn't have at the time a lot of 4K content. Like it was there, but I was like, only the use 4K video, right? And I forgot what it was, but I was trying to play the videos and it said that it wasn't changing. And after a while, I remember that YouTube like did something where they updated it, and then you could add, and my TV was so good, right? But I couldn't see anything. I looked at the screen, looked at the screen, I didn't see the change at all. And then when they update, where they had the, I think when you went on the settings, you could see it actually in 4K, and instead of running 3D or whatever from like 60. I started doing that, and I looked at that. I remember one day I saw it, I was like, this looks way clearer. I went to check, if it's actually I'm sure in 4K. Thanks for that. There's definitely a difference. And I'm on Netflix watch the 4K stuff, like I watch the episode Wednesday, and something like that on YouTube. I got the Sony OLED like 2 years ago. And after that conversation about OLED, I got one, and it's like, there's another second of highlights and that nerdy shit. It's like, why?
Is that show any good?
Yeah.
I would watch it just because that bitch is so
I
fun.
don't really watch. I didn't really watch it. There's like a season 2 or some shit. I don't know.
I'd only
I was
watch
just
it
watching
because
it like
Jenna Ortega is so fucking fine.
yeah, but it's like it's such a good show because of all the how dark it is, and all the secular highlights. Like when there's like a flame and like the side or background, and it's like illumination and all that. It's fucking crazy. I love it. Especially I would imagine on the LG it's even crazier because you know what I'm saying? The glossiness of LG, any glossy doesn't have to be LG. Any glossy screen is actually superior. People think that's not a real thing, but I do believe it's a thing. It definitely enhances the contrast. Like LG, if you see LG, like a glossy
Well,
LG
that's the
screen,
thing. Like I've been to places. I've been to places that have like the side by side, where like they'll have every brand on display, and the only one that comes close to competing with LG are like some of the high end Sony. Like Sony Bravias are super good.
yeah,
Those are amazing.
yeah. Well, the thing is, you have to understand. Um, I don't know if it's consistent every year, but I got the A80K, right? This is like 2023 or whatever, right? They don't have glossy screens on anything less than 75 inch or 72, 73 or 75 inch, or 75. No, 77 inches. Only 77 and 83 have glossy screen. They actually LG like the glossy screen, full gloss. The lower screen sizes, 65 and 55 and anything lower, were not. They're actually like, I think it's called like semi-gloss. They call it semi-gloss, which is basically a matte screen.
Yeah.
Um, and so I literally see them side by side. It's 100%. It's just not the same. They're both good on either screen, but when you watch it on a 77 or even
It's for
20,
people who
LG
don't
has it on
have.
all of them.
It's better when you
LG
don't.
has it on all of
If you
them.
don't have the proper setup where like you have like a window that you can't black out in a room, then the matte
Yeah,
finished
exactly.
screens are better for sure because you don't get the
Yeah,
glare.
because of
But
like,
the shiny
yeah,
screens like you're talking about, if you have a blackout
yeah,
room, are superior by
yeah,
far.
that's what I want. I fucked up. I should have just got an LG. I get the Sony. It's the 65. I could get a higher screen size, but I think I might just go for LG next time. No, I don't. I just like Sony's dual TV better.
The
The image is just
Bravias,
better. The TV is not bad.
The Bravia OLEDs are amazing. Like, but you have
Yeah,
to go
but
to such a
they're
high. you have to go to their extreme high end, and the price point compared to what you get with LG,
Yeah.
just LG's better for like the budget and the quality makes more sense.
But Sony's are good now at gaming because they have that game mode thing. I don't know how it compares to
Every TV has a game mode. All that does is like there's what they're doing now is they're putting an upscale chip in them. There's like it's like artificial resolution enhancement kind of thing where it's using AI to well, it's like digital upscaling, and they're putting it in consoles too. Like the Nintendo Switch uses it, and that's how they're able to run like fucking Skyrim on a Nintendo Switch, is because and not have it look like it looks bad, but to not have it look like complete trash, they run digital upscaling.
The meeting has been like so delayed. I'm waiting for the call. You see how they're like their A80L, their A80L, no, A95L is like so good that it's like 2 years behind, and it's like basically almost as good or just as, or sometimes better than a lot of like the 2026 one, but like 2 years behind. So people are waiting for Sony.
I'm a fan of Sony. I would rather have Sony. I'd rather have Sony, but it's nice having like my living room TVs, LG, my bedroom TVs. They're all 4K or better, and like the living room TV is like a 65-inch 8K, and it's nice, but
well, the only issue I have
having them all the same is nice because I can use the remotes.
Screen, which I hate. I wish like LG, you can get a 65 and it's still gloss. You can get a 55 and it's still gloss. That's literally the only reason I don't like it. Like, I mean, I like it, but it's like gloss is better, especially with my dim setup. It'd be amazing. It was amazing now, but it's just a little better.
Dude, in your room with your shitty fucking fake brick wallpaper.
It's pretty good in here. How you talking about?
Who was it? Saito used to always give you shit for having that fucking brick wallpaper in your room.
Saito literally has holes in his wall. We can't even compare, dude. He doesn't even have a proper wall. Have you seen him recently? Like, he's homeless, bro. I don't know what he's talking about.
He like couch surfs, lives with people. I could never live with somebody I wasn't like fucking like in a relationship with. It just seems so miserable to share. Even then, like sharing a living space with people is fucking awful.
So I can't wait for the new TVs. I want to see what they got. Oh, they have obviously the Bravia 9, but they're
Samsung makes good screens for devices. Like I know, I'm pretty sure it's Samsung is who makes the screen for the iPhone, and like I have whatever the newest one is, and it's pretty great. Like the screen on the iPhone is awesome, but it's not made by Apple. They outsource that.
Let's see here. So yeah. Oh no, this is a bad question. So they were present, but they didn't show their new TVs in, I think, 2 years in a row now. They were not present in 2025? Wait. There's so many TVs. There we go. Yeah. Yep. Sony did not feature two television lineups at the main CES trade shows in either 2025, 2026.
Yeah.
So, at the end of this year, that'll be 2 years. So 2027, I wonder what they got. They got this new thing called, what is it called? The new technology that they have. Like micro something. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, something.
It's not micro LED. It was something else that was supposed to be way cheaper.
It's like micro panel or some shit where it's like there's smaller sections, like because Mine is my 8K is a QLED. It's not OLED, but it's close. And it's like if there's a black screen and a white speck in the middle, there's bleed off. So it's not good. The contrast isn't as good with the color spec, but it's
RGB,
it's
that's it, right?
something like that. Yeah, but it's for that.
And like so the dominating RGB mini LED, also known as micro RGB. It's 1000 brightness and there's a processing. Yeah.
No way. Why can't I use this fucking bike? It's perfectly good bike. Oof. Oh,
I mean, eventually it'll get to a point where whatever the OLED like that it'll get. People are talking now like non-OLED TVs. They're getting close. You never talk about that.
yeah. I mean that's what mine.
Almost like OLED.
Like mine is not OLED, and it's. I mean, you know, when I got it, it's not like super new or anything, but it's
Yeah,
it's
so like
good.
4 years old, right? 5 years old.
Something like that, and it's fucking great.
Yeah, it's so good. So that's the one. I don't need you to play Shine for a long time, dude. That's why I wait for several years before I really see like a technology that's like I don't know how much better it's gonna get. It's diminishing returns with potential at this point. The technology is so good.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who say that though because of the price point, and that is true. But like a lot, that's why most people say that is because the pricing. The price, it doesn't make sense for an average consumer to spend $5 grand on a TV for the jump to 8K when there's not enough content out in the wild to justify the cost. Like that doesn't make any sense. But
UX.
Hisense is good for like being a shitty Walmart brand. Like the Hisense is not bad. And then there's another one too. The Fi. Yeah. And there was a company that I had shipped for before, where they assemble in the Carolinas, like North or South Carolina, and they're one of those like Hisense kind of brand, like Walmart brands. I forget the name of the other one. It starts with a V though. Yeah, Vizio. Vizios are for the price. Those are the most consumer friendly for the price because you could go right now to Walmart and buy. You could buy like a 75-inch 4K smart TV for like $300 and have a Vizio TV.
Yeah. Hisense is the best value right now for most TVs. Hisense and TCL, but I think it's mainly
TCL.
To get their big.
That's the company that I shipped for. Was TCL? I think they
TCL.
Yeah, I think they assemble in the Carolinas. I'm pretty sure. Well, they're the everything. Yeah, they assemble it here, but everything is shipped. Like they get shipping containers full of the parts from those places.
The US division. US one. Yeah.
But the place was
Chinese brands, by the way.
Yeah. But it was I forget where it was, but it was close to a buddy's house because I remember picking it up and then I took a picture because it wasn't abnormal from when I was doing cross country refrigerated trailer. It wasn't abnormal for them to have me book like a full electronics load because during the wintertime, if you put that stuff in like a standard dry van, the freeze potential for damage exists, and it's not good for the equipment to be exposed to those temperatures or whatever. So they'll put it in a reefer to prevent it from freezing because you could set it at like 40, 50 degrees and it'll prevent it from going below freezing. With some of the LCD TVs, that's a problem. So the liquid crystal to let it freeze up is very bad, obviously. But the job tried to get mad at me because I posted a picture of my truck loaded to the doors with full of TVs and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, it's a safety risk," blah blah blah, and I'm like, "Bro, first of all, like, get off my social media. Like, I work and I fucking, I live on the fucking road, and for y'all to police my social media, like my one connection to the outside world that isn't work, like, get off my fucking nuts, bro." I was pissed. I'm like, fuck
I
your
just keep
safety.
videos on Telegram. Like this guy, a media installer. So basically, a lot of these videos that are like crazy about music and see reviews and shit. It's pretty good. I just like to keep doing that. Pretty good.
I quit watching what's his name altogether, Linus Tech Tips, Tech Tips.
Yeah?
Yeah, that guy's a scumbag. But first of all, he got political, which is enough for me to stop watching anybody. And he's a fucking of course. But also, they got exposed by that. I forget his name. He has it's something gaming, and he's the fat guy with the long hair. Nexus Gaming, I think is his name. And he did a video evaluating the accuracy of Linus Tech Tips. And what he concluded was that, like, Linus pushes out such a high rate of content that they fudge the numbers on a lot of instances. They fucking lie. They've lied because they've had brand deals with some of these companies in the past. And they're very shady with, like, how they present things and the accuracy in which they're... and then, like, the accuracy in their testing is bad. Like, a lot of it's just not good, and he exposed all of it, and fucking Linus came out, and, like, they made an apology video, and they were like, the whole thing started because there was a video that leaked. Well, there was a video that leaked of somebody in Linus Tech Tips as an employee that was talking shit about the guy Nexus that does all these investigative, like, electronics reports and stuff. And they were talking shit about him during the tour. And the video went viral about one of these Linus Tech Tips employees talking shit about him because he does, like, the super nerdy, like, benchmark testing on different software and different video games and, like, the specs of different TVs and all that kind of stuff. Like, he gets super in-depth with, like, the benchmark testing and all that kind of stuff. And
you watch that Asian dude? He does that too.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But I can't sit through that shit. That shit is so boring to me. Like, though.
Yeah, he's boring.
I mean,
I'd rather watch Nexus Gaming with that HD, got that monotone Asian voice.
Yeah.
It's really bad. It's super nerdy when it comes to that.
And I mean, I can watch people talk about their fields for long periods of time. That's fine. It's just, that shit is, like, just talking specs and numbers and stuff is tough to...
If you look at your Telegram, you see the thumbnail? Hey, why isn't that showing? Oh, no, I didn't show. I just show you this. I'll just show you, like, this guy. Let me just show you here. Maybe you've seen him. This guy right here. Tell me if you've seen him before, Tucker.
Maybe. If he's boring, I probably just skip the video, honestly.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's definitely... I've watched some of his videos, not like the whole thing, but like go through, like, blazing, doing all the fucking shit on this. Yeah, super nerdy. I like looking at some of his reviews, like, briefly, just to see what he says,
But yeah, they called Linus out for his accuracy and stuff. And initially, Linus, there was like bad blood between them. And then Linus finally put out a video like addressing it. And he was like, yeah, he's like, this has been one of my biggest regrets in like the growth of the company and the speed in which we grew is that like the degree of accuracy has dropped off. But he was like, to attack my integrity, like he was like being offended about it in a way. But he basically confirmed that like, yeah, you know, it's true with the amount of content and the tight schedules that they run in production and all that sort of stuff, that like, yeah, it's true that the accuracy has kind of gone down in their reporting. But he denied it ever being because of like sponsors or anything, like the honesty part of it. That's the most damning for those like consumer review channels, is when they find out that they took a brand deal to put out like a fake review and that they pad the review because they got paid to do so. That's like one of the most damning things for those review channel people. Damn, I lost my fucking... What the fuck? That's bullshit. I lost my best weapon.
Yes, that's the problem. You get paid by a sponsor a lot of money. That's what you can. Sucks. I don't know if I trust some of those people that say that they got a free people. Some of those the smaller channels where they get a free people pay for their review like the TV channels over there.
And that's super common.
A sponsor. They say it's honest.
It's common with games, with video games. Like they'll pay a YouTuber and they're like, make this game look fun. You know, here's 10 grand. Put out like an hour or 2 hour long video, or do, you know, an hour or 2 long live stream. And you can tell because when if you see like 5 content creators, 5 different YouTubers, all playing the same game within like a week time span, and every one of them has an exact 3 hour long video, you know that's exactly what the parameters of the deal were from the developer of the game. Was like, play this for at least 3 hours and let us know what you think of it. It becomes obvious that it was like a paid review sort of situation.
I never watched what happened. Basically, you see, yes, I have anyway, like now, I like and you need to be a Bob Ross studio. Or something, or Happy X, something. Watch the thing.
Oh yeah, I love that. Oh yeah.
You got it. Or it would be a last video. The or you want it's like just like like a beautiful scene. It's not good that. So one of those 3. Yeah, you still got the Linus but somehow people will always navigate that way. Simply, even though nothing in that. like something involved.
Yeah. And that's because of his deal with YouTube and Google that he had through AdSense, is that he becomes one of those like mainstream types of channels where they become highly recommended in everybody's algorithm, whether or not you watch that genre of content or not. Which was another part of his criticism was that, like, forcing the content. And because what it does is it adds the numbers for when you approach advertisers, right? And because you're getting those autoplay views, those are at a detriment to the people who pay to advertise. It's bad that you're part of that autoplay algorithm because they're not genuine views. They're kind of just passive views of, like, the content's playing to an empty room, or it's playing in a room while Justin's struggling to breathe in his sleep.
Yeah, I think it's had another.
So they could breathe in that sleep, you fucking faggot.
Sleep apnea.
I added that in there. Sleep apnea.
You fucking snore.
It's only the movie of button. Okay. Sleep apnea. That's really good. Yeah, that makes sense. Like you got a bunch of Justins, like 700,000 Justins, struggling in their sleep. They're not even watching the video. They're not even watching them. They're not even trying to say hi, right? They're not watching live. They're usually trying to live, right? How many people? Like, just imagine like those like young people playing.
It's not funny. That's not. It was funny when you were. It was funny when you were talking about. It was funny when you were talking about Justin's sleep apnea. Now it's just you ruined it. It's not funny. Shut up.
Laughing in the background and everything. That shit was fun. I was about to ask you if you were there. I was like, oh shit, you were there. I forgot.
And then, ironically, Shaylo was like, "Yeah, that means he has like brain damage and stuff because he's not getting like adequate oxygen."
Yeah, but I did read that. Like, I think Justin mentioned that. I think it's not like that they stopped playing or something with a long pause, and then they can look at it. You can
It's not, it's sleep apnea. There has to be like SD. Like a 10-second pause, and then a certain reason it's choking. You can't have that struggling. That's just
Suffocation, no sleeping.
suffocation. Don't give a fuck if I cover your breathing.
What is this? I don't know about that. Should put 99% heterosexual chat for you. Maybe you should put it on this. Yeah, 80%.
Well, I mean, if you, how many trainees would you have to fap to not be considered straight? Like, how many chicks with dicks would it take before a person's considered gay?
I saw yourself gay yet.
But for real, like, for real, though, if you back to the training,
That's gay.
You ever hear people say that shit? They say like, okay, you're not gay because
The only time, and I'm not just trolling, the only time it wouldn't be gay is like if you fapped and you didn't know,
yeah,
and then like if you got tricked, for example, and you honestly didn't know, then it wouldn't be gay. If you knew, and even though it looks like a girl, but you knew and you fapped to it, that's fucking gay no matter what.
If you're sexually attracted to now, you don't have to know this, man. For example, if you get a woman, she gets anal, and you're attracted, and you do anal, and you think it's a woman, you got attracted to a butt there, and that butt happens to be male, just because we changed the head on the end of it, and or whatever on the person, and look around and turns out it was actually different sex than you thought. It doesn't mean you were attracted to that thing in your butt, because you were.
You ever seen those people that troll on like those meat or those like shorts? Seen that? Like, you ever seen that where they like posing and stuff? It's like, huh? That's good.
Yeah, you're gay. You're gay.
That's good. Okay, man. Yeah, dude. So, like, it says that if you're attracted to the opposite gender, it doesn't say, it doesn't say if you're attracted to the features of the opposite.
Well, that's the thing though. Like there's trainees that exist that are, when you look at like just their face, it's almost impossible to tell from some of them. You know, it's almost impossible to distinguish. I think there's an issue with like attractiveness there, where like I can usually tell because that type of like chiseled chin kind of like tranny look, like I think it's, to me it's pretty obvious. But like I've seen some that don't have those features that it is harder to tell.
Yeah, that's them. So, like, the first thing listed, you and Tucker can tell, but what about you guys?
It's kind of like that, yeah. You're part of the LGBTQIA community.
You know, you're basically flag side.
That's what LGBT.
LGTB.
Flag sides.
It's the LGTBQLED plus community.
Plus, LED for RGB. Yeah, dude. No, but for real, like, I think in person, if you met them, first off, it's the voices that gave it away unless they have surgery. But, the giveaway, I mean, in person, because, the social media, the lighting, the angles, like, even when you're on the camera, like some of those weird trainings in those chat rooms, like, they can kind of, they can manipulate in a way, and they won't talk, right? So you'd be like, but if you're really keen on observing, you can pretty much tell almost every time that your spidey senses will go up, right? Your trainee radar. This is not a female. That's a dude. And, even females will set that off. Like, you ever seen a female that had national safety? I think that happened to me one time where.
It's like if you ever seen female bodybuilders, for example, that does nothing for me. Even the most feminine, like when you see them up on stage and they're oiled up and like in the little nothing bikinis to show their fucking cuts and all that shit, like that shit is disgusting to me. There's zero attraction for a woman that has that muscular of a build because it too closely resembles a fucking man. Like you might as well just be an outright faggot if you're attracted to women with that much muscle. And the same thing's true for me with like body hair. And maybe it's because I've always been a hairy motherfucker, but a woman with like armpit hair or like coochie hair, like that shit's gross. I don't fucking like it at all.
So let's do this. Let's do this. So let's see how gay or not gay you are, right? So let's picture this, right? You've got a female, verified female. Know she has a vagina. You look at it, you tap it, whatever, right? But she has body hair everywhere, quite ugly, chubby, right? Versus, like, picture like the most ideal female body, right? And this is not just a photo, this is different. But she looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It really looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. No. Like, you know, it's almost as if his face. You fuck. Would you fuck a hairy, maybe obese or chubby chick, very ugly? Or the Arnold Schwarzenegger face with the sexiest body you've ever met? You do. But she's a female. Both of them are female.
Actual females,
No,
I would.
Wait.
The one with the manly face, I'd fuck from behind, so I didn't have to see her. If it was actually a female and not a, like if you're doing your little gay, oh, it was actually a trainee trick, then obviously not. I'm not gonna fuck any of them.
Okay.
I would just find out who their brother is and fuck him. That's it. Oh.
That's the gayest possible answer to that question. I'd fuck his grandpa. I'd fuck his dad.
Avoiding the dilemma to just be doing all day, that's kind of weird.
Exactly.
And then when I fucked his mom, I'd only fuck her in the ass because guys have assholes.
But not for real though, besides being very gay and they're fucking mother. You got the Arnold Schwarzenegger face.
Schwarzenegger?
The fat, hairy.
Did you just say Schwarzenegger?
Ugly bitch. It looks like and it looks like Dallas or something. I don't know. Worse. I don't know.
Ugh.
Dallas. Imagine Dallas. Okay, that's perfect. Imagine Dallas. That's even uglier than Dallas, if that's even possible.
I would jerk off and call it a fucking day.
For real. Maybe I should fuck the brother.
Would you consider, because that doesn't make the people perfect, like you're kind of gay, right? You're just like, well, I do like Arnold face. Like, if you're gonna fuck the brother, you might as well fuck the Arnold face.
Logic's like, no, you're not playing right. You have to be gay in this game.
I'm saying, really, you have no choice. I mean, you have between these two, you have to choose.
Every time Logic has a hypothetical, it results in you being a faggot against your will every single time.
Meanwhile, he's over here like seeing zombies and stuff.
No, you have to fuck the guy. You have to, or your mom dies. So let me ask you, Logic, let me ask you a hypothetical. Suppose both of your parents weren't dead for this one. All right, you're an inch inside your mom, right? And your dad is behind you and an inch inside of you. Do you go forward or backwards?
I'm going forward, bro. I'm sorry, bro. That's kind of fucked up, isn't it? What if you just go forward? Is that part of the journey?
With you, it is, because you're a faggot.
you go forward, you can.
You're a brother and a father to the same. Imagine being a brother and a father to the same person. That's crazy.
That's actually, you know, one weirdo do that.
Hey dad. Hey dad,
Yeah.
what's up, bro?
I remember they did that. I remember basement that was doing. He had a kid with his daughter, I think. So with his daughter, also like also his grandmother. What? Yeah, it'd be your daughter. Am I right? If your daughter had a child, would that be your granddaughter?
Yo, your web history
And
is
so
crazy.
also your daughter, right? If you both of them do that, then you would what?
Your web history is wild.
No, I'm not talking. No, what the fuck, man? That was you. I'm just talking about the German dude.
Why says me?
Why? Don't ask why. That's weird.
Well,
What adjustments? Who knows? Who's wrong with that?
only 14, you fucking island dwelling pedophile fuck. Alright, so then let's play a different hypothetical. You're an inch inside a 16-year-old, and your brother's an inch inside you. You go forward or backwards?
Oh god, here we go. This is not good. This is not good. Listen. I will put my elbow or like my hand, and so that when I back up, it backs up too.
No, that's not an option. Forward or back?
Just have to be.
Forward or back are the options.
Not good to be.
It's a lose-lose. I'm going
to be gay.
forward.
Be gay. You're going forward.
100%.
It was this you said a sister? So
I didn't even specify. I just said 16.
That was all. Okay. Yeah, but I want to be a bigger. Yeah, unfortunately. Yep.
Well, we already knew you were
I knew it
gay.
would be
That's crazy. What do you do, Justin, in that situation?
I didn't. Nobody.
So you're in front of you is a 16-year-old. You're an inch in her, and your brother is an inch inside of you. Do you go forward or backwards? It doesn't matter. It really, you go forward. It doesn't matter. You're already a faggot pedophile. In this hypothetical, you're already an ancestral fucking pedophile faggot because you're already an inch in there. So just go forward.
Oh, I
Get it
know.
over.
Just
Enjoy it. Just come. It's fine.
You're already a pedo. It's not like, oh, I was only an inch in there. So that.
I just what I do is I think that's the
God damn. Oh, well, I was right. That makes sense. The mom thing. That's fucked up already, obviously, but yeah, you're already inched in there. Right. You're very far.
Plus, for you, it would make you a necrophiliac because your mom's dead. That makes it even worse.
God. No. Well, the assumption here is that she's not dead, obviously.
No, I didn't specify that. That wasn't part of it.
Okay.
Don't change the rules of my fucking hypotheticals.
Was that you said earlier? your mom dies. Terrible.
That dude I was working with kept repeating that shit all day. That shit was hilarious.
That scenario.
No, I think I told Justin about it before you came in because I've been doing that job with delivering to the pizza places, and there was this girl in the walk-in when I was putting the dough racks in there because these fucking dough racks they're like over 6 foot tall and they're fucking like 500 pounds each, and we have to bring them in and set them down off the dolly onto like a little rolling tray thing, and it's a bitch to do it right sometimes, but anyway, I was in there and I rolled this one tray because you have to like rotate the inventory, and I got like pinned in. It was something like that where I was like behind it and I was like, "Help! I'm stuck." Step dough. It was pretty funny. You had to be there. Step dough. Get it? You get it? You get the joke?
Dude, that girl in the video, the electric testing.
Yeah.
Okay. Serious. Yeah, it doesn't seem like she does.
You know, I think what happened is he paid this black guy to come hit his girlfriend right in front of him. And notice that's why he says nothing. He shakes his head. So,
Yeah.
he has sniped the kills because, you know, the truth is, you should never fight for a woman because if she's willing to disrespect you,
You're okay with that? Like, if you were really, like, into someone and loyal, you would not even, like, look at them like that. You'd be like, no.
and on top of that, in her mind, she's thinking, you know, see how she's thinking. She's thinking, stick up for me here. So he doesn't care about me, so why not? So the fact is that if she would, if because she believes that he's not going to and she wasn't the best anyway.
Wow. That's really... You just need to test that to see in the real world. Like, I'm sure, I'm not saying all these are fake, but that was creepy. I don't like that. Dude, I do not like that. That is terrifying. To see that movie do that, that gives me anxiety. Super anxiety, like, it's just
Remember on Vice City back in the day on the PS2 on Vice City, if you shot the moon with the sniper rifle, it would get bigger. That's what that reminds me
I feel like one thing I'm missing is guys that like a big fire.
Fire.
It's get right. They're burning the sky as it got close because they were trying to burn it up and it wouldn't be successful, obviously. But yeah. In addition to that,
Well, it would melt all the cheese.
Before it hit, the gravity before it hit, you would see cars flying up and stuff like that because the gravity is going to shift it, you know. So,
Yeah. You saw that movie I told you about? Windfall? You ever saw that? That was actually a fun movie. Windfall. Have you seen that, Tucker? Yeah, it's a conspiracy. It's like a parody, but it's actually pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to say what it is, but definitely if you want this actually reminds me of it's the latest. But, there's more to it. It's actually pretty interesting. That's about
Sounds retarded.
Have you heard that shit before?
it's like a parody movie, but not really. It's not as. There's that one movie with who's that fat guy? It was on Netflix. The fat yeah,
Fuck!
Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill. Remember that movie? Don't Look Up. For that with I think Leonardo. Again, it was Leonardo. Yeah. So that's like a parody. That's so funny. That was a good movie. I loved it. Um, but it's not like that type of parody, kind of. But it's just kind of like making fun of like the crazy conspiracy theorists about the moon. You've heard about like the moon is fake, all that. Yeah, actually pretty interesting.
She left the door open. She takes shots unless they think they can work. First place. Attention, permission. Stop thinking about him.
Yep.
Why do you think people left? Two, for silent and circumstance. If she doesn't shut it down fast, she doesn't block it, then she doesn't tell you. And it's not confusion,
I've always said that silence is consent, actually. That is true.
Damn, that's good. It would be sad if we found out this one cheated. But that's pretty. Yeah, I think he's pretty legit. Bullshit. None of that. I don't think she did. Did she do the what do you call it? The bird hands? She didn't do any of that. Did she? Never. Did this positive bird hand from? Okay. Sorry. Did that one? Shit. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see any bird hands or something. I don't think I did. At least in that video, I guess. Maybe your own other videos.
Yeah, it reminds me of the thing that, someone I can't remember who said it. They said many and chic and trick and cheat by making especially spending that's something women cheat. Women cheat by making themselves available to them. That's how I think. That's how I cheat.
Yeah.
So that's why when you go, that's why it's a problem for people to go to nightclubs, for example, when they're in a relationship already. because they're basically walking around with their sales. They're saying,
Yeah.
I'm potentially available, but you have to be a man better than what I have now. And that's what's going on. So she's making herself available, even though she can just hang out with the girl and keep doing for that deal. That's cheating. She's not there because she's making herself available. And that's not the way. Not if it's a restaurant, she just starts murmuring, she's going to go to a restaurant with a friend, so different. But she's going to come to a place where the idea is to begin to and then you have a place where people are going to be soliciting her for getting drunk and trying to ask her to go do things. She would have a problem with the table for her. She just asked her, how would you feel if you were the man like, and he, without you, you could go hang out somewhere where it was full of people who were trying to solicit him for sex that night? She would probably feel the same way. I really regret it. I wouldn't want to do it. Exactly. Because she knows that you know, really cheat. You know, it's also cheating. You know, anyway, it's cheating when you walk around the for sale something. You still put that in that's cheating. You can't make you look available. That's cheating. If you won't block her at the table, that's cheating.
Having that bridge open, like you said before, where they leave that bridge open, right? She doesn't want to piss the guy off and really make him not try to get her again. Because if they break up, she breaks up with her, or just behind that all back. Are you talking about that? The backup? Yeah, that's a good one to do. It's really sneaky. They definitely probably fucking do it pretty well.
All of that. All of that. They have to do that, and they're basically saying that you might cheating on love, but they're leaving open the possibility that they might. And the fact of the matter is that if you're in that situation, you're basically signing an agreement with somebody who's not signing it for you. But when you're investing your emotion into somebody, you're trying to do the process of trying to know somebody who is not really doing that for you. You know, that's part of your that's part of that. That's part of that. And that's the only secure that the value and so, you know, part of it is I think a lot of understanding that you know, loving the person and getting like the second gift that they say, maybe a bad word, it seems to me like they feel, they feel, you know, they feel, stay often between themselves and the way that explains what the way that I'm basically saying she does. She can. But she definitely doesn't. Not exactly. She doesn't. Had that. It's looking at some slowly with colors. She had to find it a little bit. She feels the same. You know, yeah. You have to. I think she'll commitment. And it's not because they make you real something good for the sweet thing. It's not showing you. That's not. You know, it's not simple way to okay. Anyway, that's the idea where you're all doing yourself now. And that today is you know, not go back up and see that. It is up, you know, I love you saw it. That's irony of Western world. Your daughters and all prostitute, your son being in government school, you know, be a homosexual. your wife cancel that coming back. Just available. Say secret pedophiles. She said they're crying away and something migrants, migrate, that's not really this. These people out there are like people out there shopping gas station people don't use every day and they talk about you. Like things I do when they're so you find somebody about to find something that you have to do. You all these things, once the people will take yourself off from it. And then she's looking at her and you see her now walks down the hall and very it's being I agree. That's the case. Relying on this man getting into relationships where you're going to get your or put in something you want. You don't get separation. Instead, you're protecting and providing. So, a person that truly
Exactly. Trial and error by how many times? Probably 100 times.
the time that happened to you guys could find that one. You'd make so many people by the time you connect that person, you'd be so angry. You just start talking with it. You just, you
That's the answer.
first place.
Because you like with it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm saying either way you're going to lose. So that means you zoom over 35,000 feet, see the whole game. See the game for what it is. This is the society we live in. Inflation's a real thing. It's not something to talk about earlier. You're having everybody's kind of working like man. Everyone's kind of working. People are working with them. It's not fake. I know that's the case.
It's not even just that. It's not even just the cheating aspect, right? So let's make it tougher, right? Like, I don't know what
It's not cheating. You're right. It's not cheating. But I'm saying it's going to work
well,
with
I'm saying, last thing I agree. Yeah. So I'm saying, like, when you just said it, like, you're nowhere near as good as, like, the older traditional women. I'm not just talking about commitment or loyalty. I'm talking about, it's like, they might not, let's say, well, usually I think that if they're loyal, there's a chance that they'll probably be like good at, I don't think they're a good thing, but they'll probably do some work at home. Maybe the one that your mother that might go hand in hand. What if they're like, what if they're retarded? What if they're ugly? What if find the best woman that's loyal, but then she's ugly, and then she's fat, or then she's fucking doesn't fit, and then she doesn't really want to work. Then she everything she does have, so it's still gonna be hard, right? I mean, just imagine she's like disgusting looking, overweight, obese, whatever. So retarded. Uh, she's a feminist. But she's loyal. At least you see she's loyal. And let's say you could prove that she's loyal. She's never even told it, even she's loyal. And she's she has all these other things, and then she gets canceled. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? It's like it's not even just the loyalty part. It's all these things that factor in that make it hard because these younger generations, I don't know how to cook. Don't you never talk about that? It's true. I don't know, but because of this is kind of what's his name is talking about. Ted Kaczynski talked about this shit. Technology and tradition become in conflict. US, Japan, South Korea, other countries are having these issues. The only ones are that are the super patriarchal countries like Islamic countries and maybe like whatever. They're not having these issues as much because they're just animals fucking with low standards. Just talking. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's why. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's why Islam's like the way it is. I agree. Like I always thought about that. Like maybe they know. I don't know, man.
It's like the birth rate is definitely a problem. Like that's really, I don't know. Like I watched that video about South Korea. You've seen that stuff. I think I linked it, but you probably seen that before that. Right? Talked about the replacement rate. It's they have to do something drastic.
It's like a lot of things. You know what? I mean, I'm not trying to brag here, like I'm really not, but I'm being honest. First, you guys know I'm kind of a bit of a germaphobe, right? Although I wouldn't say everybody else is a germaphobe, whatever. Moving on from that. I believe that if any woman out there can care and fucking feet, because my standard is going to be much higher than hers because of my quote unquote full view. But secondly, um, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it seems highly unlikely that any woman on earth is going to cook better than me. Because I said this to Shay the other day, and I said, you know, she was saying, she was boasting about how she made her boyfriend a sandwich. And he sent him off or whatever she did. And I said, you know, you may be able to make a sandwich and you do something, getting fed when you don't have to make it yourself is very satisfying. You can't make a sandwich for a man better than you can make it for yourself. And she was so cool. And I said, you don't understand. You're not listening to what I'm saying. A woman cannot jack me off better than I can jack myself off. You just can't. You just can't. When it comes to me, I'm the best at that thing because I know exactly I can tell what I like, right? Obviously, and as far as sandwich is concerned, when I'm preparing my own food, I can determine do I want 2 pieces of bacon, 3 pieces of bacon, maybe this time I want 4 or 5, maybe I want just the right amount of lettuce, and just the right amount of this, and just the right amount of that, just the right amount of that. And all that stuff, she's not going to be able to control all that. It can taste good because I didn't finish it since I didn't do it. That's always as far as you put them still like this and compare food sandwich. I'm guarantee you the one I made, I'm always going to pick that one for myself. A woman made or anybody else made for me because I'm doing it myself. And that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Better. There's some humans. Yes, you have. That's what I'm saying. Like, so having a woman that looks at the in my opinion, that's not something that's worth, you know, putting up with all the woman brain for, you know, because, like I say, I enjoy cooking. And I clean by my own standard. So why bother?
Well, like I'm not talking about like she's not, maybe not good as you, but as long as she cleans decently, might not be as good as you. I'm saying like a woman that cleans decently may not be as good as you, cooks decently, may not be able to make a sandwich as good as you, but she tries her best. She might ask you, "Do you want this specifically?" But she does something. She does clean. She's good. You know, not just some fat hog that may be loyal, but does a lot of other stuff for you. Like, you know,
For me,
that's all I
for you, it may be okay because you're not a germaphobe like myself or whatever, but for me, that's really okay. Like, I had this one girlfriend myself, but I think that's sort of really true. I told her, I said, when you're done using the sponge, you have to wring the sponge out real good, get as much of the water out as possible before you put it back up on the counter. And she didn't
that's
understand.
bacteria.
I explained to her, I said, because the bacteria right there attracted moist hormones. And then few days later, she saw me cleaning a plate or something with a sponge, and then I wrung it out, and there was still soap coming out. And you could tell all the soap wasn't out, but all the water had come out. And she goes, "You're not going to wring all the soap out?" And I said, "Bacteria isn't attracted to soap; it's attracted to water." She goes, she looks at me like she didn't understand. And I went, "You're very glad you're saying this. You're very glad that you're saying this to me right now. About bringing the soap out of the sponge and not the water." But I don't understand the reason why I want you to drain the water out of the sponge in the first place. And the fact that I have to go and explain the nuance and the goddamn science behind why you should get the water out of the fucking sponge that's what I'm saying. Can you imagine someone like me having to tell somebody about every little fucking detail of why he should do this thing, and having to, and then I can't trust their woman brain to figure it out, and then to not be a fucking retard. And so because of that, I have to like constantly watch over and babysit everything somebody does, make sure they're doing it correctly, because then I'll be walking around not realizing that they fucked my shit up and they put up on money and they're gonna be like, oh, fuck it, he's not watching. I don't care what fuck he's not watching. I'll bring my shoes in the house and walk all over the house when he's not looking. See, I can't live in a situation that somebody is being a retard. You know, I can't.
Yeah, you just have to have like your standards are just too good. And it's just like the percentage for a normal man is already low. Like for you, it's even lower now. Because now, like so now you want this girl with a fine body, loyal, doesn't, as so
Right.
it's
Exactly. It's not going to happen, right? So that's what I'm saying.
it's cool.
Exactly. It's statistical
Lower, you know.
extremely low. But also about that, it's like, yeah, it's the 1%. So it's like, if that's the case, the only time what I end up doing is like, they'll let them come to my home, I go to their room. I do certain things so that I remember, leave what needs to be cleaned and what doesn't. And I make sure I don't touch my face or put things in my mouth or whatever when I'm at the house. It's something so I make sure I don't get all fucked up or whatever. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just all very, like, so this idea that a woman's gonna be able to make a sandwich, bitch can't even fucking, a woman doesn't even understand why water needs to be able to sponge. And I'm not going to explain to it. Can you imagine trying to explain to a person who's not a germaphobe how to make a proper sandwich for you? Can you imagine me eating it, wondering where consciously dropped on the floor, or did she wash her hand first, or did you, like, what you do different? Would you fuck up? I can't possibly eat it because it would torment me knowing that like this person is not, you know, yeah,
So what's the most important aspect? Like, if you had to choose one attribute of them, if we found out whether they're feminist or not, whether they're left wing or right wing, or whether they're fat or not, or whether they're brown skin or white, or like bacteria and viruses and stuff like that, or whether they're small. I mean, it's not just one, right? Gotta be a lot of them.
yeah, you
Well, I mean, I'm not saying you would pick one and let's go with it, right? Let's just do it together. I'm saying what do you think is the most important? You say it was loyalty? Obviously.
Well, unlike you, one of mine is that they don't have a dick.
Okay. Okay, so good.
Yeah.
Saying it, no.
Good.
Yeah.
Second.
I would say I don't care if she's loyal. There's no percent of a loyal woman. Asking her to be loyal is like required to know her. I'm like, it's a waste of my time. It's
Your what? You're not living?
no, not women. No, not women.
Would you be a cheater? If it's perfect woman. Ideal woman? Would you cheat for an ideal woman?
You know how much pussy that van gives, dude? You can't be loyal to driving that thing.
No, it's not that. It's like you misunderstand. It's that from my perspective, I'm not a cheater, but what I'm saying is I don't see loyalty implies a certain level of commitment that I don't have. So that doesn't mean I'm a cheater. It just means that they're all disposable.
Yeah. All right.
I just see it a different way. I just see it like this person is they have two utilities. Cheap thrills and reproductive.
What negative attribute would you, out of all the 10 that you might be looking for, what negative attribute would you remove or reverse if say she's fat, make her skin feminist, make her not submissive? No, but what attribute would you? So it would be back that you would definitely attribute. What's the number one that you would, so get rid of?
Date a fat girl in the first place. I couldn't, or if I got with a fat chick, I couldn't have her in the first
But it
place.
wouldn't matter.
I would have those. Their hands are too low. That Seinfeld episode of that he's dating this big giant woman. Touching his face and stuff. And he's like, hands are big as his whole face. That's what it feels like. That's probably dating a fat woman.
That's what it felt like. They
Let's
Jinxie,
say that, like,
big ass. Fucking Jinxie's 6'2" ass.
that's fucking weird. That's the taller they are, the looser they are, because they have such a huge body. So, but anyway, I would say that like there's certain standards for it. She has to be, pretty. Yeah, that is,
Yeah.
it includes a whole bunch of things, and one of those things is white. At least yes, I mean, somewhere that's possible, but Asian pretty possible. But I guess she has to not be annoying. It's really fun.
What was the one thing that so is for being obese? You just asked the number one thing. If you had to choose, you had to choose.
Yeah, looks first because she's some people right. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Something looks good first.
Surprise.
That doesn't mean I can put up with all the other things because I think the women
Yeah.
and they talk their internet upspeak shit to me and like.
Okay.
I'm leaving that a lot of time.
Speak. Yeah.
There's that other thing that goes through now about that affectation that I do it. I can do it.
Like go to the museum.
The
Museum.
vocal fry.
Museum.
Like, I think we have you know some copy. Yeah, it's like this. They're trying really hard to make it seem like they don't care, but that to me shows that they're too concerned with other people think, and they're unwilling to be vulnerable with others. So if they show them that makes them look vulnerable, it makes the kind of person who is shallow and stuff. You can know about that actually. Let me see how you can. There, watch the video.
Sorry. Room for baby. Do the vocal thing. I like how they get mad when they do it back to them. It's so funny, dude. No, nobody talks like that. You need to talk like this. That's so good.
Yeah. Out of it.
I love that. I love how the second I heard her say that you're a cool dick man, I was like, that's not a normal vocal fry thing. You just called it out. That was so good.
Right.
I love that. Immediately after that, I was like, dude, is he gonna call it out? He did. That was so good.
It's not just that. It's a lot of things about women and gaming that indicate they love to advertise their philosophies, their politics, whatever it is, even though they're not, they actually have an automatic predictive action. They wear it on their sleeve, the nose ring, the tattoos, multicolored hair, the affectation they talk. And sometimes I have been surprised. I mean, it happens all the time. You see a YouTube video of a woman and she looks like she's going to be a person card. She opens her mouth and says something actually intelligent and good. And she didn't convert hands or nothing, and it was good. That is exceptional.
What if they watch home math and just like deceiving people? This is not good, bro. Watch him now, but I don't want to do this like a bird.
You know, and what it really signals is that I don't like it when women say that male mannerism. And that's where we are. You are getting tattoos, face piercings, dyeing their hair, acting like, you know, they're sleeping around a whole lot. You know, they trying to push people around or whatever. And to be honest, these are all male behaviors. Female behaviors. So when women exhibit those types of behaviors, when they act like that, it makes them very unattractive. It makes them, you know, like me, it's like, you know, dating a dude. Okay.
Well, if you don't like women, does that mean you get it?
Right, and that's Shay trying to say that the other night, and she was all like, you know, as much as I hate women when they say that out loud all the time and beating up on her all the time, maybe I just argue gay is easier. And just if sexuality was just an open choice that easy, it's a material, you know, it's homosexual. Like, I'm that's what I mean. As I said, I'm gay. I'm just saying, like, you know, just
Like that?
yeah,
Yeah. You don't think of that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird, dude. I think a lot of women they just don't know they don't even know what men like. If they listen to Shay try to describe what she thinks men is unbelievably pathetic. They're like sleepy women that are pretty, that sleep around a lot. That's what she thinks. Slutty, sleepy, and pretty. That's what she thinks.
Well, like I told her the time, like, yeah, dude, guys are just trying to get laid, but they don't give a fuck as much about standards. But if they're, I mean, some still do, but if the dude's being serious, like trying to get married and have kids, be a woman for as long as they can, they're not looking for that shit. The opposite. Every dude, unless there's something wrong with it, say that. I'm saying that. If you're just talking, like, saying that you should go, you're not going to be as your standards are probably going to lower a little bit because you're not going to spend your life. At least that's how I look at it. A lot of people think that.
Some dudes might have a standard regardless if they're just fucking with just, you know, one night stand or not.
For sure. I'm not fucking, I don't know if I'm sitting there and coming from the same thing. Like, oh,
Yeah, for sure. You just, you know, she had a good body, the face, maybe not, maybe you're a feminist, it doesn't matter if you're just one night stand, who gives a fuck, maybe you're pregnant. Yeah, but when it comes to strictly, like, I don't know if she understood that kind of argument, when it comes to being a woman, most dudes, unless you're some weird, licensed weird fag, you're not gonna want to be with some woman that's probably because they want
she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand that. And this is because she hasn't been defined properly. And this is what I was trying to tell her, but I guess didn't finish the opportunity, or I just got rage, and I just think it's good. It's better than it this way. And they don't really care about any of those things. I'll jack off with a wide range of notions better than I'm going to buy one unless it's the right one. It's easier to look at it that way, I think, because then it's not or something. I can jack off with a wide range of lotions, but there's an ideal lotion out there.
It's a good way to get kicked out of Walmart. You fucking jerk off with all their lotion and don't buy any. It's crazy. I heard off
It's
mine.
such a fucking place in the Pakistan.
I don't jerk off with lotion. I jerk off Cosmo style dry. I do. I really do.
You should have cut out. You should have.
Every once in a while, I'll use lotion, but very rarely. I always jerk off dry.
Uncle Butter, what do you use?
Sometimes
You might use Uncle Butter.
if I jerk off twice in a row, I'll just use the cum from the first time as lotion.
Really?
That's not. I didn't think on this lotion.
It tastes funny.
You know, prostitutes.
What?
Skated,
That's like a child video.
What was that? What was the context in that?
I forget who I was talking to. Probably.
That was something.
I know I was like roasting somebody for the pedo shit, but I don't remember who.
Yeah, well,
It's hard dating single moms, bro.
and you kind of a lot of different things say they do a lot of things that you agree with, but they don't. To try to do other valuable that way to disagree with you. So you can test it by the way if she's ever you feel like she'd be a bit agreeable. You don't agree with the one
Yeah. That's pretty good.
you know, suddenly makes it like, you're not to tell her, okay, you're just being agreeable. And then in the future, she's just disagreeable. Now it's the problem. Now she's deliberately being disagreeable.
Now you don't even know.
Now you don't even know, right? So you shouldn't say anything at all. Exactly. If that's the case. Look at them like, you know, these are either for pleasure or for reproduction. That's what women are for. That's it. Don't try to manipulate anything else. And it doesn't matter what she says. If she says, "Oh, well, I want to be submissive. I want to wife. I want kids," I would never like take a man or any blah blah blah. Just to get rid of attention. That's her. Yeah. Give her a kid, you know, with junior, he's off the ball, the diapers, and such. Watch what happens. Just have to change their mind. You know, women change their position all the time. All the men in the country currently being exposed by just a lot of them. They're the wrong people. Yeah. But you know,
A lot of women, that's the problem. Like they pick shitty men and then they apply them with like they try to do that broad, like, well, all men are assholes, and it's like all the men you pick are fucking scumbags.
Because they're scumbags. They don't like you and they want standards or whatever. They're like, they do this all the time. If you're talking about like,
That was one of the things.
Like, serious relationship.
That was one of the things Jinxie was afraid of me exposing about her, was like that whole situation with her kid getting touched by her ex or whatever the fuck. That was her fault.
Jinxie? Oh,
Jinxie.
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 Oh,
Her she fucking had a kid with this guy who fucking she knew was a scumbag and stayed with him and had a fucking kid with him. And then, like, she said something about, like, before they dated, he, like, raped one of her friends or something at, like, that was, like, staying over the house. It was some situation like that where she was, like, drunk on the couch and he, like, went and took advantage of her or something. And she found out about it after the fact. And I'm like, and then you still had a fucking kid with him? And she was like, well, things happen. And I'm like, no, that's fucking crazy. Like, you should have ran far away from that motherfucker if he, like, took advantage of your drunk friend at a time when you were supposed to be talking to me. They're like, I don't know what the situation was. If it doesn't even matter if they were together then or not. Like, if somebody does that yeah, like if anybody does that to somebody you consider a friend, and you don't immediately like disassociate with those people, that's a fucking problem.
That is a problem. I think a lot of speak up as far as men are concerned. A lot of women, and there's so much man is so fucking focused on finally I don't have to like search for pussy anymore. I got it right here. She's relatively attractive, and she's relatively pretty, and she's got pussy. She's going to fucking another block. Inadvertently, without see the red flags. That's the problem. They don't even notice it. And if somebody tells them, "Hey, that's a red flag," with that chick that you're with and doing right now, they'll overlook it. It has to stack up to the benefit of getting to see all the time. And that's the thing. It's like it's better if you just it's really hard, by the way, to look at a certain red flag and go, how can this eventually snowball into a larger problem? But if you did that with every red flag or every little issue that someone had, you probably would never date anyone. So it's kind of difficult. What things do you really overlook, what things do you not? And that's why I say, don't look at a woman like you intend to stay in a relationship with her. Look at who cares. Look at her like a prostitute. Seriously, look at her like a prostitute. Because if she's not going to be there tomorrow, some other guy is going to represent you shouldn't care. You're like a piece of ass at the moment. That's it. And if you only do that and just say, fuck the rest of it, I don't care, then you'll never get cheated on, you'll never be hurt. And you never have to like get your emotions, and you never have to worry about red flags. People don't do that. Treat them like the bitches that they are. I used to do it all the time. I would actually planned when I was going to break up with him, and that usually is about somewhere like around December 12th. That way I don't have to get too many Christmas gifts, and I stay single all through Valentine's Day, so I don't have to buy them Valentine's Day gifts. And then if they're a single mother, then after Mother's Day, I don't have to give them a Mother's Day gift either. That's all basically at the beginning. And I've done that many times. And I told Shay about that before. I was dating this one chick that I found at a fucking grocery store that she worked there, and I dated her for like 8 months. And then I broke up with her on December 10th, just December 12th. I told Shay once before December 12th, like, I'm not going to the reason I do this is I'm already at Jade's stage in my life. So this is how it's going to be.
Just like a ring victim that's just raping with other things. Wow.
This is going to be good.
Well, I got raped. I want to rape everyone else.
First of all, the people I rape aren't victims.
If I said to a woman, or if she broke up with me, she said, "No, don't break up with me." She said, "You don't have a right to me. You don't have a right." So I do the exact same thing. So she
I don't consider the people I rape to be victims, really. I think they're privileged to have experienced me.
Some women should be thankful.
Also, men can't get raped. Men can't get raped by women unless they like anally rape them, because you could just not get hard.
The guy drugs and he can be passed out and he can have a biological reaction to the erection.
That's actually a lot of it, I think.
You heard?
If we just been talking about that, because it's like, how the fuck is that possible? Someone commented that you could drug them. I don't know, maybe it's not common.
What comment sections are you in? You're in the wildest comment section.
I don't remember where this was. I think it was like a political thing. What it was about. Victims when it's like, there's actually a lot of dudes more than they think. Or like violated or sexually assaulted or whatever. It's not be like actual rape, but it might be like the woman that's
Well, also, what most women consider rape is fucking laughable, because most women agree that, like, even if they consensually fucked a guy with completely at the time valid consent and then regretted it later, they can still feel raped. And they agree that would qualify as rape, as like, they call it revoked consent, where they regret what they did and that they can retroactively redact their original consent, which is fucking horseshit.
If she was intoxicated, essentially start to get she gets in the car and drives, and she uses that as an excuse. Well, I didn't consent to driving, so I'm not held responsible for it. Maybe responsible, but when she fucks somebody, she didn't consent. That's different. It's just people
Go ahead. Carol.
it's always them
Put in
going
a special situation, right? But if you're, like, for example, avoid driving drunk. I mean, right? Obviously, just drive because they don't want to leave the vehicle. If they're blacked out or whatever, I don't even know if that's possible, but if they're super drunk, they're going to get in the car, not thinking about maybe I should leave my car, I'm going to get moving. If you don't bring your car, none of you bring the car until you leave it or something. I don't know, this is probably unreasonable, I guess. But you're putting yourself in a situation where if you go to a bar as a woman, you know you're going to drink, and a lot of them are intending to meet and fuck someone, right? Yeah, then you know that's going to likely happen, especially if you're not attractive. Like, if you're a hot chick, you're going to have dudes hit on you, bro. So you're hot, you're dressed a certain way, you're going to a bar or to a nightclub or something, you know you're going to drink, you intend on drinking, you and your friends, or let's say you and another friend or by yourself. The intention, you know what you're doing, and then you regret it, and then you say that, that's great. Well, it's like with drinking, driving drunk, right? And that's a good point. Like, you don't all of a sudden, do this great thing, oh, well, she's drunk, and so that she can't consent to that, but well, then if she got to the car and drives, is she not liable? If she was drinking? I mean, shit, you don't even have to be super drunk to be liable for drinking, driving drunk. You just have to reach the, what is it, the alcohol limit, right? Right? So a woman can be really drunk. A woman can be really drunk, unreliable. If you're slightly at a certain alcohol in your blood or whatever, then you're liable for driving.
I'll put it this way, that says on every single uniform. Well, good. Say that you constantly do something made some passing comments that are relatively and the next day I learned about it, and I was like, wow, I can do that too. Like, it's one thing to talk, say things that you don't mean to say. It's how someone do if you're or said you talk do that.
I don't think it's about I could have gone for it. It's like that there's a chance that they don't really the other country just take over and let's see if they guys find the stuff and they're going to take advantage of that. That's good, right?
It is possible for some people to be blacked out.
Not even that.
In some ways, acceptable.
Okay.
If she took an active part of the actual,
What you know, story about that, right?
yeah, which was pretty good. I'm saying if she took an active part of it, it's the sex started. Yeah. I think one by one. And they do have a way to kind of help them do this stuff. So they buy that standard intoxication means that they didn't consent, or that's the case, and they have two people who are both intoxicated. Are you saying they both raped me?
Yeah. Good point. That's a good argument. I mean, the guy that fucked you, that you say raped you, he also probably didn't even know he was raping you. Or raping you. They're both fucking drunk. But maybe you claim that. And how would you know you got with somebody that was drunk as this at the time? Which is unlikely if you're both in a bar. You know, you guys, you know, how they you have to go and see if you go. But they, you know, there's some of those videotapes and those recordings where they see the guy pick up the girl, you know, and all that shit. So they determined that the guy, so they found that the guy was drinking. Did the guy say that? Hey, look, I was also drinking. Both were doing stuff that we probably normally wouldn't have fucked each other. So how am I liable for it? How do we determine this? You need more evidence? You need to determine that I'm not drinking? That's my bullshit. Yeah, you don't want to prosecute and then the fucking determine that you weren't drinking at all, or you're really that drunk at all. Yeah, she was.
It sways court cases because like when there were those whores that were fucking posing as prostitutes and then robbing the Johns that they were sleeping with, they're supposed to be sleeping with. Like they would elevate the charge severity because of like whether or not they coerced them with alcohol or used alcohol to coerce them into it was a factor in like the escalation of their
The Constitution.
like
He
their
got drunk
sentencing.
and then he accepted the Constitution and made money out of it.
Well, that too, but I mean, just not just that though, but like because there were cases like that where like these people would, and they might just be people like Comshock, right? That are always fucking prostitutes, don't really care. It's just kind of what they do, second nature to them, and they get coerced or they get drugged or drunk. Like you're more susceptible to coercion, which is fine. That's why I don't drink for a lot of reasons, but that's one of them. Because I've done things that I regret while drunk, and I don't like not being able to do things because of a state that I'm in. It seems stupid to me.
Yeah.
Plus, the repercussions of me drinking are way more severe than some other people. Like if I get caught driving with a blood alcohol of 0.04 or more, I lose my fucking livelihood. I lose my CDL. I go straight to jail.
Can't get it back.
I think there is a timeline in which you get it back because I think it's a year at least.
It's depends on the offense, right?
Yeah, depends on the circumstance.
It's like mine.
Right, then it's totally
It
different.
never.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, it is that. Yeah.
But like one of the guys that was in my orientation for this job I just got, that's what happened to him. He got pulled over locally with a CDL, but he blew a .05 or something like that. Which for everybody else without a CDL, it's .08 is the legal limit. But having a CDL, it's fucking half the standard blood alcohol limit. Wait, what? I lagged. I didn't hear what you said.
Usually, you only drink when you know you won't be driving for a long period of time.
Usually, yeah. I mean, I've
You know,
I've done
you know
it.
you're
I've done it, and not even that long ago, I went out to a strip club and had a couple beers where I knew I was probably over the point oh 0.04 and just whatever. But
did you know were you still going to be driving the next couple of days, or just made sure you weren't going to be driving for
over the next couple of days, wouldn't matter. Like that shit's not in your system now. But like I just driving to and from a venue where drinking happens is not. It's not something I do hardly ever. I've like I said, I've done it recently. Recently being within the last couple of months, but I went to a strip club and got a lap dance, rubbed my boner against some stripper whore's butt in the VIP,
Yeah.
and had a couple beverages.
She looked good.
Uh,
Typical.
he looked fuckable. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be in that situation if she wasn't.
Fair enough. Maybe what your standard is. Want to comment a little bit, but
Well, I mean, she didn't have a dick, so you probably wouldn't be interested. Faggot.
fucking fucker. Shit.
Now there was some other girl there too that was off, but she worked there, but it was her night off, and I was talking to her a little bit. She was there with her brother, who had just gotten out of prison, but she was fine as fuck. She was wasted, but I would have took advantage.
What if?
Yeah, she had too many people in her party though that would help her out, so I couldn't.
And Riker?
Yeah. She had too many friendlies present. It would have been a
And
yeah, it would have been a tough one to pull off. It's easier when they're like, you know, they stray from the pack a little bit. Makes it easier.
busted. You're just all too good, man. I gotta wonder about you. Yeah.
Are you still watching this game?
Not, you know, baby.
I've been watching the game.
I've been like looking at it, but not like really paying attention to it. Like,
I'll let you know. There's other things I'm doing.
well, I mean, I have the voice chat I got, so I'm just looking at. I'm looking at this giant hit, this man, and I'm looking back and forth between that and this game. Hey, your camera just needed a giant hit dragging across the ground there. And that's how you get what I'm talking about, you motherfucker. That's close.
Oh, good.
That's from dude, what the hell?
Strip clubs are
No idea.
strip clubs are awkward. I'm not a. I don't understand the people that like regularly go to strip clubs and like I had a friend who made it a habit. Like literally almost every payday, he would be at the strip club, and he thought like he actually had a chance with the girl. It's like the famous story of fucking would go there, spend all his money, and never get more than like attention than when he was there spending money. Like sad, but I never understood the logic of that. Like how to be that unaware to not realize that it's like transactional. It's crazy to me.
Yeah. They just don't like if I wanted to like get this one because she represents the woman, that just
Yeah, no, he was like emotional, like in love with this girl,
oh god.
and knowing the guy, like if you've seen the guy, you would be like, holy shit, like he's bigger than me by a mile. Like he was probably I don't know, I haven't seen him in a while, but back then he was probably like 350 at least, 350 plus maybe. Like huge, big, round Spanish dude, and fucking it should have been so obvious. Like I don't know where that confidence came from in him thinking that like he even had a chance
She
with
wanted him.
somebody who could even like any female that could make money as a stripper being into that guy it just doesn't make sense. And she was fine as hell. Like I went with him one time and she was way too hot for it to make any fucking any sense.
Yeah. So sad. It's like the old dudes that go to like Southeast Asia and pick up his Asian wives, whatever. They're like 7 years old and they tell you that they love them so they get the green card. Kind of like that. It reminds me of that. I mean, you go in there, I like the difference. If you go in there, it's nice, not being invested in them like that. Like in that sense, yeah, it makes sense. Like, after you want to sure dudes want to be like emotionally involved in that bitch. Like, then you're just, it fucks everything up. Once you get emotionally involved or invested, you're gonna do things that you normally wouldn't do. Like, line up, or, try to get with them, try to have kids with them, marry them, and all kinds of, and then you get fucked because if they're not also like really invested in you, they're just gonna fuck you over. So, yeah, it's for dudes that happens. Old
Yeah, but
dudes,
applying
whatever.
even applying any of that shit to a strip club is fucking insane. For any dude, I don't care if you're like as a dude you're a 10. It doesn't matter. Like the strip club, to go there and think that you're I mean the lust part, sure, I get that, but to think
Yeah,
you're in somebody who's a stripper
wild.
is insane to me. Like it's fucking crazy to think. Like maybe I get it if it's a dude falling for a girl, but it's crazy to think that like it's mutual. That it would ever be mutual with a bitch who's a stripper who rubs her dick on butts for a living to make money to feed her probably, kids, I'm sure, usually, typically. But
Yeah.
I don't know. That has always blown my mind because like especially when I worked restaurants, that was where I worked with that dude, and there were a couple people there that I worked with that were habitual like strip club people that like every paycheck they were going, spending some of their money on Molly, which is a fucking absolute mistake to take Molly and go to a strip club. That's a disastrous thing to do. Don't ever do that.
It make you like, essentially like, I don't know that that's for a dude, but that makes you like, hornier?
Hornier, honest.
What? You know,
With me anyway, it's an absolute no go because for me, Molly, like pure MDMA that I've done is it's I always said it's like a truth serum for me, and I've said and done things with people while on Molly that I fucking absolutely regret. Um, yeah, because like I said, it's like a fucking truth serum.
That's like it's more of just a feel good thing. So I guess you could say you could get horny, but I could never actually fuck on it, so I couldn't pay attention offline to do it.
Well,
But it's more like everything feels amazing, even concrete. It's like, wow, it's so soft and
Yeah.
calm and rain. And you just kind of get like, for me, it's almost like over emotional in a way. You just kind of like, you just bond to everything around you in a way. And I see people do it. Like, I had this friend that's Chinese guy, and he took MDMA, and it was practically Molly. We're talking about like 90% pure here. Um, he would go to the ATM machine and multiple ATM machines with different cards and take out as much money as he could get and just walk around and give it to people just because he liked to make them happy. He did like a little kid, like a little 8-year-old. Here, here's some money. And he gave this old lady some money at a gas station. He was going to give her the money. And they wanted to get it. And yeah, he even did that before. So yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's on you. And going into a strip club. That's kind of a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, like,
Well, what he would do though, because it like for me, there was always a tie to it being sexual because I had an ex that we when I was balls deep in Molly and I was getting it by the gram and like crushing it up and snorting it because I was just getting so much of it at a time. Like we fucked so often on Molly that you start building this massive associative thing between the Molly and sex. So it was like every time I did Molly, I got horny as fuck because it was always associated to sex.
second sex is makes it become
And
wild.
we would there were things to take because a lot of people have the issue of like even getting their dick hard while on Molly. That's like a common thing, but like I would take like a Viagra or whatever the fuck was the thing back then with the Molly, which is the combination of going to a strip club with a pocket full of money, a Molly like doing the crystal part of it, and fucking a Viagra is catastrophic. But that whole like euphoric feel good state, I think is part of what like the true serum aspect is because you get along with people that you wouldn't otherwise. Like you want to be social on that stuff, and it's not always a good thing. Yeah, when I worked in restaurants, like when I worked at that Denny's specifically, I used to get a lot of access to different things, and Molly was one of them because I had regular customers that would literally tip me that because they would sell it, and what they did was they would take the crystals, like the pure crystals, and they would measure it out into like little capsule, like pill capsules, but they would sell it to me by the gram, and every time they were in there, they would tip me like a gram of it, and you would just take it like a handful of the crystals with, and it, again, the associative thing, it's why I can't drink strawberry banana naked juice anymore. It makes me feel sick. That's always what I would. I'd take like a handful of the crystals and then wash it down with that.
Dude, I drink that shit all the time. Whatever they're making, but
It's awesome.
heard of the blue machine. Anytime I start feeling even the most subtle, faint, distant, like I might get sick or something, I'll go get some of that and drink it and just,
It's good stuff. It's delicious. There's another similar brand. There's another similar brand like Odwalla or something that's pretty good too, but there's just naked juice is good, but and I could probably drink it now. It's been a long time, but there was always that like association to it.
Should have been.
Huh?
I was saying like the naked juice and like the Bold House, whatever. Those are the other juice brands, or they have good stuff in there, but there's, I don't know about the other extra stuff they don't need, but I'm sure the sugar. Those things get up to
Yeah, there's
40, 50 grams of sugar.
very
Crazy.
high sugar, and also it's bad for you to drink fruits. Things that you would otherwise eat, if you drink them, is bad for you because the way your body processes them. Like a strawberry, if you eat strawberries and bananas, it's good for you. It's good sugars. It's high in sugars, but it's good sugars, and it's good for you. But if you drink them, your body kind of doesn't process them in the proper way, and it's not good. Like fruit smoothies and stuff. So many people do that as like meal replacement, and it's just not good for you. It's not a good idea.
Play those new, like the, what do you call like the horror game? What's what they call it, the horror genre? The new, like, ultra realistic graphics.
Which one? I'm not really.
I don't know, there's so many.
I don't like.
I watched
I don't like horror games that much. Just because I don't like scary games in general. That games that try to be scary, I should say. I'm not a fan of it. But they just
seen all over YouTube.
all of
Yeah, it's great to do those pictures. He does a lot of those. I can watch some of those to just be graphics.
The main reason though is because the stories suck. Like the stories seem in horror games, it's just the it's mostly just jump scare bullshit where it's like super predictable and just,
Same with horror movies.
yeah, exactly.
But I like most horror movies. For the name, that's so much. Like, who's that one I just saw? Blue Town? That looked interesting. Have you seen that advertisement for that? There's a new horror movie called Undertone. Let's see if I can think of it.
I gotta go find my bicycle. This game is scary for different reasons. It's not intended to be a horror game by any means, but like every 7 days in game there's a horde of zombies, and like your whole goal really is to like build up a stronghold and survive. Survive. It's a survival game, so obviously surviving is the goal. But like you have to account for food, water. You have to create like stable processing to keep those things in stock, and like there's dysentery. There's all these ailments and illness that you have to deal with, and zombies, obviously.
But guess who's releasing? I don't know if it's distributor, but guess who? This movie is by. I guess it's by them. I don't know if they're distributing movies. Listen, you still there? Undertone? Film. Yeah. And I know this one will be good. I think almost all the ones I've seen are good. I haven't seen all of them. There's actually shit on them. I do remember I saw the TV, but that was a weird movie. I told you about that. It was such a, like, I hate it. I don't hate it. It's such a weird. Ever seen that effect? I saw the TV, but
I like horror movies one that I really like was Blair Witch Project, where it's like that whole that kind of genre, right? Like the lost found footage, the like Cloverfield,
yeah.
that style of movie
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like. There's not a lot of good ones. There isn't, but like
Yeah.
Blair Witch I liked, especially knowing the context that like that was a film school project. That was like a bunch of college students.
But Blair Witch to me is terrible for the same reason that in the direction something that shakes all the time and can't seem to stay focused. That's why I hate it. That's it's just like it was just a jump scare, which is cheap thrills. But if you look at movies like A24 movies, we're talking about those, look at some of the movies like Ex Machina, Midsummer, Hereditary, Talk to Me, The Witch. I mean, these movies are fucking amazing movies. They really are really good.
That was pretty good.
What did that bitch say to you that one time that you just don't know movies? I think it was like Olive who said it to you, like you just don't understand good
Well,
movies.
that's God. You can remember that. That's right. She said that because I think the Matrix. She said that.
I don't.
They're popular that I haven't seen. Like started but
Yeah, I don't care for Star Wars.
movies are my that's actually
That's why I thought that was so funny, because I know you have like a hard drive with like fucking probably thousands of movies on it. Well, I was talking about the legal ones.
So what
Damn.
else she said? She didn't like Matrix? That was lame?
Not only
She
that,
thought it was lame, but
not only that, but she said he has no idea about like movies, good movies in general, because he liked Matrix so much. But that's women brain.
exactly.
That's
And,
women
but
brain
it
though.
doesn't surprise
Women
me.
don't understand
They-
Matrix.
I don't think they do actually. That might be a good point. I don't think they understand.
But not in that
But
sci-fi shit.
but you don't even have to be into the sci-fi stuff. But the fact is that the reason why I like it is because like feeling
Right.
in sci-fi way is not it's women brain. It's a perfect example of women brain. The movie has a whole bunch of examples of philosophy during the movie. A whole bunch of them. You just look at that scene when Sandra is like, you know, oh wait, man, Jesus Christ. I mean, they're making, or there's so many references in there to simulacra and simulation. There's so many different philosophies that are in the movie, and that people don't talk about. And some people do, if you really get out about it, like I do. But the fact that she thinks that's not a good movie, that just shows how it didn't have to be your favorite, but it's undeniable. It's undeniable a good movie, and for reasons that is unlike most other movies. Most other movies don't invoke deliberately a bunch of philosophy in it because most people aren't into philosophy.
Exactly.
So for that movie to do that, that is unique. It is unique, and that's one of the reasons what makes it such a great movie. But also, I mean, look at all the movies that tried to imitate it afterward. All the people did the slow bullet time and all kinds of movies and cartoons and stuff. So, come on, she's just trying to get my goat.
Yeah, anyone that doesn't think the Matrix, like, especially for the time it came out. I mean, there was another movie. What was it called? 13th Floor or something? You remember that one, right?
Yeah.
13 floors or 13th floor? I forgot. But it was also
13th
like
floor.
a similar, where like you get plugged into like a
It's the 13th floor.
13th floor. Yeah, I saw that movie.
It's
So
it would-
maybe I think that came out before the Matrix, maybe like around the same time. Yeah. So regardless, I mean, you only have one other movie that I can think of. I don't know all movies. So Matrix was still kind of like a new thing, concept. Maybe not. Maybe there was
They're talking about Dark City. Dark City came out before that.
Yeah.
No, wait. It may have been after. What made the Matrix so great at the time wasn't the philosophies, because nobody had, nobody had really knew all that philosophy stuff before, so it was not simple. What made the movie so, like a was that that was 1999. Prior to that, all the internet was Stranger Danger. People didn't put their pictures up online. There was a lot of hacker-esque, stuff out on the internet where people were like, "Ooh, this person," or whatever. So it was still, the internet was still technically at the time an around thing, and so that's what really made it. I the trailer coming out. It's the main thing. It definitely the mission is fantastic. It's really grew people in my family. I actually went to the theater to see it, which is extremely rare. I would do that for any film.
Too many germs.
That came out and it really caught my attention. I did.
Is it the germs of a movie theater?
Or it could have been both.
Say something?
I was asking if he doesn't like movie theaters because of the germs.
At the time, especially I smoke cigarettes, and I would go to pause a film and go outside and hit up a cigarette or maybe some drink, go to the bathroom or whatever. Yeah, I sometimes like being around other people. I'm a bit of an antisocial, to be honest. I don't like a lot of people around me. I get uncomfortable.
The last movie I saw, the last movie I went and saw in theaters was the new Final Destination. saw the new one? The new one's not bad, and because it kind of ties in some of the older ones and why there hasn't been any in a while, even, which was kind of cool. Because like there was
It's not a weapon.
the way that death list or whatever works, like it has to happen in order, and this lady understood the order and understood how it worked, and she held up in this shack in the middle of nowhere that was like an anti-dying shack away from everything, away from everyone. And she basically was pausing the list from getting to her by hiding from death, basically. And it's kind of why there's been like a gap in it. It's because she stopped it in its tracks, kind of thing. But then people figured it out, or so, there was something like that where I forget how they like. I'm terrible at recalling like TV and movies, but it was like it was kind of like the CN Tower or like the Space Needle or something, where there was like a restaurant up there with like a glass floor, and everybody in there died, and most people in there died. Like they fell out of it because of a crazy, like how they do with the crazy series of events that occur. But, and then some of the people that survived it, that's kind of the death.
Are you saying Spinning Smoker?
No, I don't watch a lot of movies. I don't.
Not too bad. I'm gonna say watch A Heretic. Hereditary is a great movie. It's like you want to get a scary movie. That one's really good. Yeah, like it's A24 movie anyway. Like I haven't seen every A24 movie. There's a lot of them. A24 it's just a A24 for just that long. Still a whole lot.
But I haven't seen get excited when I see the really movie. That's all I how good they really are, but I get excited. Every movie I've seen from them, every song that I've seen, is good. Like, you know, the TV, I saw the TV Girl was, it was the worst one because it's so weird. That's almost, there's something about it.
Did you see Heretic?
Yeah, I did. I saw it with that one dude. I forgot. He invited him in.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
I'm like, who else?
It was actually pretty good. I mean, I thought, not that he started explaining both of them. You know, a whole bunch of stuff. I really was going to see it, but it's good stuff. I mean, there's a lot of like that. But I also thought Pearl was really interesting. Kind of dragged on really well. And so, it's set back in like World War I.
Isn't that the prequel to X? Is that the one?
It might be actually.
Is it the girl on the front? Is it that they have a girl on the front? I think that's the one I was thinking of.
God damn it!
No, I think I've seen that.
I'm never gonna get this bike back.
Yes, that's her.
Yeah,
That's her.
yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm thinking that.
same girl. But the funny thing is that no, but I wouldn't say it's a prequel. No, X is not a prequel. X is just another thriller. But it's interesting nonetheless because she's
No,
a
it's prequel to X.
she's
Yeah, it's related on the X series and prequel. That's what I'll say. It's prequel to X. X came after. That's what you said. Because remember I think the X one was like based on. Oh, I'm thinking of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. But with the with the long ranch, with fucking dance and all that. I was gonna say something.
That was
But,
that was
that one
Tarantino.
was.
That was Tarantino.
Yeah, I think seen it, yeah. I was thinking of the same. I was thinking that actually based on the Conjuring films, I think it was the Once Upon a Time movie, which is a decent movie.
That was a
It's
great
just
movie.
funny stuff. It's fucking hilarious. We do
I like that one. That's the one. I guess it's more than one, but I usually like when they're.
It's not his best, but it was good.
I did not like that one. I did not like that at all.
I mean, it wasn't that great. It was funny.
You know, it's like this is complex. I mean, I just had trouble paying attention and watching it.
It's one of those movies where like the story kind of pointless. It's like the saw it right, like Trucker. You saw it too, right?
Yeah. It wasn't. It was probably my least favorite Quentin Tarantino movie, but
Yeah.
and I sound like a fanboy by saying it, but I like his shit in particular. Like anything he makes is I like or I've liked, including that one. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, to the fact that like he created, and I haven't seen some of his films, to be fair, but I want to get the collection because last time he went on Rogan, he talked about his 10th and final film. So whatever he puts out next will be his like finale film, and it'll complete his career in directing movies. He's not going to make any more after it. And he said he's writing right now, so whether he's writing that or not, who knows? And I mean, who knows what happens? He might not even get to put out the 10th, but
I mean, I gotta say, so far, his best one is The Hateful Eight,
I haven't
in
seen
my
it.
opinion. And that's hard to say because Django Unchained is amazing.
That's a good one.
And Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction
Those
is fire.
Dogs, amazing. Jackie Brown, pretty damn good.
But that's the thing, I haven't seen most of those. I haven't seen Inglourious
I
Bastard,
gotta say,
Hateful Eight.
you gotta see these movies, dude. Like,
Hey,
you gotta
yeah,
watch
hey,
it.
did you not see Inglourious Basterds?
Or Hateful Eight, yeah.
Let's go through it. Have you seen Reservoir Dogs?
No,
I don't think I've
Seen
seen
it?
it.
Have you seen Pulp Fiction?
of course, yeah. That's the top of my list.
Have you seen Jackie Brown?
No,
Not see Jackie Brown.
Okay, have you seen Kill Bill 1 or 2?
nope,
Have you seen Dead Eye?
nope,
Have you seen Inglourious Bastards?
no.
Django
It's
Unchained?
easier to know what did you see that
Definitely.
Have you seen Django Unchained? Okay, and you said you haven't seen The Hateful Eight, and I know you've seen that. You know, it's actually another one, but Charlie, I think, and there's also but the ones I just listed there, those are some. That's like the best of his collection. So yeah, take some time to watch those because they are. You know how Missing the Matrix would be like a sin.
I haven't seen The Matrix
You
either.
need to see it.
Well, I've seen it, but like not like I was young, so I don't remember most of like the actual movie. But I think just the original one too. I don't think I've seen any of the. Aren't there multiple Matrixes?
Yeah, man, I don't know what's up with you on this one, but I mean, especially since we share so many, our fucking YouTube feed probably looks very similar. And the fact that you haven't seen a lot of these movies just blows my fucking mind away. That's just wild. And the
He's younger than he's younger than me. He's been driving for like what, 8 years now?
Yeah, but that never stopped me from
oh,
watching.
no, he's in his 30s, right?
33.
No, he's 33. I mean, that's not like super young, but
You
he's
covered.
been driving in his mid 20s. Maybe late 20s.
But what does that matter? Like, I mean, you know,
I mean,
for example, when Reservoir Dogs came out when, and Jackie Brown came out in '97, like, I mean, I mean, by the time that came out, I was interested in it. I still watched it.
He's a liberal faggot. I mean, he has some of the.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's like it's just like 18 and 14. I mean, you get excited when they come out. I feel the same way about Quentin Tarantino movies.
I know, I do too, kind of well. That's really up to fucking great stuff too.
Fuck.
But it's essentially fuck for the regular.
But like, you never saw it before.
I think I've seen most of it. I'm pretty sure I might have. A lot of movies I've seen, I just don't remember most of them. But sometimes
That's
I
the
see
Nazi
it,
one, right?
It's a Nazi one. And the first time I saw it, I didn't actually like it. And I was like, it's not really my thing. I'm not into that era. Because I'm not. But after studying the first scene in that movie very closely, very, very carefully, I realized what I was witnessing. That first scene really is probably one of the best scenes in film history. One of the best. I got it there, but one of the best. It really is. And that's why it's not my favorite movie of all time, but that scene is definitely one of the best in film history. To watch their certain, like, the way Tarantino implies things without saying them, I think they're fantastic. Like, he's sitting there at the table with that farmer, Monsieur Wapiti, and he's sitting there with this French farmer, and you can tell he's a big guy. He's got sweaty chest, and he's got suspenders on, and he works outside. He's a big dude, he's sitting there. He's got this short, skinny top seats in his table, and if you really wanted to, you could reach over and probably choke the life out of him if you wanted to. I'd have choked the life out of him.
It's killed for it.
God
Right.
damn it.
Sure,
Go!
yeah, that's sure he'd be killed for sure. But it's interesting to me.
Oh, fuck.
He pulls out Monsieur Lapierre pulls out a little pop pipe and starts smoking on it. And then later on in that scene, the Nazi guy, the Jew hunter, as he's called, asks if he can pull out his pipe and smoke it. And so it's not directly stated in the scene, but you can see it. He pulls out this big ass fucking Sherlock Holmes pipe or whatever, this big fucking pipe, and lights it and smokes it. And suddenly, the way that the camera went from one side of the table to the other, and now it looks like this Nazi guy with the big ass pipe. He's the big man at the table because he's got the big pipe. He's got the big cock. He's the Nazi guy. You could tell the other guy was intimidated by it. And when he said to him, right before he asked him, "You're sheltering aliens that come to your floor, right before he asked him, he stared at him for a moment. There was this exchange of words.
Go!
Everything being said,
Go!
they were looking at each other, and just there's a lot of this crazy shit like in that scene. It's just unbelievably amazing acting, and the tension is just so amazing. And so,
That's quite good.
badass. When I watched it, I just thought, Jesus Christ, this has got to be one of the best scenes in a movie I've ever seen in my life, and it is. It's hard to beat it. So,
Makes his character, so the way he plays that character, he's like,
Oh!
you can tell he's super deadly. That's what I like about his character.
oh yeah, that's
Like,
right.
he's super smart, so he's just,
Are you fucking kidding me?
He does his whole. He I like the way he portrayed French speakers. The Nazi soldier guy is speaking French. He says in French, I'd like to switch to English because I would just butcher the French language. The funny part about that is in order to say that sentence, you have to be not just proficient in French, you have to speak it really perfectly to be able to say that. And he said it just like it's supposed to be said. And yet still, that Monsieur Lapierre switched to English. And that's because he switched to English because he were probably Jews under the floorboard, and Jews probably didn't speak English. There was just layers on top of layers in that scene. Really is massive effect on the book.
Nothing about his character reminds me of like how not his character, but the style of like a villain, like Michael Corleone and Godfather. Where they don't have to yell, but he does yell in the movies, but he doesn't have to yell. He just says shit, and it scares the shit out of you. Like there was that one when he, I don't know if you remember, the Godfather 2. Was it 2, I believe? I think it was 2 when he was already took over, and the husband, um, the husband's I guess his sister, husband, and no, I think it was his wife. I forgot, but it was his basically his stepbrother. And with him, they were just you know the scene where he interrogated him in his house. They have you seen the movie?
The Godfather,
Godfather 2?
you know, I think the Godfathers.
You gotta watch him. Yeah, he's Michael Corleone, Al Pacino. Oh man, every time about like he does a lot of good scenes where he's just like after he just talk. It kind of reminds me of Christopher Waltz, where he's very intimidating just by talking, right? And you can tell he's smart as fuck. And that's what Michael Corleone is about. Without the center, it doesn't matter. That's a good movie. Al Pacino. Yeah.
I've never seen The Godfathers, and it's on my list of things to do. I just, something about the genre. I like mobster movies, but for some reason those just seem around.
Martin Brando.
Yeah.
He's good too. He's good too. He does like what he says. I mean, the voice is kind of off-putting. Obviously, the very fake. Kind of. He did pretty decent. But Al Pacino is the one that carried that fucking movie. People talk about Marlon Brando and all that. No, I mean, he has some stuff that he says to his son, like philosophy and how the mindset of, you know what I mean?
That kind of
Really
shit
smart
though.
food, right?
That kind of shit that's based on like real stuff, like the dramatized versions. I'm usually not. I'd almost rather watch a documentary about like mobsters than like a dramatized thing like
It
that.
was good. I liked it. But
But today I watched a movie today that I've been putting off for a long time. It came out in 2006. Just now watched it 30 years later. It was called The Departed with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, that was a good one.
Jack Nicholson.
Yeah,
It was pretty good.
I've seen that.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, the party was
It's
good.
the best monster movie I've ever seen. I guess, Casino is probably one of the best monster movies I've ever seen.
That's a good movie. Love that movie. And what's the other one? Goodfellas, obviously. And yeah, it was not the Bronx Tale. What was it called? That was a decent one with who's that guy? Fuck. I forgot. That was a decent one. I like that. Bronx Tale, I think.
And she,
I don't think Joe Pesci was in that movie. It was what's his name?
yeah, he was.
Was he? Is he in that movie? Oh, he was. Oh, well, that's probably why I liked it. Bronx Tale?
Yeah.
Remember that dude? Shit. God, it's been so long. That was good, really good. Let me see here. I can make this. Oh God, do I have a thing on it? Oh, I can't remember. Hey, it doesn't have it. It doesn't have it, right? The tracker. I don't like it. It was a good one.
It took me forever to watch Scarface, and one of the only reasons I ended up watching Scarface was to understand all the Scarface references in Vice City, which there's a fucking ton of.
I like Scarface.
I never saw Scarface either.
Scarface is
I mean,
pretty
it's
good.
just like you watch, you know what you're expecting when you watch that movie. So I'm not expecting like philosophy when you watch Scarface that much. Kind of, it depends on how you look at it. You're watching it for just like other reasons, you know. Like, I don't understand it. But some things are so, I like it. It's not a Bible. And some of them are just pretty good. But,
See, so this, I just think that Claire and Hartford is food safety. And it's,
that, yeah, and the Godfather is definitely more real. It's more realistic. Actually, okay. Okay, love it. Yeah, there's some things where he's like a fucking heathen gangster. It's more like exaggerate, like the voice, you know, it's not like I don't know, a lot of mobsters in real life, but they or it's not the same.
Scarface is in a mobster movie though. It's like a rags to riches gangster movie for sure, but like not
Yeah,
really like a mob movie. Which it's just like him getting to Miami and then like a typical GTA. That's why GTA took so much from it because that's typically what like a Grand Theft Auto storyline does. That whole rags to riches. Start out with nothing, and by the end of the game, you fucking own it all.
the thing about the story guy, like, you get super cool about over this. What happens? You get arrogant, think you can like take everyone down. Really understand it. But Godfather, it's interesting because when you see his performance in Scarface, like what, like same decade, Godfather before that, it's different. Like, Scarface is like the retarded mode, Godfather is the smartest.
I want to see Godfather too. I haven't seen that.
Number two, I don't like three. I don't know. I'm trying to see if three has some good things because I haven't seen it in so long. But that one is that's the Godfather, right? Like, so it must be most of that. I guess is a lot of people Godfather. Two, wait, let me just see it. I don't want to say Godfather two if it's not. Like, I know Godfather is really good. Three is lame. I don't really like three that much. Just because in three, basically kind of redeeming himself. He's kind of go away from life and heaven. I think he's I do not like what's his name. What's his name? Garcia. But just be a thing for that. I'll do it. I think he's the one that goes into history, I think. Talk about the like this gender stereotype the person. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good too. We watched one and two, but one is probably the better one too. But he's basically like it's like the unexpected one. The younger brother, it's like kind of intelligent, off the boss, whole character. It's like the younger brother, the older brother, the father brother, pick on him, but the older brother just becomes good. Talks about like real events Banana, like communism rocks, rock, Jew. So you got a Jew, it's beating with a Jew. Right? A Jew. So, it just shows about how use that food. That stuff. This stuff really. Raw. Like 300. See that one? Yeah, I love that one. The, what you could say philosophy or whatever, like their sense of honor. Is there philosophy in there? I can't remember. There was some philosophy in there, right? Whatever.
Philosophy, whatever.
Whatever, right? Very much action, right? I mean, the film, the way they shot that film, beautiful. The way they shot that film, I've never seen a film shot like that before. I think so. That was good. Yeah, you ever seen 300 Kevin?
No.
No, you wouldn't. Oh my god. Um, fucking good. People watch it, obviously. I would imagine it's not nice, but it's very cool. Sheets did something else pretty weird. That one particular.
There's a lot of classics that I haven't seen. I don't know. Maybe it's because I just part of it's the attention span. Like it, be able to sit there through a movie is kind of painful sometimes. But it just depends on the movie.
That's another people playing I don't think I've seen other thing is Troy with Brad Pitt. That was actually a fucking good movie. I saw that in theaters in Asia. I love that movie. It's a good movie. Hannibal Rising. Have you seen that one, Justin?
Yeah.
That was good. That was good. He did a good job of.
Yeah, that's when he eats the brain at the table while the guy's alive.
Wait, who does that? The brain.
What's his name?
I must have got that. That was that was crazy. It shows why he became a member, what happened in the beginning. That's just wild how he turned that way.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Hannibal Rising. It's just the 2001 called Hannibal, where
Oh,
um,
yeah.
Anthony Hopkins removes a portion of Paul's brain while he's conscious but heavily drugged, and then he sautéed and fed it to him at the dinner table.
Watch Hannibal Rising too. That's pretty good. It's basically how he fucking became that way. The backstory and what happened, what he had to witness that made him like just. I don't know if that's what made him like that, and he was just already. Maybe it just triggered his psycho bullshit. But yeah, that's a good movie. I like that one. I like
I liked. I
Contact,
thought,
Jodie Foster. That was good.
yeah, that. And I also thought that Silence of the Lambs was pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let me see here. Definitely a lot more that I'm missing here. Let's show Sci-Fi 13-4. Interesting. Butterfly Effect, that was a decent movie.
One was pretty good. The rest of them are kind of.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was, I didn't even know that. There's more Butterfly movies? Butterfly
Yeah,
Effect?
yeah. There's like three of them. I've seen them. And
I didn't know that.
the first one was kind of okay. It just had what I didn't like about the first one is that it had a kind of teenage movie kind of
Uh-huh.
effect to it because of the cast I didn't really
Yeah,
care for, and
yeah.
they could have done it a lot better without the teenage effect. That's okay.
Gattaca, I heard that was good. I don't think I've seen the whole thing. I might have seen it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I think I watched it. I heard that was good. I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Um, so I watched the recent, like, 28 years later movies. I didn't like them as much as I thought I would like them. Kind of lame. Um,
You ever
what
see
is this?
Zombieland?
The Time Machine. That was a fucking weird movie. Liked it.
Yeah, I like the beginning, especially as the issue as he gets playing
Which
with the
one?
time machine. But once
Oh
they
yeah,
the time
yeah.
machine, once they get into the the other world where they have those fuckers who live under the ground and everything,
White. Yeah, it was so weird, right?
I didn't really care for all that. So I guess the first half of the movie is pretty good. But the rest of it, that was not good.
Yeah. I kind of like the just so weird having those like white like apes or whatever the fuck they were. The weird. That was that was the future, right? You went to the
Yeah,
future, right? That's what I liked about it. Just kind of backwards, right? I kind of like that concept. You're good, man. That
Did you ever see Secondhand Lion?
secondhand what?
Lion.
I don't think so. I would
Not
remember
good.
that name.
It's an adventure movie, which I don't usually get into those types of movies, but it was actually pretty good. I
Yeah.
was, I mean, if you just let it unfold and keep watching it, it's actually not bad. Um, you know, it's an adventure. That's what it is for sure, and it
A
takes
good
place in
movie.
multiple years, multiple times in history.
I think I linked you one because I've been recommending movies to you that you haven't seen yet. You already saw Lucky Number 11.
Yeah, I've seen that with that's got the same guy who was in
Josh Hartnett
Die Hard.
and Ben Kingsley, Morgan Freeman, Ben Kingsley, Josh Hartnett was in there. That was a fucking good movie. I love that. It had Lucy Liu in there too. She was the remember the Asian neighbor.
But it was also Bruce Willis. That was the main character.
Yeah, Bruce Willis was in there, the assassin. Oh, shit. I love that assassin. That was so good. He said he did so good in that movie.
Yeah,
Yeah. Road to Perdition. That's a good movie.
Tom
You ever seen
Hanks
that?
in that.
That's a good movie. I like. Yeah. Yeah. Patriot. Fuck yeah. One of my favorite movies. Patriot. I don't know about you, but I love that movie. Fuck. I love how he just goes from being like a normal father to like some fucking badass, fucking their shit up. Remember when he ambushed the that little like convoy they had or whatever the fuck it's called? Remember the sons?
One
He
of
had his
my
sons help him.
one of my top favorites too is
That's a good one.
Truman Show.
So many I haven't seen yet.
One of my top favorites too is Truman Show.
Oh yeah,
Great
fuck
fucking
yeah,
movie.
that's a good movie. I'm
And I'd
happy
love
you saw that one. Shit, I've been pissed.
I'd love to see a sequel of Truman Show, but done right. Obviously, a lot of sequels kind of ruin
Top on my
the
top movies.
concept, but like imagine him coming out of the fucking off the set of Truman Show and entering a world where everything is kind of brand new to him. Everybody knows who he is. He's famous as fuck, but now he's having to like integrate into a society who was like obsessed with him his entire life. I think if it's done right, it could be a really cool sequel.
Yeah, but then that would have to be a different movie, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be about the original, with the original concept of the movie. It would have to be something about a guy living with uninvited fame. You know, it'd be a totally different kind of movie. But yeah, like just it'd be nice for a story expansion, just to understand what had happened to him in some way. But you know,
This might be unpopular, but I did not like Sin City that much. What do you think?
I can't remember.
Sin City, I didn't. I didn't like the style.
Wasn't it
Too
animated?
You ever
comic.
see? Did you ever see Source Code?
Source Code. That sounds so familiar. Source
And
Code.
the guy's on a train that's about to
Oh,
blow up.
with Gyllenhaal. Hey,
Yeah,
did I?
with Jake Gyllenhaal. That's
That's
right.
uh, pretty sure.
Keeps repeating it over and over and over. He keeps going back on the same train and keeps blowing up over and over. It's pretty good.
That reminds me of Moon. Remember Moon?
Yeah, Moon.
Is it?
Yeah, Moon was pretty good.
Absolute. That's a good movie. Yeah. But the
Full
Moon? Is it called The
full
Moon?
mind bender. No, it's just
I
Moon.
love that. The Moon. The Moon or
It's not.
Moon? Oh,
It's not.
but just
Listen. I just said it. It's Moon.
okay. Moon.
Oh, what
Okay.
what happened to that dude that you linked the other day, Logic? I meant to respond. That only used me blade.
Oh, I don't. I don't know what happened to him.
Because I just seen a
Recently?
video by
Recently?
Penguin Zero just posted a video 5 days ago
Yeah,
that
that's
was
the one.
saying don't end up like
Mm.
this guy.
Yeah, I posted that. Remember?
I didn't realize that's what it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was another.
Yeah, I
You
posted
didn't.
it. Yeah, I posted it. Yeah, I did. You
You
fucking.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Off, dude.
Yeah, I met him.
Posted that shit.
I met him when he was down
Huh?
in Florida. He was
But it
with
was. That was
Paul.
him, right?
Yeah, he was with Paul or Ice Poseidon and Sam Pepper and stuff when I hung out with all of them.
Yeah, you keep bragging about this shit. This guy's fucking fuck.
You ever see
He was an alcoholic.
Always
Surrogates?
He
building
was about to lose his
sickening
leg and
factor,
everything
right?
because he had diabetes and he drank fucking Jaeger bombs constantly.
Mhm.
That was like his whole shtick when he streamed. His people would donate and he would have to take a shot of Jaeger or like Jaeger and Red Bull or whatever it was he drank.
He cut off his foot, right?
I don't know if he ended up
This guy
having
was.
to or not, but yeah,
This guy was.
like
Yeah.
he's a severe
This is what
alcoholic.
That was it, right?
showed him. Yep. It showed it on the video on what's his name. He had a clip. Penguins or whatever Moist Critical's video, where it showed a clip where he basically finally showed his feet and he had no toes. I don't know if it was both feet or
Well, his
whatever.
whole
You,
leg, his whole leg was fucked up, and they were talking about back then when that was right after I hung out with him. He was talking
Yeah.
about potentially having to amputate his leg, and then he kept fucking drinking and shit.
Yep. Yeah, because I was like watching the video and then like what triggered the memory was like I heard his voice and then I heard the name. And I was like, that's the one that Trucker hung out with fucking um that fucking Jew looking dude.
Ice Poseidon.
Ice Poseidon, yeah, you just said it. Yeah, I was like and I looked it up on Use Me Blade or whatever. And then when I found Ice Poseidon, I said that's definitely him. I remember those two happened to be on the same fucking wiki page. I'm like, that's the one that Trigger hung out with when he had that fucking neon fucking car or whatever, or the Civic or whatever. Yeah, I was like, dude, that's crazy. This freaking dude. And yeah, he's like alcoholic, but his voice is very like distinct. So like that's the one that triggered the memory. I didn't realize that that was the one until like I was looking, I was like listening to his voice and then the name. See, his name is also Blade, but it's his original, I guess, name is like Use Me Blade or something else as well. But his nickname or shorter was
It's
like
because
Blade. I was like, oh,
he
that's
used
cool.
to he used to do Call of Duty content where he would only his whole shtick was he would win free for all matches just running around with knifing people. That was it. He never used guns. And he would dominate lobbies with just using the knife, like sneaking up on people and knifing them. But then that started the drinking when he started face camming and gaming. Was he would do like for money basically. People would donate money, and then he would take a shot or like a Jaeger bomb every time somebody donated a certain amount of money.
Was that one movie? It's Artificial Intelligence. That was a good one. Um, I don't think I've seen all of Green Mile. Only some parts of it.
Oh, Green Mile's a good movie, man.
Yeah.
Took me forever to watch that, but I finally watched it and it was great. And I can't believe I waited so long to do it. Did you ever see
Um,
Surrogates?
that's is that the one where the surrogates? Is that the one where they have like those kids in the classroom type of style?
No, this is
Maybe that's another
uh
movie. Oh
the
no no
same
no!
guy who starred in
Was Bruce in that?
yeah, Bruce Willis.
Okay, yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
He's
I
in
know.
that character.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
yeah.
Um
Oblivion was a good movie. With Tom Cruise, it was actually pretty good. You seen it?
Transcendence is pretty good. Yeah, I've seen
Transcendence,
it.
Honey Depp.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
You ever see True Romance?
True Romance? I don't think so.
You know, 93. It's
Yeah, a lot of those older movies, not so much.
it's
To be
pretty
honest
good.
with you.
It's like
Yeah.
you gotta watch that one. That one's a classic right
Yeah.
there.
Dennis Hopper, I think you showed me that clip with him and
Scene where
what's his name?
he's explaining
The Buccaneers.
Christopher
Christopher
Walken.
Walken.
He's all like
Yeah.
he's explaining to this guy about why this fucking Guinea Italian piece of shit in front of him is basically a half
Nigger.
nigger. He's all
Yeah.
yeah. I love
That
that
was
scene.
good. I've never seen that movie, the whole thing, but I love that scene. I don't, that's so good. That's all I think sometimes.
There's a
Movie
shootout
good.
in that movie that's pretty good.
Oh yeah. King of New York. He's Christopher Walken's in that, right? King of New York.
Yeah, yeah, King of New York. Right.
Did you see that? I've seen
Um,
that a long time ago, I believe.
I haven't watched it yet. Traffic, it's pretty good.
Traffic. Yeah, who's in that?
I can't remember their names. I'm terrible with names.
Traffic. Robert De Niro in that one? No,
No,
I'm thinking of.
same
I'm thinking
guy
of
who
actors.
played in the game.
The Game. Yeah. Gerard Butler. No.
No,
No. The Game. The Game. Oh, I'm thinking of. Wait. I'm thinking of another video. You're talking about Michael Douglas.
Michael Douglas.
Okay, so what's he in?
It's called Traffic. Came out in 2000.
Yeah.
Del Toro is in it also. It's like a drug dealing
Del Toro?
movie. Yeah, Del Toro.
Yeah, I love him. I love his movie, The Winners.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's good.
Traffic. Did I see that?
Also, I like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but I like the beginning one. I
Yeah,
think that one is better. 'Cause I
I've
think
seen
the
that
ending's
one.
super fucking creepy.
Yeah. Um, um, Layer Cake's a good movie, British movie. And then the other one, Snatch. That's a good movie. Another British one. Yeah.
Have y'all
And
seen
then horror,
have y'all seen The Platform?
yeah, on Netflix.
Yeah, that was good.
I think I saw two of them.
No. It's a movie, but the with the food that goes up from layer to
Yeah,
layer to level to level
yeah,
to
it's on
level.
Netflix, isn't it? That's what I saw
What
it
are you
on.
what are you talking about? Two of them. What do you mean two of them?
There's two. There's two of them.
Really?
Platform two. Yeah, that's how I'm going crazy. Let me look it up.
Really?
I'm pretty sure because I was like, I didn't even realize it at first.
Yeah, there is a
Platform.
platform too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't think
The fuck is that about?
I don't even know if I've seen it. I don't know. What?
Yes, I didn't know
I
that.
don't
So I'm
know.
gonna have to watch that. Fucking, I'm
Yeah,
gonna put that in my notes here
yeah,
to download this
yeah.
illegally later.
I love torture movies.
Like what? What's movies? Yeah, that's. Uh, yeah, that's the one.
Platform was good though.
If you like slight torture, then you might enjoy The Substance. Trucker, that was
Yes, I was just
fucking
about to say that, bro.
that
Unless
movie,
it,
dude. I mean,
shit.
and
I
it
see
takes
what
such a
movie.
crazy turn you would never expect. Like, what the fuck, dude?
I
I was
was,
like, what
you know,
the fuck is that? You know,
yeah, I'd say that's one of the best movies I've seen. Period. I'm gonna tell you
it's
that right now.
fucking wild,
For the
man. I couldn't
genre that it
believe that.
is, for the genre, it's one of the best. Whatever genre that the fuck. What is that genre? The Substance.
That's a thriller.
That's a good
Definitely
one.
a thriller.
Thriller, yeah, for sure. Uh, see what it says here. Horror sci-fi. Horror sci-fi?
I
Sci-fi?
guess, I mean, sci-fi. I don't know. I mean,
What?
okay, I guess you could say it's science fiction in a way that you want to get younger,
Oh,
but you wouldn't. But
yeah,
not that you
yeah.
would literally make two bodies. That's weird. No,
Well, that's science fiction for sure. That makes sense. Because
I guess it does make
you
sense
know,
to some
how
degree, I
the fuck? Well,
suppose.
yeah, how the fuck is her spine intact if she came out? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Weird. So,
And
like,
there's a movie
horror
called
sci-fi,
I don't know if you saw it. It's called The Perfect Host,
perfect
2010.
host,
The Perfect Host.
the perfect
Um,
host.
it's got
What?
it's not a guy who goes to
You told me
he
about
tries to con his way into somebody's home, and he does. But
that.
then he realizes, whoops, he conned his way into the wrong home, and shit gets fucking wild. And then there's a good twist at the end too, which I love a good twist. That's fun.
Yeah, I don't. Did I see that? Because I think you recommended that to me, right? I
Yeah,
don't
that
know
we
if I
talked about
watched
it
the whole
before.
thing. Yeah, I have to watch that for sure. I have to watch that.
The gay
Just
guy
to
in it,
see.
what's his name? Um,
I don't know.
David Pierce, David Hyde Pierce.
Oh, him. Oh, isn't he? Isn't he the main character? Looks like
Yeah,
it.
he's the main character, and so is Clayne Crawford.
Uh, G the Crook.
He's the crook.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, that's for sure. That's oh, that's such a. When it comes to like weird, but see, like the other movie I was talking about, it was weird but sucked. But the weirdness kind of like maybe liked it a little bit. But this Substance movie, fuck yeah, dude, that was good. Like, yeah, you don't expect that. You did not expect that. I mean, obviously halfway through, you kind of get idea where it's going, right? The second her,
Yeah, but you get an idea where it's going, but you would never predict that it's going to end like that.
yeah, exactly. And it was more of a, it was more of like a dark humor kind of like comedic tone to it. You saw that?
Yeah, I was like, what
It
the fuck?
was.
You need to be
Yeah.
kidding me,
When
dude.
she started doing that stuff, yeah, but I'm not gonna say too much for sure because but
Yeah.
and that's a good movie.
Watch it.
Companion was. Did you saw Companion? That was a little weird, wasn't it?
Oh, I didn't see Companion. Would that
Yeah,
put something on the list?
yeah. You asked for it, and then you
I think I already
didn't.
downloaded it.
Yeah. Okay.
Watched
It
it
was
yet.
like I don't. I like don't take my word for it because I might have like forgot why I didn't like it as much, and I probably think, but I it was okay. It's worth trying. You know, some movies I'll look at, see the trailer. You know,
I
there's another
downloaded it.
one.
I haven't watched it yet. I mean, if you look at my watch folder of things I have to watch, it is insane. Like, let me see here.
Yeah,
There
I have so
are
many.
190 movies I have to watch.
What's name some? Name some. I gotta hear this. Name some.
Okay, we'll start from the top, I guess, because it's just in order, alphabetical order. So what
I
you're
want to see if I've
called
seen them.
A Quiet Place, Day One,
No,
After
no.
Hours, that came out in '85. I like to collect '80s movies too. That's probably why I got that. Black Mirror Bandersnatch, which is a 5 hour movie of Black Mirror, by the way. Um, I got through 2 hours of it.
Isn't that the one you get to
Um,
choose the direction the movie goes in?
I don't know, really. Do you
Because
get
they
to
had
choose
that
it?
on
I don't remember
Netflix.
choosing.
They had that on Netflix where it was like maybe it was a separate thing, but it was like a Black Mirror experience where you could like choose the at certain points there were like decisions, like decision trees that you could make that would like change the
Oh,
outcome of the movie and the direction of the movie.
crazy.
This one's about a young programmer who starts to question reality while he adapts a Mad Writer's dark fantasy novel into a video game.
Dude, what is it called? What's the name of it?
Black Mirror Bandersnatch.
Oh god, I gotta watch that Black Mirror shit. I
But
keep hearing how
don't
good they
watch
are.
this. Don't watch this to start with. This is 5 hours long.
Oh,
It's,
well, yeah.
it wasn't that interesting. Watch the real
Wait,
Black Mirror
this whole
episodes.
list, you've seen some of them?
What do you mean?
He said he saw
You've seen some
parts.
of it in this list? Oh, parts of it?
All the
Oh,
ones I was telling you here, I have not watched.
okay.
Just ones I need to watch, or that I started to watch this one, Black Mirror, but I didn't finish it. I only
Okay.
got there
Yeah.
for 2 hours.
Yeah.
You know, it's a 5 hour film. Black Mass
Damn.
came out in 2015. Blown Away '94. Bratz 2024. Bubble Boy from 2001. Um, Code 3, Code 8, Code 46, Cold Souls,
Uh-huh.
Companion, Courage Under Fire, Cuckoo, Damsel, Date with an Angel, Dead for a Dollar, Dead of Winter, Dead Sea, Deep Impact, Deep Woods, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Never seen that. Came out in '88.
Wait,
Double
okay.
Blind, Dragonfly, Dream Scenario, Duel, Dumb and Dumber, When Harry Met Lloyd, which I
Wait.
guess I'm sure
Oh,
that's
oh, I was about to freak out if you said you never seen Dumb and Dumber. I was literally about to freak out. Shit
this
was
is
so
like
funny.
some prequel or something. I've definitely seen Dumb
Yeah.
and Dumber.
That's a good
Elysium,
movie.
which I don't know why.
Elysium was pretty decent.
I've seen Elysium. This is just me
It's
getting
pretty
the
decent.
4K version. That's all.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty
Um,
decent.
Escape Room, Escape Room Tournament of Champions, Eternity, Fearless, First Kind. Frequently asked questions about time travel. That's a movie, not a documentary. It's a movie.
Uh-huh.
Fright Night, From Weimar to War, Glass, Harrison Bergerman, which I think I'm just getting a larger file size for that one, a better file size.
Hacksaw Ridge was good. You seen Hacksaw Ridge? Pretty good.
What is it called?
Yeah. Hacksaw Ridge.
Sorry, did y'all see these fucking pictures in the thing?
That the pictures.
Bill Clinton and Stephen Hawking?
Where? Oh, these are good AI.
This
I
is
remember about stuff.
AI.
It's fucking hilarious though. What the hell? What if that's real though? Imagine if it was so fucked up, isn't it? I mean, I'm assuming it's AI. But like, where are these sourced from? Like, if they can find out like this image, like if you can somehow find out where it existed like years ago, like maybe 10 years ago, then I'll believe it. You know?
This shit looks real. But Grok on Twitter is calling it AI.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking. Weirdo. I heard that he was on there because there was like a science meeting or a convention or something.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't know, like a
one
lecture.
of the things Epstein was into was genetics and like
Yeah.
genetic modification and stuff, which is um, part of the reason they suspect that there's bodies buried in the New Mexico property, um,
Yeah.
because that's allegedly where some of that stuff was taking place, and it's I guess it's close to some kind of like genetic research facility or something. So,
Yeah.
which it'll be interesting to see that shit when they do if they ever investigate the New Mexican property. They were talking about bringing like
Yeah,
cadaver
Zorro
and
Ranch. Zorro Ranch, you mean?
yeah.
That was his property, Zorro Ranch, whatever the fuck
But
it's called.
there was shit.
What other
Uh,
movies?
When you dive down that rabbit hole about that New Mexico property, there's some weird connection between that property and nuclear weapons technology smuggling or trading or something going on. I don't remember it, but something like that. It's kind of strange. Something to do with Hillary Clinton using it as a place to sell um, nuclear trade secrets or something. I don't know. Nuclear weapon secrets, whatever. Trade secrets.
yeah, there was stories about missing girls in that area that were buried in shallow graves all across the land there. And then like later on, like these little housing developments started building, and like when they broke ground and stuff on it, they started finding a bunch of these buried like missing girls from the area and stuff.
This woman built that bed?
That was a Fox News post that the fucking bed collapsed, the top collapsed, and then the
Oh, I see
support
that at the
the
bottom.
support rails almost impale the fucking kid on the bottom level.
Yeah. Hey, where'd the kid go? Why is he not moving? He's actually that small? Wait, what?
The mom comes in and
I
gets
don't know
him,
if I believe.
the kid on the bottom.
Wait, he disappeared. Oh, you see, he gets him? Okay. Hey, where'd he? Oh, I'm being dumb, dude. What the fuck's wrong with me?
You just expect it to
You
be
just
like an
like the
AI
thing.
video where people pop out of existence.
Yeah. I was not paying attention. I must have like skipped it.
Yeah, my Twitter is all like fucking gruesome, crazy, fucked up videos. That one, oddly enough, was posted by Fox News, but
Oh my god. Almost impaled him. Do you think that would have like wouldn't have fucked him up, right?
She
Like
doesn't plan on
bad,
leaving
but
that camera in her children's room forever. You know, eventually they're going to have some privacy, right?
oh, that was my
yeah, of course. Hey, make something. I don't think that would have. It would have just fell over.
camera. No, the
Like,
polls would have like. The thing is, there has to be weight for it to drive and impale
yeah,
somebody. So
yeah,
the kid on top could have been that weight, and that's more than enough. If they're even kind of sharp, like if the welds broke
oh yeah,
and that jagged edge would get pressed down by the
yeah.
weight of, like that could be enough
His stomach
to do it. But
fucked his ass up.
the
He probably
way
would
they
survive,
fell,
but he'd get impaled.
yeah,
Yeah, the way they fell wasn't enough to like, it just like fell over. So we got lucky. But so a woman. Okay, so there we go. All of her children came. She was just
go to
building the
hell,
build. There you go, Justin. Woman brain.
go to
A
bed,
woman built the bed. What
go
a
to bed.
surprise. Fucking retard mode.
Shocker.
Fucking bitch. Make sure to
Saying
comment.
like if I had no skill at putting stuff together,
Go lay
and
down,
I was just a
go to bed,
dummy, and I
out,
was a female, I'd automatically
out.
assume that I'm probably not very good at this, and I don't want my kid to climb up high and take a risk that they're going to fall out based on my building skills. So I would not let my children sleep up there. The fact that she's got that much confidence in her ability, despite not having it at all, um, is a woman brain problem. They're confidently stupid.
Here's another one, Justin. A Muslim
The
man
multiple children have
proposes.
died from bunk bed.
A Muslim man proposes to a 7-year-old girl. She agrees, and they'll marry when she's 8.
Of course.
Which, whether the video is proper context or not, that thing happens in that culture. So
Ah,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
right.
good. Listen, you love this one. As we can the response to that video, Justin. This is the screenshot of it. You're just laughing, women. I knew that would be on there. That's why I looked. Oh, is that a Jew? Someone posted a Dumb and Dumber like picture, and it showed, I guess, the mom, and then the dad looks like a Jew, kind of. And then someone said a man did not put that bed together. Yeah. So a spy camera with night vision in the kid's bedroom is normal now. Question mark.
yeah, that's fine.
This is a terrifying reminder that
Yeah,
DIY
that's right.
actual bed require professional grade safety standards. Okay, so someone posted here, you've seen it. Actually, bed bunk collapses have caused thousands of injuries since the 1970s, prompting the very first federal safety standards in 1999. Mandatory guardrails plus tighter slat spacing after multiple child deaths. Mom owning her DIY build is a rare classic. Next time, professional install? Question mark.
Me and my brother had them when I was little. We had bunk beds,
Yeah.
and it was wooden. It wasn't because it was old as fuck. Like it would have been considered for sure like an antique. Like it was old as fuck when we got it. Because I forget, I don't even know where it came from, but it was like somebody in the family had given it to us, and I slept on the bottom bunk because I used to piss the bed when I was a little kid.
Yeah, I slept on the bottom because it was a bigger bed, and I always invited my fat friend over to sleep up top and hoping that he would crush and kill me. So, but it
Nice.
never happened. Too bad.
Yep. True. Amount of Imagine all the video voice clips we wouldn't have if that happened. Jesus. That's crazy. It's like butterfly effect, dude. You'd never hear these fucking
It did
funny
happen.
clips.
I'm just alive in this one timeline.
Yep. Yep. You're right. Another. What do you call that? Like a. What do they call that? Like a split dimension. Yeah. There you go. It happened.
Multiverse.
Would be yeah. Multiverse. Yeah. The multiverse. Don't build fragile stuff by yourselves. The money you save isn't worth the risk. That's a good point. 100% true. Keep in bed free. Thank you. Why did the mother post this video online?
I
What?
love
It's
this.
probably AI.
I love this. Look at this.
What if, yeah, what if it's AI? Yeah.
Look at this thing. This is great.
What if it is AI, Justin, and Fox News is just posting? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, now that finger right there. Now that's funny you post that because the person who made that finger, I tried to track them down years ago because that they actually wanted to sell them, and I wanted to buy one because there was another utility you could use for it
Ew, dude.
besides,
No, don't go into detail.
you know, what.
Why you need
I
to
forget what it was. It was like I forget what it was. It wasn't a perverted anything. But it was something funny and I really, really wanted it. And it shouldn't be that expensive, but trying to
So,
find one is hard to do. That looks realistic anyway. But yeah, definitely get one and people will think your photos are
wow.
AI.
That's so dirty, isn't it? Criminal life hack. So funny. He's
Wa-
like, yep, AI.
Watch that next video.
Where extra fingers of photo evidence will be inadmissible as it will appear to be AI generated. What is this?
The fuck, dude?
What the hell? What is this? What is this? Is this AI?
They
Wait, what
put
is
a
this?
fucking road cone in their butt, and now they're playing with themselves in the crosswalk.
Peak degeneracy.
Dude, imagine. It's a woman? Wait, what is it? What is this?
Degeneracy. Yeah, it's a woman.
No.
It looks like a
Uh-huh.
woman.
What is that?
Could be a man. I don't know.
It looks like his dick, right? He's playing with his dick. He's jacking off or something. He got the cone in his ass and he's jacking off.
Yeah, it
Looks
looks like
like
a woman.
something wrong. Yeah, that looks like a. Is that a? I'm gonna see the comments. Maybe they know.
Uh,
Rock. Somebody asked Rock, "What is this? What does this mean?" It
That's what it
says,
should
"This
mean.
is a quick clip of a shirtless dude in a backward cap holding a wild low breakdance style pose, legs split wide, body low like a crab freeze, on a nighttime crosswalk. Cars in the background. Watermark points to a Chinese Telegram fan group. No hidden meaning, just goofy street dance vibes for the memes." There's obviously more than that. Even AI is often terrible at detecting AI. So people often rely on AI to say whether or not something is AI, and they go, "Oh, AI said it's not real, it's AI," so therefore they think it's fake. But I
Yeah.
think there's probably quite a few things that get labeled as AI, even if they're not. Now, if you're smart, you'll put like AI watermarks on your photos and shit just on purpose. Just
Chucker, you're giving Chucker ideas now. But yeah, that finger, Chucker's gonna have that. He'll be buying that finger on like fucking like Temu or some shit. Then he's gonna be doing the watermark shit. Yeah.
my hand wasn't even on that kid. Look, there's an extra finger. It's clearly
Maybe. Fucking hell.
AI.
This is all he needs. That's all he needs. Fuck me, dude. It's over. The finger, that's such a funny meme though. I love that finger meme. Fucking no. Love that. Well, I'm gonna head out here.
I do wonder about photo and video evidence in court now with AI doing so well.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's going to be like.
You'd have to be able to verify it independently, like from another angle, right? Right.
Well,
But maybe you won't be able to have that.
Gemini puts invisible things in the photo to give an indication that it's been altered by AI. You can't see. I don't know if the others do that, but and I think all of them probably do or will. And so there would be that, but that doesn't mean that somebody else couldn't have some type of AI out there that doesn't do that, or they have their own personal AI on their home computer that doesn't do that. So it still leaves open a significant possibility for false images, especially if you're trying to convict someone of something and they don't have any proof that it's AI and they just have this one photo. And what do you go by? You just somebody says no. I mean, but if it is somebody, but if it is a child molester, he's really getting and he gets away with it because he they make a defense that the photo is AI or something. Just, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Chucker.
Plead the fifth.
Okay, Maxwell.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
You guys
Okay. Tomorrow.
We killed Mr. Krabs? Why? Trump said Mr. Krabs is about to hand over the Krabby Patty secret formula to Plankton, which is all he needs to take over the world. Well, I mean, I guess if
Go lay down. Go to bed.
the Yaris are the best in the business. They're almost like the Mercedes or the Audi of the material handling world. And they're so technical now as well. So they're getting them where there's no driver on these. They're all automatic and they'll drive around the workshop, putting pallets away. But if you'd have told me a few years ago when I did start working for them that I'd own one of these bad boys and then I'd have my own workshop to use it in, I'd have never believed you. We need to get on with the steps though, because we need to be able to get up and down from the mezzanine easily, and at the minute it's a bit hard work. These are only at 8 treads. I could do with 10 treads, which would then get the perfect height, but these are about 300 quid second hand, about £1,000 new. And obviously we've got these bad boys free, because we've got them out the skip and we've got all the racking. So hopefully we can adapt these to work. Not that big enough. Much better. What I want is this section here that obviously sits flush with the mezzanine floor. I don't want any lift or any like tip padding. So that is about 25 mil. And then if I put this section, that's one there, like that. And then this section in there, I should be able to measure the height minus 25 mil, and that will give me how much I need to extend it. That's 560 minus 25, 535. Not only do I need to extend it up that way, I need to extend it that way and that way as well. So this is 25 mil box sections. So I've got some 30 mil box sections, 2 millimetre walls, which then makes that 26 mil box sections. So you slant over like that. And the same for the box here. Only thing is, how am I going to lift that onto there? Well, don't worry, I've got a pallet stacker. Don't get much better than that, does it? Now I've got the platform all level and to the right height, I'm going to do the handrails, but rather than have the tube slide over there outside, because then when you come down with your hand, you'll hit a lip. What I've done is I've got a smaller diameter tube to go on the inside of this tube, and then the same diameter pipe as this to just slot over like that. Good. Now just do a couple of steps.
I'm back, baby. I had a lovely day yesterday, swanning it with a friend. Well, John's mum and dad used their loads of wood for the racking in the shed. The friend I met up with yesterday was Jeff and loads of friends. You might recognise them and met them in the city. It was telling me all my plans are planned, so I'm going to home and visit now. And then go back to Coventry and Palestine. I'm not going to pretend that. Coming up, one thing I highly recommend to make your life easier is to get a Daily eSIM, the sponsor of this week's video. Having access to the internet on your phone when you're travelling is so handy. For Google Maps and directions, Google Translate, and Uber. Trouble is, most phone companies charge a fortune in roaming fees, and getting a local SIM isn't perfect either, because you lose it
Wood prices. We've gone up, and when we ordered the 11 mil OSB,
Real people, real locations, and a reason to leave the house tonight. Enjoy real conversations and hookups. It's a free sign-up with no fake profile.
Still on free sites? No wonder you're bored.
Will 18 be thick
I'm
enough for the
ready for
shelves
my
as well?
first hall life experience, and I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I hope you guys like it.
Just go. Just do it.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm first. Whoa.
So much for coming over. You see the beautiful blue eyes. Oh my gosh.
Okay. Yeah.
So what?
Okay, I can go see. Super hot. Kiss her. Come on, kiss my wife. Yeah. Good fucking. Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
Oh, you think it's something? Oh my god. Does that mean you come over? Yeah. Are you gonna come in? Yeah. Yeah.
Your fucking chin.
Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please. Please. Oh my God. Yeah. Yes.
Before he came.
Nothing compared to me.
Oh, I feel it coming down
My God,
Dude, so fucking big in there, bro.